employees, and one correspondent said that the move was, quote, totally unacceptable. The news channel stopped airing that tape since it showed it several times on Sunday. NBC News chose not to show the footage out of respect to the military families who had not been notified. An unjust and evil war, that is one headline in today's edition of the Arab News. Hamza Mansour, the Secretary General of the Islamic Action Front, based in Jordan, says what's happening in Iraq is only the beginning of America's plans for total occupation. Many Jordanians dismiss the Allies' belief that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. However, according to Israel's Haaretz news source, Iraqis have been authorized by Saddam Hussein to use chemical weapons. The word is that once U.S. troops cross into Baghdad, Iraqis are then cleared to attack. We're going to continue, of course, to monitor the latest headlines from around the world. For now, though, that's the latest from MSNBC's Listening Post. Back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you very much.
We've been watching occasionally Abu Dhabi television, and we have gotten some video in that we want to show you. What it is the remains of a major battle between U.S.-led forces and Iraqi troops. This is on a road outside of Basra. Basra has been the focus of a lot of attention. This is the second largest city in the country, and there were concerns that a humanitarian disaster could be provoked. But, John, look at this. The little children and the soldiers giving them candy.
Yeah, this is a difficult situation because it has been described as a humanitarian disaster in Basra. We should remind our listeners that we've gotten a 2-minute warning for the President of the United States. He will speak in just a minute, and we'll carry that live as we watch these pictures of the children, the innocent in all this, who are simply hungry and thirsty and are caught in the middle of this war. But they need help, they need supplies, they need food, and American soldiers, they're handing out sweets to them to try to help them out in the middle of all this.
This has indeed been a difficult situation in Basra. We heard from Secretary General Kofi Annan at the United Nations yesterday talking about what he said, a potential humanitarian disaster. Electricity and water supplies have been sharply reduced over the past 3 days. And
sniffing things to get high can deprive your brain of the oxygen it needs to keep you alive.
Lewis and Clark, great explorers. Wait. Hi, I'm Thomas Jefferson. Would you check out the West for me? Oh, sure.
And they take their keelboat up the Missouri.
Oh, Buffalo. Then they built Fort Mandan. They're at 1804. Made some friends along the way. I'm Sacagawea.
Through the Columbia Gorge. Ah!
There are tons of ways to help with your kids' learning. Find the really good ones on connectforkids.org.
The sweet Pacific Ocean. Yeah!
Thanks for coming. I've just met with our leaders here at the Pentagon who are monitoring the course of our battle to free Iraq and rid that country of weapons of mass destruction. Our coalition is on a steady advance. We're making good progress. We're fighting an enemy that knows no rules of law, that will wear civilian uniforms, that are willing to kill in order to continue the reign of fear of Saddam Hussein. But we're fighting them with bravery and courage. We cannot know the duration of this war, yet we know its outcome. We will prevail. The Iraqi regime will be disarmed. The Iraqi regime will be ended. The Iraqi people will be free, and our world will be more secure and peaceful. The people of our military and their families are showing great courage, and some have suffered great loss. America is grateful to all those who have sacrificed in our cause. Our coalition is strong, It's bound together by the principle of protecting not only this nation but all nations from a brutal regime that is armed with weapons that could kill thousands of innocent people. America has more than 200,000 men and women engaged in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Our troops also continue to fight bravely on other fronts of this war on terror. In Afghanistan last week, coalition forces launched Operation Valiant Strike against terrorists and their allies in the southern mountains of Afghanistan. Of course, we have troops standing watch in other parts of the world to protect and maintain the peace. All the members of the military, abroad, at home, or here in this important building, are bound together by a great cause: to defend the American people and advance the universal hope of freedom. America has accepted this responsibility. We also accept the cost of supporting our military and the missions we give it. Today, I'm sending the Congress a wartime supplemental appropriations request of $74.7 billion to fund needs directly arising from the Iraqi conflict and our global war against terror. My request to Congress will pay for the massive task of transporting a fully equipped military force, both active duty and reserve, to a region halfway around the world. This money will cover the current cost of fueling our ships and aircraft and tanks, and of airlifting tons of supplies into the theater of operations. The supplemental will also allow us to replace the high-tech munitions we are now directing against Saddam Hussein's regime. My request includes funds for relief and reconstruction in a free Iraq. This nation and our coalition partners are committed to making sure that the Iraqi citizens who have suffered under a brutal tyrant have got the food and medicine needed as soon as possible. Tommy Franks briefed us this morning about coalition efforts to demine the harbors, the harbor, to make sure that our humanitarian relief can be delivered safely to the Iraqi people. Coalition forces are working hard to make sure that when the food and medicine begins to move, it does so in a safe way, and soon the Iraqi people will see the great compassion of not only the United States but other nations around the world who care deeply about the human condition inside that country. Our campaign in Iraq involves assistance of coalition partners and friends in the Middle East. The funding request to Congress will help reduce the economic burdens these countries have experienced in supporting our efforts. Also included are funds essential to waging and helping our partners wage the broader war on terror, which continues in Afghanistan, in the Philippines, and elsewhere. We continue to fight the war on terror by protecting our homeland. At the federal level, I'm requesting more resources for the Departments of Justice and Homeland Security to deal with this period of uncertainty. We will provide resources for patrolling and safeguarding our borders, funds to help the FBI investigate domestic threats in this time of war, additional funding for the Coast Guard for port security in the United States and in the Middle East. In this time of heightened security, we're expecting states and communities to take on greater responsibilities to protect critical infrastructure. And so I'm seeking additional resources to help states and cities make these preparations for the protection of our citizens. Yesterday, I informed the leaders of Congress of these spending requests. The situation in any war is fluid. I reminded them of that fact, and so I'm asking Congress for flexibility in how these funds can be allocated. They heard that message. They also heard the message that the need is urgent. The wartime supplemental is directly related to winning this war and to securing the peace that will follow this war. I ask Congress to act quickly and responsibly. One thing is for certain, business as usual on Capitol Hill can't go on during this time of war. And by that I mean this supplemental should not be viewed as an opportunity to add spending that is unrelated, unwise, and unnecessary. Every dollar we spend must serve the interest of our nation, and the interest of our nation in this supplemental is to win this war and to be able to keep the peace. 18 months ago, this building came under attack. From that day to this, we have been engaged in a new kind of war, and we are winning. We will not leave our future to be decided by terrorist groups or terrorist regimes. At every turn in this conflict, Americans can be confident in the people who wear our nation's uniform. We support them. We are thankful for their service in places of great danger in this hour of great need. May God continue to look out after those who defend the peace and freedom. And may God continue to bless America. Thank you.
President Bush speaking at the Pentagon today in the Eisenhower room there with Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and the head of the Joint Chiefs. The president asking for $74 billion to fund the war from Congress, and he asked Congress to be flexible. He said it can't be business as usual, and he warned Congress not to try to add on money to this $74 billion request. NBC's Rosalind Jordan is at the White House with more on this. Rosalind?
Hello, John. That is a significant warning from the president because there is a lot of discussion over on Capitol Hill whether or not there should be funds allocated to help the ailing airline industry. There are some leaders on Capitol Hill who are saying that the airline industry is simply too important to the American economy to be left to the vagaries of the free market. There are others, however, who say that this is simply going to break the budget, as it were. We are already in a multi-billion-dollar deficit situation, and so there's certainly a lot of controversy. The president doesn't want this legislation bogged down by that discussion. He would very much like to have this funding come in-house as quickly as possible. In fact, a short time ago in an off-camera briefing, the Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist told reporters that he is committed to getting the president the funding for this Operation Iraqi Freedom by April 11th. That is when the Senate goes into its spring recess. John?
All right, NBC's Rosalind Jordan. Rosalind, thank you. Now over to Chris.
All right, we want to talk a little bit more about the ground forces facing the terrible weather all day today on the front lines. Weather so bad it has been slowing their march to Baghdad. Joining us now with the forecast for the front lines is Dr. Joe Sobel. He is at the MSNBC Weather Center. The only good news we got today, Dr. Joe, was some of those lines were held up so they were going to get a hot meal, the troops. Other than that, it's pretty nasty stuff over in Iraq.
Yeah, it is. It's very nasty, Chris, and it's going to continue to be that way for several more hours. One positive thing will come out of this as we go through tomorrow and on into Thursday is that the weather is going to cool down. Temperatures in Baghdad tomorrow and Thursday, we're talking 50s and 60s instead of 80s and close to 90 as it was in Kuwait City yesterday. So that for the troops that are wearing those chem suits and all that gear, that will at least be a positive. But here's the satellite picture. We've got one batch of rain and thunderstorms in the southeast part of the country. That's affecting Basra and Kuwait City. This is a squall line of thunderstorms here, which is just west of Baghdad. So they, in the next probably half an hour to an hour, are going to experience strong winds, very heavy rain. There could be some street the highway flooding as a result of that. Then there may be a drier time period. This is the upper level low, which is going to kind of spin up the northern mountains. Interestingly enough, snow levels in the mountains near the Turkish border are lowering down to around 3,000 feet. And that's also, you know, where some U.S. troops are starting to amass now. And that's going to be some weather that will have to be dealt with the next couple of days. During the over the next couple of days, as our upper level low heads eastward, we're in this strong wind coming in off the desert from Saudi Arabia. That's what's bringing the sand northward and into the areas south of Baghdad, where visibilities today have been very poor and will continue to be. Tomorrow, a somewhat better day in the north, although still some showers in the southern part of the country. Still gusty winds tomorrow. The weather scene does settle down tomorrow night, and then Thursday and Friday conditions do look better. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks very much, Dr. Joe Sobel, with the latest on the weather there. In the meantime, we want to show you some of the scenes that we are getting. These are our still frames. Take a look at this. This is a reading in a sandstorm. This is a specialist, Dustin Blanchard. He is reading his book, Waiting Out a Dust Storm, with the 3rd Brigade of the 101st Airborne Division. If we can go to the next one, you see that tank in the distance. This is an M1A1 tank from the 4th Battalion, the 64th Armored Regiment. This is part of the 3rd Infantry. You can see it was sitting idle. This is sand covering a dust and a helmet. We've seen pictures out of some of these locations where everything was just absolutely brown. And then you see some soldiers sleeping in a foxhole by their Humvee. Many soldiers were halted by the intense sandstorms in southern Iraq, and they're using the opportunity to take a little cover, get a little cat nap. And as we heard in the case of David Bloom, for the first time in more than a week, the folks he's traveling with are actually going to get a hot meal because they were held up as a result of the weather. They could actually set up a little kitchen operation and get some of those troops a hot meal. Few of the maybe positive aspects of this: a little sleep, little hot food. 43 minutes after the hour. There are troops in Iraq right now specifically trained for medical rescue missions. Some of those troops were trained at Hurlburt Field in Florida, which is where our own John Elliott is this morning. John, good morning.
And good morning to you, Chris. Good morning, everybody. When you talk about special ops in the Air Force, you're talking about quiet professionals. I want you to meet one of those quiet professionals right now. Welcoming now the command surgeon here, Colonel James Doherty. I want to talk about this fascinating lesson I've been getting on frontline care. What's your mission here as far as the special ops and caring for these critically wounded men and women?
Well, our job here is to prepare them to be able to go very far forward to meet those casualties early on when they can be saved. To bring a lot of sophisticated capability like you would find back here in the United States.
Yeah, we're looking at this. This is the kind of equipment I've seen. This would monitor my blood pressure. This is an EKG, right? And this big unit right here, this is an ultrasound, very typical in a lot of hospitals. You can't take that to the front lines, can you?
There's no way, John. It's too heavy, it's too big. We don't have that many people. We've got to be able to take all of that capability and bring it down to a size where we can carry it. And here is our substitute.
What's this called?
This is called Portits. It's we like to call it a portable intensive care unit. It allows you to do all of the same things that the large equipment can do. Ultrasound.
Yeah, come on in and
electrocardiogram.
What are we looking at right here?
This is Dr. Joe Hanigman, who is our patient here today that you're looking at him on the screen. Go ahead and tell him what you're looking at.
You've just got this hooked up to this, and we're actually doing a live, what are we looking at?
Well, as I would do as a trauma surgeon, one of the things we want to look for is the function of the heart and whether there's blood in the abdomen. And this is a tremendously powerful triage tool. Now the technology has been leveraged to allow us to take it far forward. So we're actually looking real time right now at my heart, and I can evaluate whether there's fluid around the heart, and I can look at other parts of the abdomen to rapidly assess whether this troop has an injury that's going to need surgery, and then we have that follow-on capability immediately to perform surgery way far forward.
That's amazing. And you talk about that capability. Thank you, doctor. By the way, it looks good. You're looking good. Been working out. You talk about that immediate surgery. These men and women, these 5-member teams, they're so far forward, they're going to, after they see that, they're going to go right in and take care of it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Although everything they have, they carry on their back or in their hands. They're capable of operating immediately in the field, in a tent, in a shack, in a hangar, wherever they are.
Okay, and we're looking at some of that other equipment throughout the day. We're going to look more at some of this equipment, and then also these pararescue men and women that jump in. We're going to talk about that and get a better taste of the frontline healthcare professionals that, as you know, are vital right now. Right now, they're going to send things back to you in the studio from Florida.
Thanks very much, John. Vital indeed. I was talking to the folks at Landstuhl earlier today, and they were saying just what extraordinary care some of the injured got on the front lines before they were transferred to Germany. So we'll keep checking in with John Elliott. John?
All right, Chris, it's 47 past the hour. It's time to update the major headlines. British troops have played a key role in 2 southern Iraqi towns. A British commander says the southern Iraqi port town of Qasr is open and safe. The British had a lot of resistance in the city over the past several days, but now the commander says he hopes the first ship bringing aid to Iraqis would arrive within 48 hours. Right now, British forces are involved in a tank battle around the southern city of Basra. This has been a difficult situation. The British have declared Basra a military target, but it's not clear if and when they'll move in. The British have said they wanted to avoid urban combat for as long as possible. Let's go now to NBC's Ashley Banfield. She joins us now from Fort Campbell, Kentucky, the home of the Army's 101st Airborne Division, a unit still trying to recover from a deadly grenade attack by one of their own in Kuwait. Ashley?
John, we've been doing some investigating just to find out a few more.
At the Central Command briefing here of failed Iraqi sabotage. What that essentially is sabotage gone awry. There was a firing wire and some elements attached to this one particular oil wellhead that did not function properly. This was found by coalition forces evidence. Iraqis tried to sabotage this particular oil well, start an oil well fire. It didn't work. There are only 7 current oil well fires burning among the 1,000 oil wells scattered throughout southern Iraq. Coalition considers that a great success and evidence that they've achieved one of their key early objectives in this overall war. Also, we've learned more about the disposition of some special operations forces paratrooping into western parts of Iraq. We don't know the precise location, but we haven't heard much about paratroop forces in the last 48 hours. With this video, we have confirmation that they are operating in the Iraqi theater. It's thought to be in western parts of Iraq, securing yet another key air base there. Probably the H-1, which is closer to Baghdad than the earlier 2 secured airfields, H-2 and H-3, in westernmost Iraq. This would be significant encroachment of special operations forces. One other point on another special operations force of a different kind, not in the air, but in the sea. U.S. Navy SEALs and Royal Marines have been working hard to secure the port of Qasr and the approaches to bring in humanitarian aid. At least 2 berths have been secured, ridded completely of mines, and U.S. Navy SEALs and British Royal Marines continue to work that to make that port as wide open as possible for the arrival of humanitarian aid, which could be arriving within at least 24 hours, making its way to Qasr and up to Basra as the humanitarian portion of this mission begins in earnest within the next day or so. John and Bridget, back to you in New York.
Major, we've been told at the Pentagon that Saddam has been hiding a lot of his military personnel and tanks, that sort of thing, in residential areas. We saw from that video at the Pentagon of that airstrike next to a water plant that we're capable of taking out some of those things with some pretty good precision.
We're capable of identifying it with satellite imagery and other aerial reconnaissance and then getting very precise targeting and hitting those things with tremendous precision. There have been some videotapes, both in Central Command and here in Pentagon, of showing exactly that. It's a laborious process, though. It takes time because they want to get it just right. Again, the overall emphasis here is to avoid civilian casualties. It goes without saying that's much more difficult when the Iraqi forces embed themselves within civilian populations. It's worth pointing out yesterday in that Apache assault with the Medina Republican Guard Division, near Karbala, many of the shots were fired from the suburban part of that city, from trees, from apartment complexes. So that was one thing that complicated the coalition effort indeed there. That will be factored into the battle plan, and they'll be dealt with accordingly in the future. John, back to you.
Major Garrett live at the Pentagon. Thanks, Major.
Hi, I'm Aviation Machinist Mate Airman Mac. I'm from the Jet Shop's IM2 division. I want to say how you doing to my mom, my dad, EJ, and all my friends and family back home in Philadelphia, PA. And you're watching Fox News.
All right. Well, the most difficult part of war, of course, is the loss of life. And just a week into the battle, coalition forces have experienced some casualties, really not even a week. Eric Shaw now with that story, putting it in some perspective, Eric, right?
Hey, Bridget, of course, the nation was shocked over the weekend by the sudden news of the casualties and the POWs. But this is war, and when put in historical perspective, the losses, however tragic and unfortunate, still remain low. In the last 6 days, with 250,000 troops on the move, the number of U.S. soldiers killed in action by enemy fire stands at 10. The same number have also fallen victim to accidents, including one who was killed when that Muslim U.S. soldier allegedly rolled hand grenades into the tents of senior officers. At this rate, which likely will not hold, though, once our forces engage the Republican Guard as we approach Baghdad, the numbers now remain that below of previous wars. Let's take a look. In 1991, during the first Gulf War, there were 148 battle deaths in just over 1 month of fighting. Well, compare that number to Vietnam. The total is nearly 50,000 dead in warfare during that conflict, at a rate in Vietnam of 469 per month. There's the battle deaths per month in Vietnam, stands at 469. In Korea, there were fewer battle deaths overall than Vietnam, but at a higher monthly rate. If you take a look at Korea, 909 per month. World War II, nearly 300,000 dead during that conflict. That rate, if we look at World War II, 6,500 per month. There's World War II, about 6,500 per month. And of course, in one infamous day, June 6, 1944, D-Day, the courage and heroism of our men were forever signified by the 4,900 who lost their lives storming those beaches, roughly 8% of the total of 60,000 troops who landed on the beaches at Normandy. While the nation grieves and honors those who have sacrificed their lives in the current conflict, and we steel ourselves to the losses most certainly yet to come, we do so with the knowledge that while war does bring casualties, the numbers thankfully appear low for now when compared to the other possibilities. Bridget.
All right. Eric Shawn, thank you.
President Bush is laying out his budget for war. You just heard that live on Fox News Channel. Molly Henneberg is at the White House now with more on that. Molly?
Hi, John. Well, the president began his address to military leaders at the Pentagon by talking about the success of the war so far in Iraq. And he says we can't know the duration of this conflict, but we do know the outcome. He says, quote, "We will prevail." And then he went on to praise our military for their bravery and courage. Here's what our president just said a few minutes ago.
We're making good progress. We're fighting an enemy that knows no rules of law, that will wear civilian uniforms, that is willing to kill in order to continue the reign of fear of Saddam Hussein, but we're fighting them with bravery and courage.
The president says he's thankful for the service and honor of our military men and women in this time of great need. But this speech today was about money, was about paying for this war. It's going to be about $74.7 billion, the president says. That's how much he's asking Congress to fund for this war. The majority of it, as you see there, $63 billion. That's for troop movements and munitions. And then he breaks it down further to say that about $3 billion will be used toward relief and rebuilding Iraq. Food, water, medicine, clothing, repairing damaged infrastructure. $5 billion in foreign aid to countries such as Israel, Jordan, countries that have been supporting us during the war, and also other countries, Afghanistan and the Philippines, the president mentioned, who have been active in fighting the war on terrorism in their own countries. And then the final $4 billion will be used to pay for homeland security measures here at home, helping the Coast Guard patrol our borders, and also money for counterterrorism efforts in the Department of Justice, and also money for states and local first responders. That's the gist of what the president said at the Pentagon a few minutes ago. I'm Molly Henneberg, live at the White House. John, back to you.
Molly, I know that things are always a little bit grim there at the White House in a time of war. Nobody wants to be seen to be gloating or anything like that. But give us a sense of the mood. What's it like now that we're 6 days into this battle?
nobody's gloating, I can tell you that. It's serious, but it's thankful for the service of the men and women overseas. It's optimistic that this battle is going well and according to plan, but it's also cautious in that this war, as President Bush has said several times, may be longer and more difficult than some people have expected, and that we're just at the beginning of this campaign to rid Iraq of its weapons of mass destruction and regime change as far as getting Saddam Hussein's brutal regime out of there and freeing the Iraqi people. And one other note I can tell you, John, just from the White House, they're talking a lot about humanitarian aid. That's obviously very important to President Bush and this coalition. They're anxious to get the humanitarian aid into the people of Iraq, to show the people of Iraq that the U.S. and the coalition are compassionate people who aren't after them. They're after the Iraqi regime, and they want to get food and medicine and supplies into the people as soon as possible.
Well, I'm sure they'll be happy to distribute that if Saddam's Fedayeen will let them. Molly Henneberg at the White House. Thank you. Well, the Pentagon has been displaying some of the awesome power that it is bringing to bear against the Iraqi army. Take a look at some of these photos just released today. That's an Iraqi armored personnel carrier, and this is an Iraqi tank. Actually, I think this one was an Iraqi rocket installation that was dug in out into the desert. Also, in some of these pictures you'll see here, this is, I believe, the Iraqi tank that was actually obliterated. The picture completely goes to black when those precision weapons are used. One of the questions has been, would the GPS jammers that have been sold to Iraq affect any of the operations? And according to the Pentagon, they did not. That 6 of those jamming operational sites were taken out, one of them by a GPS-guided weapon. The GPS is the same system. It was developed by the Pentagon. It's the same system that you'll find in a rental car or any of the other guidance systems that get you around freeways in this country. Private pilots and boaters use them as well. The Russians apparently have developed a system that they thought might be able to jam some of those signals coming from an array of 23 satellites around the globe. It did not work. The Pentagon was able to deliver those weapons on target, disable those jamming systems. And as you saw in some of that last video from the Pentagon, they have now dispatched paratroopers, perhaps from the 101st Airborne, perhaps from the 82nd Airborne, to go in and take an airfield in western Iraq. We assume that to be the H-3 airfield, which is closer to Baghdad, I think within about 50 miles of Baghdad. That appears to be going into coalition hands as we're speaking. Bridget?
And John, we've certainly been focusing on the weather in Iraq, sandstorms and maybe even some rain headed there. Let's go back to our eyes and ears on the ground somewhere in Iraq, and our correspondent Greg Kelly in the middle of a sandstorm. Greg?
That's right, Bridget, a crippling sandstorm. This is probably the worst we've seen since we arrived in this region about 2 months ago. Visibility now just about zero. Most of the soldiers we're with huddled in their vehicles or in one of the command center tents. Things here, though, not at a standstill. They continue to prosecute this war. We've heard artillery go off. We've heard multiple rocket launcher systems go off. They're still targeting these Al-Quds, who have been giving us something of a problem. These local area militia armed with rocket-propelled grenades and AK-47s. They are still operating not too far from our location. They've been a bit of a nuisance, and the weather obviously makes it a little bit harder to find them, a little bit harder to target them. That's actually hard enough during the day. They have it's a challenge telling the Quds from civilians who are not hostile. These Al-Quds are our local area militia, and the intent here is to obviously not take out any civilians. That's a big priority. They talk about it all the time. Friendly casualties are to be avoided, both on our side and on the Iraqi side. challenging situation. However, we are still kind of going according to plan. We knew the plan before we crossed into Iraq. We knew the locations and where we were to be, when we were to be there, and we have reached our intermediate objective, and from here we will press deeper into Iraq. Bridget?
So, Greg, it sounds like they haven't really made any major changes because of the weather in terms of strategy or what weaponry they might be using?
Well, I would say in terms of strategy, no, they haven't made any significant changes. Maybe the tempo has decreased somewhat. One problem with the weather, it's a little bit difficult to call in close air support in weather like this. Really, the essence of a lot of close air support is the pilot being able to see the ground and being able to see the target. That is severely hampered in this situation, and if the weather were better, there certainly would be more close air support missions being called in, but the weather has altered things. But as far as we can tell, the overall game plan, the overall attack on Iraq has not changed fundamentally, certainly not because of the weather. Bridget?
All right. Greg Kelly, one of our correspondents right in the thick of it, this time in the middle of a sandstorm. Greg Kelly, thank you.
And the very latest on Operation Iraqi Freedom, Central Command says coalition forces knocked out Iraqi communication facilities that were jamming our global positioning satellites. They are used, of course, for guiding those precision weapons. 6 Iraqi GPS jamming systems were destroyed in the last 2 days of bombing. British and American Marines report successful operations. A British commander says Iraqi's only deep water port at Qasr is secure now. Humanitarian aid could start flowing through that port within just a day or two. And U.S. Marines have fought their way across the Euphrates River at the southern city of Nasiriyah. That opens up a new line of advance toward Baghdad. Central Command also says some ugly weather is having an impact on the war effort. Sandstorms and thunderstorms are being blamed for slowing the advance on Baghdad and forcing some air missions to be canceled outright. Hi, everybody. I'm David Asman. Coalition commanders saying our troops in Iraq are on track and focused despite some very bad weather. David Lee Miller live at CENTCOM Forward headquarters in Qatar. David?
Hi there, David. We heard one of the generals say this morning at the CENTCOM briefing, boy, it's ugly out there. And he was referring, of course, to the weather. And the sandstorms are posing a bit of a problem, as we heard from some of our teams embedded with the troops. But even with that said, he also underscored that we have all-weather munition systems in place and that the advance towards Baghdad is continuing. Now, to discuss some of the other things that were not raised this morning and to elaborate perhaps on some of the issues that were discussed during the briefing, I'm joined by Rumi Nelson-Green, Major with the U.S. military, spokesperson, and thank you for your time today, Major. Firstly, let's talk about news that we just received about a friendly fire incident concerning an F-16 and a Patriot radar system. Tell us what happened.
Well, from New York today, U.S. and coalition forces are battling the weather as well as Iraqi forces as they continue to push toward Baghdad. Military commanders gave an update on their progress a little bit earlier today, and Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr was listening in and has some even newer details for us now. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, Paula. Well, now that we're 6 days into this war, we are finally beginning to see some of the images that are not readily available at first blush to the public. And at the CENTCOM briefing in Qatar today, they showed some very compelling video of U.S. forces on a parachute jump. I think we have those pictures to show you here. This is, we are not being told the exact location, but this was several nights ago. And we'll just watch. Combat camera team, U.S. forces parachuting into a desert landing strip, we are told, and taking control of this desert strip. Again, we're not being told exactly where this is, not the kind of video that where U.S. media is embedded like we have seen for the last several days, but some pretty compelling pictures. Every reason to believe these are U.S. Special Forces or certainly Rangers or something like that. Another picture we were shown, this is one of the oil trenches burning in Baghdad. Also, we're not exactly told how the U.S. military got this picture, but someone was on the ground in Baghdad taking that picture. So we thought we would just show you a couple of images from the briefing, but a lot of the CENTCOM briefing actually is beginning to focus on the continued fighting in Iraq, of course, not just the press towards Baghdad, the kinds of pictures that Walt Rogers was showing earlier, of course, the very compelling pictures of what the 7th Cavalry is running into as it begins to approach the Republican Guard, but some of the fighting to the rear, especially in Basra. Very, very serious fighting there with local militia, with Fedayeen, and Basra is beginning to shape up as a key indicator of whether the U.S. and British military forces can bring stability to the region that will allow humanitarian aid to flow in. General Renard, the CENTCOM briefer, talked about it a bit earlier today.
In the case of Basra, there will be some elements in the city that will be military targets. Those key resistance areas, these Fedayeen, these Special Republican Guard forces, Ba'ath Party forces that are fighting. But our intent is not to siege the city for sure. Our intent is to attempt to return security to the city as rapidly as we can and root out those forces that would fight in the city and use the residents of the city as shields and try to create targets.
Now, what General Renard is really saying here is Basra is shaping up, as I said, as an indicator of how successful the military strategy can be. They thought they had much of the city secure, but the militia is reassembling to some extent these Fedayeen fighters. And so now there are targets inside the city that they are indicating they will strike to try and attack these guerrilla or Fedayeen fighters. But what the military wants to avoid is making the city of Basra a target, laying siege to the city. They want to try and preserve the civilian infrastructure and not hurt the civilian population while attacking these Fedayeen. A lot of concern about these fighters. CENTCOM officials also saying because they have now been suckered into several fake surrenders, that's caused them problems. They think civilians are approaching them. It turns out to be Fedayeen. There will be much more stringent rules now when they approach civilians, making sure that they are really civilian fighters and not Fedayeen in disguise as civilians. Paula?
Barbara, I thought it was so interesting that during that CENTCOM briefing, the general cautioned all Iraqi civilians to stay off the road, that they'd be much safer in their homes. And then he gave the example of the busload of Iraqi soldiers who had civilian clothes on that were up to no good.
This is exactly their concern. It's not a military term, but they have been suckered into a couple of fake civilian surrenders. People approaching them in civilian clothes, in civilian vehicles, indicating that they are friendly and then basically opening fire upon them. So very significant problem at the moment in terms of making sure all units out in the field take a lot more caution as they approach civilians. And they want to do this so that they can basically target these Fedayeen, these guerrilla fighters, and basically begin to round them up. But again, trying very hard not to lay siege, as it were, to cities and villages. The strategy remains the same. Try and keep military forces moving towards Baghdad and then fill in behind with humanitarian relief to these towns and villages. But if they can't assure the safety of the towns and villages because the Fedayeen are still there, it's going to be very tough to get the humanitarian relief in quickly. In Basra, for example, a lot of indications that the Fedayeen had shut off water and power. Some of it has come back on now, but they want to really try and get humanitarian aid into the city.
Thanks so much, Barbara. We had some breaking news out of Saudi Arabia just about 20 minutes ago when we heard its foreign minister had actually contacted the United States and Iraq about a possible peace plan. We don't know the details of the plan. We can tell you there was a proposal they floated weeks ago that would have allowed for Saddam Hussein to be exiled. There was also another plan that would have allowed for granting amnesty to some of the top political leadership around Saddam Hussein. Andrea Koppel is working on the story from the State Department. We hope to get her on the phone in the next minute or two because there's simply at this hour no details available. As we wait for Andrea's call, let's go back to Bill in Kuwait. Bill?
Paula, we've been watching and really captivated by the pictures and the images of Walt Rogers earlier today, caught in that sandstorm in south central Iraq. He filed a report just a few moments ago. We're going to let our viewers have a look at that in a minute here. But first, when I go to the northern part of Iraq, this is an area of the country we have not talked a lot about today. Ben Wiedemann, though, is in the town of Kalak. He now joins us with what he is seeing in the movement up there. Ben, hello and good evening.
Yes, good evening, Bill. As you can see, the weather here is absolutely awful. We've got thunder and lightning and some very heavy rain, which really reflects the spirits here on the northern front, which really has remained quiet by and large today. There was some bombing over Mosul, but that was very early in the morning and just one or two thumps in the distance. What we're hearing, though, from Kurdish officials is mounting frustration with the United States, not only from Kurdish officials, but also other Iraqi opposition figures who feel that the United States is not handling this war very well, that the Americans have not given the sort of role to the Iraqi opposition, the armed opposition, that it should. Now, the Kurds will tell you that, for instance, they have more than 60,000 men under arms, men who have experience fighting the Iraqi army, men who, in fact, in the past were members of the Iraqi army, and they are ready to move ahead. But what they don't have is any significant American support. There hasn't been much in the way of U.S. bombings of frontline Iraqi positions in this area. There are very few still U.S. forces on the ground. Now, they started to arrive in the north part of the country on Sunday, but they really haven't come in the numbers that the Kurds were hoping for. So, as I said, real mounting frustration among the Iraqis here in the north of the country with the United States. Back to you, Bill.
All right, Ben, thanks. Ben Wiedemann updating us on what's happening on the northern front in Iraq. And I mentioned Walt Rogers a short time ago. Long before this conflict began, a lot of people got concerned about, as we grow later in the year, into the months of late April, into May, and even June, that the weather temperatures in this part of the world be entirely too hot for the U.S. military to work effectively on the ground and in the air over Iraq. Well, now we are seeing the impact not only of hot weather, but of sandstorms right now. Mother Nature took a very bad turn today, and Walt Rogers was in the thick of it. He's with the 7th Cav somewhere in south central Iraq. Here's Walt's latest report now.
A choking sandstorm has once again slowed coalition forces' progress north all across a wide front along the Euphrates River. However, the U.S. Army's 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry did send back good news for the Pentagon earlier, that good news being that they had outflanked the city of Al-Samawa, and the elements of the 7th Cavalry had indeed crossed a bridge and were now moving northward in Iraq. That bridge, incidentally, had been heavily mined, that is to say explosives were all along the bridge, and fortunately the Army's engineers detected them quickly. They had not been wired, but the Iraqis clearly intended to blow that bridge and prevent the Army's passage northward. Still, it was not an easy passage for the Army. Last night, approaching the bridge, there was an enormous firefight. It looked like the 4th of July with tracers shooting across the sky. Enormous fireworks display, except this one was lethal. We're told 300 to 400 Iraqi soldiers were killed in that as the 7th Cavalry battled towards the bridge. And then after crossing the bridge, the Army encountered mortars falling all around its convoy, small arms fire snipers picking away at the Army for 45 minutes to an hour before it pushed away from that small concentration of snipers and mortars. Walter Rogers, CNN, with the U.S. 7th Cavalry in Iraq.
Well, clearly the images can show us the difficulties operating in that area. Walter, thanks. One other note, we mentioned about this Patriot missile battery being fired upon by an F-16 about a day and a half ago. Here in Kuwait, we do know yet again that the Patriots have worked. An Iraqi missile that entered Kuwaiti airspace about 3 hours ago was successfully intercepted and knocked to the ground. That word in again about 2 hours ago. Paula, once again now in New York.
I know, Bill, earlier today you led us into a news conference by the Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq, Tariq Aziz, and apparently he held one just a short while ago, and we're going to dip into a little of that as it is replayed on Iraqi TV. Let's listen.
And they tried, and they think that people forgot what happened at that time. Of deceit to the public opinion, international public opinion. When they started to talk about the weapons of mass destruction, we know, and we always knew, that that was fabrication and lies. And the main reason behind their claims and their campaign, the media campaign, we told them officially that we deny their claims. Myself and others of the Iraqi officials told them that if you are really concerned about the possession of such weapons, one way or another, let us talk about this matter. And as you remember, we extended an open invitation to Tony Blair when he published his famous dossier, and we invited the media in the United Kingdom to come to Iraq and to verify the situation and to confirm or deny or find out otherwise what was published in the Tony Blair, to investigate that published report. Even for America, we extended an invitation to the U.S. Congress, and that they choose whoever they like and as many as they like of experts and equipment to come to Iraq and to investigate if there were anything of what they claim to be present in Iraq. And we knew, it was clear that it was a pretext, a lie with political agendas and objectives. Then they started to talk about the return of the inspectors. And when we invited the British and the Americans to come to Iraq to verify, they rejected, and they said it is not our duty, it's not our job, it's the job of the technical experts. And we cannot evaluate the situation accurately. And in New York, we invited the Secretary General of the United Nations to send the inspectors to Iraq anew. And every person, and there are many people, many peoples in the world, even members of the Security Council, and even amongst the Arabs, they said that that was an important step, and that was the right thing for Iraq to choose. But the U.S. and Britain, they said no. The inspectors cannot go to Iraq. At that time, Mr. al-Baradi, but the Americans stopped the return of the inspectors and imposed on the Security Council a new resolution, this infamous 1441. It is necessary to recall the facts in the previous time. First, all the articles through which we can implement the resolution. It was very hard to implement the resolution in totality, but
even
in spite
listening
of
to
that,
the Iraqi Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz lash out the United States, saying that their allegations that Iraq has weapons of mass destruction are, quote, fabrications and lies. Let's turn to a man that knows an awful lot about the strategy Tariq Aziz uses, because he's in fact the last American diplomat to meet face-to-face with Saddam Hussein. Also spent a lot of time with Tariq Aziz. Let's reintroduce you all to Joe Wilson. Welcome back, Ambassador.
Well, good to be back. Always interesting to see Tariq doing his thing out there.
Yeah, what is his thing?
Well, as I've always said about Tariq Aziz, he's very eloquent in English. He is erudite and can articulate a position very well. But my bottom line on him has always been, would you buy a used car from that man? And I personally wouldn't. He has lied to me repeatedly. He lied to me on whole questions about abiding by the Geneva Convention. We moved a bunch of Americans out of Kuwait up to Baghdad based on his assurances, not just to me, but through me to President Bush, that they would be permitted to leave the region. They got to Baghdad and could not go any further for several months, were really held in sort of diplomatic housing, we called it at the time. So you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to make this appear as a U.S. aggression or U.S.-led aggression against Iraq, even though Iraq was doing everything they could to abide by the, quote, infamous, unquote, Resolution 1441. And, of course, he's denying that they have weapons of mass destruction. We should see in the next 24, 48 hours whether they are going to use weapons of mass destruction in the battle for Baghdad.
So there is no doubt in your mind that Iraq does indeed have weapons of mass destruction.
There's certainly no doubt in my mind. They used them in the war against Iran. They used them against their Kurdish population in the aftermath of that war. They have not accounted for literally tons of both chemical and biological weaponry precursors and weaponry itself. They know how to load them into artillery shells and use them. So I think just prudence dictates that you assume that they still have them and they're fully prepared to use them. As Tariq Aziz told me, in perhaps one of his few true statements, he said to me that they reserve the right to use every weapon in their arsenal when invaded.
I got another question to ask you, and this one just came over the wires with, surprisingly enough, the Foreign Minister of France defending the fact that France is letting British and U.S. warplanes use its airspace as planes are headed into Baghdad. And he said that is a customary thing that allies should always allow for. That's sort of an unusual position for the French Foreign Minister to have to take right now, isn't it, based on everything we saw happen at the UN and all that fallout?
Well, I think the French are probably feeling the heat of both the American and the British and anger and ire at the position they took in the United Nations. So I think they're probably trying to demonstrate that they're not quite as bad as they're made out to be. But it is absolutely customary in an operation like this for the French to permit overflight clearances. It's not always that easy, either with them or with other countries en route, as we saw with Turkey, for example.
So we just got 15 seconds left. A quick reaction to the fact that Saudis have apparently offered a plan up to the Iraqis and the United States to end this war.
Well, as I said earlier, I think it's probably too little too late. We're on the outskirts of Iraq to the south, and I think that there's every intention on the part of the coalition to move forward and rid Iraq of this terrible regime.
You win the Facile Guest of the Year award here, as you've handled about every single bulletin that has been thrown my way this morning. Thanks for keeping up with us, Ambassador Joe Wilson. Always.
Flattery will get you everywhere, Paula.
Oh, will it? Oh, good to know. I'll put that in my memory bank. Take care. Also, a reminder that we're going to get Andrea Koppel on the line from the State Department, who has been working the Saudi Arabian story. The only reaction we have gotten so far is that from an unnamed State Department official who says, quote, "We're not looking for peace negotiations. We're looking for elimination of this regime." We're going to take a short break here. Coming up, we're keeping an eye on the skies over Baghdad, and we'll keep you up to date on the latest developments in the war in Iraq. Also ahead, the eyes and ears for the world. We're going to hear from some of our many reporters that are in the field with the U.S. military. CNN's special coverage of the war in Iraq continues right after this. Cost more American lives than expected. Time and again, those questions going to Ari Fleischer, and time and again his answer was the American people understand this. This is what the president said and other top officials. That is our coverage this hour. It continues right after this news alert, this wrap-up of the headlines this hour.
Everyone, and good afternoon to you. I'm Heidi Collins in CNN Center. This is what's happening at this hour. An apparent uprising in Iraq's second largest city. Reporters with coalition troops in the area say citizens of Basra are battling Iraqi forces loyal to the ruling Ba'ath Party. They add British troops just outside the city are doing what they can to help the people by firing at the Iraqi troops. Earlier in the day, British troops raided offices and seized a senior Ba'ath Party leader. On the move, despite a blinding sandstorm. You've been seeing these pictures all day from our crew with the U.S. Army's 37th Cavalry. It punched across the Euphrates River earlier today near Karbala, just about 60 miles south of Baghdad. The volatile weather is affecting the Allied air campaign, too. An Air Force official says the planned number of combat sorties had to be reduced because of the high winds that are blowing all of that sand. Wrong target. Military commanders say a U.S. fighter jet has fired a U.S. Patriot missile battery in Iraq. They report an F-16 was en route to a mission in Baghdad when it spotted the missile battery about 30 miles from Najaf in southern Iraq. No soldiers were killed or injured in that incident. Praise from the commander-in-chief. In a visit to the Pentagon, President Bush saluted the coalition's steady advance, but reiterated no one knows exactly when the war will end. Mr. Bush's biggest wartime ally is returning to the U.S. for talks at Camp David. British Prime Minister Tony Blair is due in tomorrow, the same day the president visits CENTCOM headquarters in Florida. Mr. Bush and Mr. Blair are due to compare notes on Thursday. I want to let you know, coming up in this next hour here on CNN, the challenge ahead. We'll take a look at the formidable forces U.S. troops face as they close in on Baghdad. The battle for Basra, the largest city in southern Iraq, is still very much a hot zone. We'll have the latest from the front lines. Plus, the financial price of war. How big a bite will the military campaign take out of the U.S. economy? CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Thank you, Heidi. The target is Baghdad. These are live pictures of Iraq's capital right now. We know that U.S.-led ground forces keep pushing closer to this city despite heavy winds, blowing sand, and a formidable challenge ahead. Iraq's elite Republican Guard. Also in the center of the storm, Iraqis reportedly rising up against Saddam Hussein's forces in Basra. Those reports just starting to come in. Welcome back to our continuing war coverage. I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington, along with Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City. And Wolf, we're going to get to you in just a moment. But right now, we've been reporting on those prisoners of war. The family of one of those prisoners of war, a pilot, an Apache helicopter pilot, lives in Georgia in the town of Lithia Springs. That's where we find CNN's Susan Candiotti. Susan.
Hello, Judy. We have learned from the family of Ronald Young, his parents, Ronald Young and Kay Young, that they had an update from the Army this afternoon as they are waiting for any kind of word about their son, as well as the pilot that went down with him, Chief Warrant Officer David Williams. His parents tell me they got this update from the U.S. Army that, in fact, there were two attempts to rescue both pilots after their Apache Longbow helicopter went down yesterday. And on both occasions, according to the Army, the rescue helicopters took heavy ground fire. So heavy that on the second of two occasions, one of the rescue helicopters evidently started to catch on fire, according to the U.S. Army. Also, they were told by the U.S. Army that both pilots, both Young and Williams, apparently successfully for a time were able to evade capture by the Iraqis. Evidently, the Army was able to keep track of their movements, but after a time, unfortunately, they were able to hide no more and were picked up by the Iraqis. The point being, according to the U.S. Army, they told these parents that they did everything they could to try to rescue both men, and as well that the pilots tried to do everything they could to stay out of harm's way. In the end, unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. There has been a lot of movement at the House this afternoon, a lot of visitors here. They even had a call from the governor of the state, who in fact prayed with them over the telephone. In addition, a complete stranger stopped by and presented to them a prisoner of war flag, the ones that you've commonly seen, and one of the family members came out of the house, waved it, and briefly went back inside the house then. In addition to that, the city here, the police department, offered to send a flag over to the house, and in fact there was no flagpole here per se, so they sent some workers over from the county jail, some prisoners, and in fact went over there and dug a hole in the ground, inserted a flagpole, laid the cement, and in fact one of the family members came out and wrote Ron Young's name in the wet cement. As you can see now, if we come out back here live, you can see that they are in fact have just completed putting in that flagpole and are waiting at any time now to actually put the flag up as well. So this family continues to receive, Judy, a lot of support from the community. Of course, they only wish that the two pilots had been successful in being able to get away. Judy?
Susan, is it fair to say that the Young family is getting ongoing updates from the Army, or what's your understanding?
Occasionally, yes. They've called them at least twice this day, I know, once to check in on them, and then on another occasion to provide them with this update. And they've left them the Army's phone number as well. This family can call them at any time when they want more information.
All right, Susan Candiotti from Lithia Springs, Georgia, that is in the suburbs of Atlanta. She's with the family of captured Apache pilot Ron Young. Well, before we go back to Wolf in the war zone, we want to get an update from the Pentagon from CNN's Jamie McIntyre. Jamie, I was listening to the Defense Secretary brief reporters a short time ago, and I think he was as exercised as I've seen him in the last few days when you and other reporters were asking him about managing expectations, whether expectations were perhaps raised too high going into this war, about how short it might be, how easy, and so forth. Jamie?
Well, Secretary Rumsfeld tried to make the point that he has never said on the record that this was going to be either a short or an easy war. In fact, he said on repeated occasions that it's not knowable, is his phrase, how long the war will take, or in fact, for that matter, how much it will cost. But the Pentagon was a bit on the defensive today, with some armchair generals criticizing the amount of forces the U.S. has in the region, whether or not the supply lines are protected enough, and whether or not the military campaign is already getting bogged down. The Pentagon says that's way premature, that they're much, much closer to the beginning of this campaign than the end. And Joint Chiefs Chairman General Richard Myers said that he insisted the war's on schedule and proceeding according to what he called a brilliant plan.
It seems to me that anyone with any sense of what's taking place recognizes the complexity of this task, the importance of it, the fact that we're there to eliminate the weapons of mass destruction in that country and to put in a regime that will not threaten its neighbors. These are important things to be done. They're not things that are done easily.
Now, it's clear that the blinding sandstorms that blanketed much of southern Iraq today were hampering some operations, but the U.S. insisted it wasn't slowing them down. In fact, they said they were still able to use satellite-guided bombs to soften up Republican Guard positions south of Baghdad. And in fact, CNN's Walter Rogers reported that the elements of the 7th Cavalry were able to essentially make use of the sandstorms as cover to take a key bridge, crossing the Euphrates River and then push on toward Baghdad. One big area of concern remains Basra, where it is the U.S. Alleges that members of the regime are continuing to threaten the residents there, preventing what might otherwise be a popular uprising. And the U.S. military, and particularly the British military forces there, are getting ready to try to see what they can do to deal with that situation. The U.S. has some responsibility to help the citizens of Basra, having set these chain of events in motion, and particularly since when they had an uprising in the 1991 Persian Gulf War, the U.S. did nothing to help out the citizens then. Judy?
And no question, what coalition forces are dealing with right now is the vivid memory of people who live in that area. Jamie, we want you to take care of that cough, so I'm not going to keep you very long, but one other thing I heard Secretary Rumsfeld asked was these intelligence reports, CNN has been talking about this today, that as forces get closer to Baghdad, that information or directions may have been passed by the regime to the Republican Guard, possibly to use chemical weapons.
And that remains a concern, but you know, this is why intelligence is ambiguous sometimes. I don't want to talk about the specific intelligence, but let's say, for example, they hear an order being given to troops in the field that you are authorized to use chemical weapons. They don't know whether there are actually any chemical weapons there. They don't know whether the troops who get the orders would actually use them, or whether it's all part of a psychological operations campaign to try to intimidate the U.S. military. They know the U.S. overhears these transmissions. But nevertheless, the U.S. has to take it seriously because the U.S. is convinced that Iraq does have chemical munitions, and those kinds of fragmentary intelligence pieces, sets off red flags, but it's not at all clear exactly what's going to happen. But that's the kind of intelligence they're dealing with as they're closing in the Republican Guard units.
So many questions just like that one, Jamie, that as the defense secretaries want to say are just unknowable, simply unknowable at this point. All right, our Jamie McIntyre, senior military affairs correspondent. Thank you, Jamie. And now let's quickly get back to Kuwait and to Wolf.
Thanks very much, Judy. Military officials in Washington, as well as here in the Gulf, have confirmed 39 members of the coalition fighting force have died in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Of the American troops, 12 were killed in combat, 9 in accidents. In addition, 7 U.S. troops are known to be held prisoners in Iraq. At least 6 others are missing in action. As for British casualties, 2 combat deaths are confirmed and 16 accidental deaths. Iraq has reported at least 78 civilians killed in coalition bombing raids. More wounded U.S. troops are now being treated at a medical center in Germany. A second wave landed at the Ramstein air base a short while ago. 9 of them reportedly were injured in the Gulf conflict, 5 during combat. Let's go to CNN's Gary Tuckman now. He's at an air base not far from the Iraqi border, an air base that's been incredibly busy over these past few days, though I take it, Gary, there's been somewhat of a let-up right now.
Well, Wolf, there have been 1,100 sorties here over the last 4 days, but there has been a let-up because the weather is very inclement. We've had wind gusts of up to 55 miles per hour here. The rains have been heavy at times, and we've had thunder and lightning. But there have been sorties leaving from here, and with us now is a woman fighter pilot. She flies F-16. She has just come back from Iraq in this wind, in the lightning, in the thunder. Her call sign, her nickname is Thumper. She's from Texas. The first thing I want to ask you, I think a lot of our viewers might not be aware that women are fighter pilots. They fly every airplane the Air Force has. What do people say to you when you tell them you're a fighter pilot for the Air Force?
Well, it depends on who asks me, but some people are really surprised by that, and they think it's pretty cool.
Let me ask you, your last mission, you just came back a couple of hours ago from Iraq. A lot of people also may not realize that F-16 pilots fly by themselves. You're the only one on that plane. You drop the bombs, you fly the plane. Where did you go and what did you do?
We went up into northern Iraq in support of some of the Army forces, and they were calling us in with our JDAM series targets, our GPS-guided weapons, to put the bombs on a road intersection, which was right in the middle of an engagement they were having with the enemy. And they said that the bombs that we put into that place actually ended up ending the conflict there.
Your bombs actually destroyed the road between the enemy and the coalition troops?
Yeah, that's right. It destroyed the road and probably added a little discouragement to the enemy's fight.
How did it make you feel when you knew it was a successful drop?
It was a really good feeling inside to know that we had helped support the ground troops. I know those guys are working really hard. They're getting less sleep, less comfortable than we are, and my job is to be out there to support them and to help them stay alive. So it was a very good feeling.
Thumper, this is incredible, but you told me that your aircraft, your F-16 fighter, was just struck by lightning while it was flying to Iraq.
Yeah, that's right.
You're laughing about it.
Well, it's kind of funny because I never thought that would happen to me, but yeah, it got struck.
What happened?
Nothing really. It knocked out my threat warning system, and that was a little bit stressful, but everything else was okay. So
your threat warning system tells you if there are missiles being fired at you or anti-aircraft artillery. I mean, isn't that dangerous?
It can be. However, we fly with other wingmen, so
another plane in front of you.
Yeah, another plane is with you, and so I just told him that that mine had been knocked out, and I was just going to react to threats as he did. So
your first mission in this war was the day after the war started. Did you have butterflies? Were you scared?
I wouldn't say scared. I know that I've been trained well to do my job, so I wasn't scared. I have a strong faith in God, and so I trust Him, and I have a peace about that. I pray before every mission, and I put it in His hands, and I know that that my life is His. So
you talk about your faith in God. Do you find that ever conflicts with the fact that when you're in war, it's violent, people get killed?
I don't think so. I know a lot of people find those to be contradictory, but I believe that God's put me in this job, and the scripture says that you should work at everything as though you're working for God, and that's what I do.
Thumper, how does it make you feel being here right now? The final question for you.
You know, nobody really wants to go to war, but it's our job as fighter pilots to be prepared to do that, and no fighter pilot wants to get left behind when a war's going on. So it feels great to be here supporting the mission, doing my real job, and doing what I've been trained to do.
Bumper, F-16 fighter pilot, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I want to tell you that another F-16 fighter pilot, not Bumper, had an accident of sorts today. Nobody was hurt, nobody was killed, but this pilot accidentally dropped munitions on a Patriot missile battery in southern Iraq. And that raises two important issues. Number one, how did that happen? A Patriot missile is what's used by the coalition to stop Iraqi missiles. But number two, the other issue we have learned, there are now Patriot missiles in southern Iraq. They've been moved there after the ground troops got there. Wolf, back to you.
You know, it's a pretty important development, official confirmation by coalition forces that Patriot air defense missiles, which can be mobile, of course, have been moved this rapidly into southern Iraq to protect U.S. troops and British troops as they move towards Baghdad. The Patriot, I have to tell you, Gary, has been extremely successful, the new generation, in shooting down missiles that have been coming in towards Kuwait, whether the El Samud missiles or the other missiles. So far, no reports of any Scud missiles, but unlike 12 years ago, where the Patriot got a lot of publicity but really wasn't very effective, this time they appear to be more effective. Are you getting that sense at the air base where you are as well? I know you've taken in several Iraqi missiles where you are. Unfortunately, we lost Gary Tuckman, but he is, he'll get to answer that question on another occasion. Thanks very much, Gary. And from the land to the sea, this war is being fought from all directions. CNN's Kira Phillips is aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, an aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf, and she just filed this report.
Flight operations continue here on the USS Abraham Lincoln, an extreme focus on the troops on the ground in Iraq. A lot of concern about the safety of the troops, a lot of concern about the POWs. Strike fighter pilots here want to prevent any type of additional POW situations. The mission CAS, Close Air Support. These are the missions that are taking place through the day, through the night. Lieutenant Commander Scott Snow has been flying these missions throughout the day today. We're going to talk about the most recent one that he had. The CAS mission that you had, the objective today with regard to protecting the troops on the ground as they've been moving into Iraq.
Yes, today we were basically heading just north of one of the southern cities and clearing a path for our troops to work their way up towards Baghdad.
Tell me how that, we're going to pause for just a minute. Had a Prowler safely land there, coming back from flight operations as they continue. Tell me the communication that goes on between you and the troops, the forward air control, the facts on the ground, and how you communicate and how you try to prevent a potential threat to the troops on the ground.
Well, we talked to the forward air controller. He tells us where the friendlies are, the threats, the enemy order of battle, the targets he would like taken out, descriptions, a lat long, and any restrictions for the run-ins, and what types of ordnance he would like to use on that. If he has any marks, artillery rounds or anything he could throw into the area to show us a little closer where it is, and then we'll go ahead and prosecute targets on his approval at that point.
I have to ask you, when the news came out about the POWs, how did it affect you personally? How did it affect the other pilots here on the USS Abraham Lincoln?
Well, at first it angered me quite a bit, and it still does. And it also steeled my resolve to be there until the very last bullet is expended and the very last drop of my gas is expended to protect the guys and the lives of the guys on the ground.
So will these close air support missions continue, and will they increase?
Yes, they'll continue. They'll increase. It's better for us to come and take the targets out from a more survivable position up at anywhere from 5 to 10 to 20,000 feet instead of the helicopters down low where they're vulnerable to a AAA fire.
Lieutenant Commander Scott Snow, thank you very much. So the flight operations will continue here off the USS Abraham Lincoln. Extreme focus on protecting the troops on the ground. Weather, of course, has become a problem. The sandstorms kicking up in Iraq, also storms out here in the Persian Gulf. Lightning and rain has been taking place, but it doesn't stop the missions that come off of this carrier. It also doesn't prevent one moment, please, as we have a landing coming in here. A Prowler landing here on the USS Abraham Lincoln. Once again, the weather not affecting the dropping of ordnance, the JDAMs, the GPS-guided weapons. The advantage of those weapons is that they can combat any type of weather. Flight operations once again continuing off the USS Abraham Lincoln. I'm Kira Phillips. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Kira Phillips, aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. Only within the past few minutes, really, and more explosions have rocked Baghdad. More explosions being heard. Sirens had gone off earlier. Now more explosions, presumably more U.S. bombs hitting selected targets in and around the Iraqi capital. You're looking at a picture. Looks relatively quiet right now. Looks very quiet. But only within the past few minutes, eyewitnesses are now reporting more explosions in Baghdad. We had been told by U.S. military officials the air campaign would continue. There would be no let-up. They're now suggesting, the U.S. military, we heard this at the Pentagon only a few minutes ago, that 50% of the targets now are the so-called elite Republican Guard targets, plenty of them in and around Baghdad. U.S. military officials saying they're going to continue to try to pound those Republican Guard units, especially as the U.S. and British forces begin to make their final move on the Iraqi capital. They're about 60 miles or so outside right now. Judy?
Thank you, Wolf. And as we watch those live pictures of Baghdad and watch to see what kind of action there is going on, we want to tell you the U.S. 7th Cavalry crosses the Euphrates River in the direction of Baghdad. Up next, we ride along with CNN's Walter Rogers as the Army's 3/7th battles stiff resistance and blowing sand. Also ahead, the military strategy behind Operation Iraqi Freedom, how the Pentagon is responding to criticism that U.S. war planners may have miscalculated.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Today, the cost of war. President Bush asks Congress for $75 billion. CNN's Walter Rogers is embedded with the 3/7 as a swirling sandstorm hampers fighting. Wolf Blitzer looks at war fatigue tonight, live at 5 Eastern. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Northland's 100% juice.
Northland Cranberry Grape has the refreshing goodness of 4 times as much cranberry juice as their cran grape juice drink.
And Northland is refreshing.
Northland 100% juice. Northland 100% juice, 100% refreshing.
How do you invest to help secure your future? You start with your dreams. And Edward Jones.
My life, my world, it all begins with a dream.
Edward Jones.
Think all mortgage lenders are the same? Think again. At ditech.com, there are 2 fast and easy ways to apply for a second mortgage 24 hours, 7 days a week. You can pick up the telephone and call our toll-free number or apply online at ditech.com. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with Ditech's no closing cost option. Use the money to pay off credit card debt, whatever you want. Ditech.com. There is a difference. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
CNN Tonight at 7 updates on efforts to reach U.S. POWs, plus new concerns about Iraq's chemical weapons as the coalition advances on Baghdad. Join CNN's team of correspondents live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
We're watching activity in Baghdad, and while we do, we want to tell you Marines battling for control of the bridges in the southern city of Nasiriyah face stiff resistance from Iraqi paramilitary groups today. For some perspective on all this, let's turn to our Miles O'Brien. He's with retired Air Force General Don Shepard. Hi, Miles.
Hello, Judy. Thank you very much. You know, if you're going to fight on the ground, you have to encounter bridges somewhere along the way. A lot of bridges between where the 3/7 Cavalry and the rest of the U.S. forces are now and their ultimate destination, downtown Baghdad. Take a look at this map. We have the city laid out for you here. Don Shepard, walk me through it. How many bridges, first of all, in this city alone?
Well, in this map that we've got right here, 13 major bridges in downtown Baghdad, including the expressway bridge over here. The 3 bridges down here attaching East Baghdad to West Baghdad and the presidential palace area here.
All right, let's show one technique. This is just one possible way that U.S. forces might sees a bridge that might be defended by Iraqis. Let's take a look at the animation. Here's your bridge. Typical scenario there. That's kind of a narrow bridge. It doesn't really matter for this scenario that we're laying out here. This would be representing M1A1 tanks coming toward the bridge, firing.
Yeah, here's the problem with approaching a bridge. You have to bundle up and line up to go across that bridge. Makes you very vulnerable to fire from the other side. Potentially chemical weapons, too, if you're having to glom together like that. As we turn in the other direction, what you'll see are these Iraqi tanks that are kind of fortified there. They have berms in front of them, artillery behind them, firing back. And then they go with the smoke screen. Tell us about that. The idea of the smoke screen is to obscure the oncoming forces that are firing at you from being able to see you. And so they're putting up smoke screens, just like downtown Baghdad, to keep them being shot at.
Does it work, though?
It works both ways. It obscures you, but it also obscures them. So it makes the targets invisible to them as well.
All right, here's an F-16. He comes in, he wants to identify his target, and he's got a big bunch of smoke. What does he do?
Can't see through the smoke. Can't see through the smoke, so we've got some techniques. This is just one we're going to show you, not giving away tactics.
All right, somewhere nearby, a mile away or so, who knows?
We can put down special forces out of a helicopter with combat control teams that can mark targets for the F-16.
All right, we'll show you how you do that. Somebody has laser designator here. It's I guess a telescope with some oomph behind it.
Yeah, he uses the laser designator, and what he does is convert what he sees and his laser to coordinates, and he relays those coordinates for satellite-assisted bombs up to the F-16.
All right, up it goes to the F-16. All of a sudden he has coordinates. He's got a rack full of bombs, JDAMs we call them, which have the ability to be guided in by satellite, the Global Positioning System.
Indeed.
That's what we're depicting here. So
therefore,
off they go.
He's now got the coordinates. He drops on the coordinates that were relayed to him by the forward air controller, and there go the tanks.
Mission successful. Now, it raises the question about the smoke. Why bother?
Well, the smoke does inhibit certain things. It does, if you're looking at targets visually, trying to pick up targets visually, the human eye can't see the smoke. On the other hand, we know that smoke and sand and blowing dust is a problem on every battlefield. We have things that can see through it. We know how to operate through this. It's not going to help downtown Baghdad.
John Shepard, General, retired, U.S. Air Force. Thanks very much. Judy.
All right, Miles, thank you very much. In just a moment, we're told we have some pictures coming into us from Dover Air Force Base, and we'll take you there just as soon as we can. In the meantime, there's going to be a news conference there by an Air Force official, and we will take you there. Of course, that is where the remains of U.S. soldiers who have been killed in the fighting in Iraq, either by killed in action or killed in accidents, their remains being brought back to the United States at Dover. Meantime, we want to turn to New York City, to the United Nations, where the UN Security Council is tomorrow set to convene to debate the war in Iraq. Let's go to our Richard Roth at the UN. Richard?
Judy, this had been foreseen by many diplomats, but it is finally going to take place, a so-called emergency urgent Security Council meeting tomorrow, 3 o'clock in the afternoon New York time, likely to spill over into Thursday. The Arab group that happens to be led by Iraq at this current time called for the meeting from the Security Council, has now been granted. Dozens of speakers. It takes us back to the meetings we had before diplomacy collapsed here, but the countries that are lining up are likely to back Iraq in their call for withdrawal of U.S. troops and to stop the aggression against the Iraqi people. There are also likely to be calls citing humanitarian concerns in various Iraqi cities. Also today, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan had a visitor from Washington, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. The two talked about the humanitarian situation, post-conflict, post-war Iraq, and a variety of issues here. This is the first time we've seen Condoleezza Rice here inside the UN building in the last few months, when she's paid calls on Chief Weapons Inspector Hans Blix at the U.S. mission or nearby. The meetings were not advised in publicly, but this time you see Rice and Secretary General Annan together. Kofi Annan was not necessarily in favor of this conflict at this time. He thought there should have been more weeks given to the weapons inspectors. Judy, back to you.
Richard, very quickly, I know you're talking to diplomats at the UN all the time. What are they saying about the progress of the war?
Those who didn't want this war are saying, we told you so, that there are big problems, the U.S. is going to get bogged down. Others are preferring to take a wait-and-see approach.
Okay, Richard Roth being very succinct. Thank you, Richard. We appreciate that. And now to Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait. Wolf.
Thanks, Judy. We're going to go to Dr. Sanjay Gupta, our CNN medical correspondent. He's embedded with a special unit of medical doctors. They're dubbed the Devil Docs. You're somewhere in Iraq right now, Sanjay. We don't want to get very specific. Actually, Sanjay is not available right now. We're going to get to Sanjay in a few minutes. But in the meantime, I want to go to Dover Air Force Base in Dover, Delaware. There's a briefing underway right now. This is the base where killed in action almost always arrive back in the United States first.
Is just to really kind of lay out what happens here at Dover Air Force Base, what we do with the mortuary, and how we fit into the equation. I can tell you that we have the Department of Defense's only continental United States mortuary, the only mortuary within the contiguous United States. What happened this morning is the fact that we received the first remains out of the first fatalities out of Operation Iraqi Freedom. At approximately 5:45 this morning, a KC-10 tanker flown by the Air Mobility Command landed here at Dover Air Force Base. It taxied onto the parking spot, and the wing chaplain and myself were out there standing at attention. Plane pulled up, it stopped, it shut down its engines. We put a small contingent of personnel on board. I say small contingent. We basically had the another colonel, Colonel Chuck Smiley, my services squadron commander, the mortuary director, go on board and brief the crew as to what would happen, along with the head of our honor guard. Once they were ready, once we checked that the transfer cases were covered with the flags in a proper method, we opened the cargo door, and we proceeded to download the transfer cases on our the loader, the high lift that we have. Before downloading, the wing chaplain and I that had been standing out there to greet the airplane went on board, and we said a prayer for the fallen, our fallen comrades and their families. At that point, the chaplain and I went down and joined a small honor cordon at the base of the aircraft, the base of the loader, and we took the two flag draped transfer cases off of the loader and proceeded to take them to the mortuary. Our goal here is to process the remains, to identify the remains, and to prepare them for the expeditious shipment to their loved ones. We view our role here as one. It's a very short stop, a quick stop in the journey home. We don't want to slow down the process, but it's a process that we take very, very seriously. It's a zero defect process, and our goal is to get the sons and daughters, brothers and sisters home to their loved ones, where they can be accorded the proper honors at that point in time. At this point, I think we'd like to go. And
so that's it. That's the briefing they're giving now at Dover Air Force Base. That's where the U.S. military has the mortuary, the initial stop for those killed in action. Then they'll be transferred. The remains will be transferred to their loved ones, where they will be buried. Judy, this is a sad part of the job, but there are military morticians who have to do it, part of the mission that they've undertaken.
No question, Wolf. Very, very, very sad and difficult part of this war and its aftermath. Wolf, we've been talking today about, in the last few hours in particular, about what appears to be a popular uprising, maybe a popular uprising against the Ba'ath regime, the Saddam Hussein government, in the southern Iraqi city of Basra. Now, British forces are there, and embedded among them is British journalist Richard Gaisford. He's with us now on the telephone. Richard, do you want to describe for us what you're seeing and what you've seen?
Well, Judy, right now there is the most unbelievable night show over the city of Basra. Not only artillery going in and illumination flares over the city, but also the most amazing electrical storm as well, high winds and very heavy rain. So it is a very surreal evening here, and it started a little earlier this evening for us when we heard artillery fire coming from the location we are at with the Royal Scots Dragoons Guards. They are part of the famous Desert Rats, the 7th Armored Brigade. And we heard that going in. We asked what was happening. We were told that there was a popular uprising in the center of Basra, and that Iraqi troops, units of troops based in that city, were now firing upon the protesters. So the fire coming in from the British locations, it was to take out those army units, to take out the ammunition and the artillery that was there firing on those people, which was also firing, we're told, on British troops on the edge of the city as well.
Richard, we know that, or we're told that many of these Iraqi units may be dressed as civilians, so this is a matter of figuring out who they are from afar, I guess based on whatever weapons they're firing.
And this is one reason why the British troops aren't going in tonight. We had expected them to go in pretty much as soon as an artillery barrage had finished. The decision, I think, has been taken by the brigade not to go in tonight, because that may well cause confusion amongst the civilians, the citizens of Basra. The fear is that they would see tanks and armored vehicles streaming into the city and not know who they belong to. They might well have thought that they were Iraqi tanks coming in to reinforce the city. So they may well go in at first light when people there can see that it's friendly forces that are coming in to help them and support them in this uprising. And one thing that has happened tonight in the last few hours, quite important I would imagine, a 2,000-pound bomb has been dropped onto the Ba'ath Party headquarters. It's been on the Ba'ath Party headquarters. It's totally destroyed. This was a guided missile, we're told, dropped probably by an F-18. I'm still unclear on the exact details of that. Probably a JDAM missile, and it has totally destroyed the Ba'ath Party headquarters right here in Basra.
Richard, we're talking with Richard Gayford, British journalist there with British forces in Basra, in the city in the south of Iraq. Richard, one other thing, the troops you're talking to, are they sounding confident that they're going to be able to get control of the situation?
It's very difficult off the record. I think they want to get in there as quickly as possible to sort this out. I think they've been sitting on the edge of this, not being able to attack, because the political will is no civilian casualties. I think that changed this morning. The British decided that Basra was a military objective for them, and this perhaps is it, the start of it. And the public uprising, the popular uprising, perhaps has given them just that spur to make their move a little quicker.
All right, Richard Gayford reporting again. He is embedded with the British troops that are trying to make a move on the city of Basra, but as you just heard him describe, you have Iraqi forces firing on their own people to prevent a popular uprising. Clearly an area we're going to keep a close watch on, Wolf.
A very important part of this story. Another part of this story, of course, is the fact that the U.S. military has to deal with injuries. U.S. troops, British troops, other troops, as well as Iraqi forces. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, our CNN medical correspondent, is embedded with a special unit of U.S. military doctors. They're called the Devil Dogs. He's joining us now from somewhere inside Iraq. Sanjay, how busy are those doctors right now?
It is just continuous, Wolf. I'll tell you. You can see behind me just how busy it is. We're in an area called the jump ward. This is where a lot of patients come, some of the patients who aren't as critically wounded as to need an operation. But I can assure you it is very busy. This particular ward actually separated into two parts. One side are the Iraqi soldiers who come here for treatment, and the other side, coalition force soldiers. There are about 10 Iraqi soldiers here right now, and about 6 coalition force soldiers, all being treated, busy all the time, 24 hours a day. And no one knows that better, really, than Dr. John Eaker, Lieutenant Commander, U.S. Navy, one of the Devil Docs. We know today you got a little bit of a reprieve because of the sandstorm. Nothing was coming in, but how busy has it been?
Well, it's been real busy. Last night we had a group of 7 casualties come in at once. One of those required an operation. We removed his spleen and required chest tube repair of his diaphragm. Another patient had a very severe injury to his arm requiring an amputation. Then several others were triaged through our shock trauma platoon.
Hey, a question. Were you surprised at how many of your patients are Iraqi versus coalition forces?
Yes, I am. I knew we'd be taking care of some of those, but I didn't know to this degree.
Yeah. This place is amazing. It's totally mobile, which means you're going to be moving likely with the frontline troops as they move closer to Baghdad. What are your concerns, first of all, professionally, resource-wise?
Well, our supplies are definitely a big issue. We travel light and only have a limited supply and resupply. So we only have a limited capacity, and certainly we have the ability to get resupplied, but those connections are sometimes tough to get.
And you know, one thing, you're a doctor, I'm a doctor. Personally speaking, you know, you're in harm's way. We're in harm's way now, and maybe even more so as you move closer to the front line. What goes through your mind as you're thinking about this?
Well, we just try to keep our head down and stay out of the way, and we have faith in the Marines that are in front of us, that they are securing the area for us and keeping us safe.
All right. From Texas, you got anybody you want to say hi to?
Well, I'd love to say hello to my wife Janet and daughter Olivia.
Hasn't seen them in over 6 weeks. Well, I've been working very hard. I've seen it happening 24-hour stretches, just like residency, quite honestly, but very, very busy and very, very successful outcomes for these patients here, Wolf.
These are all Navy doctors, right, Sanjay?
That's right. The Marine Corps doesn't have a separate medical corps, so the U.S. Navy does supply doctors, and they call them the Devil Docs, sort of a colloquialism, but that is the name some give them. Dr. Eaker, who you just met, is a general surgeon. He practices back stateside, but he is here now supporting the troops medically.
So he's a reservist. Sanjay, a lot of our viewers know you're a medical doctor yourself. You're not only a medical doctor, you have a specialty. You're a neurosurgeon. If they need your help, presumably, you're ready to help out in an emergency. That's your ethical responsibility, right?
That's exactly right, Wolf. In fact, that's something I thought about and actually talked about with the doctors when I got here. They don't have a neurosurgeon here. If a head injury or something like that were to come in, I certainly would be willing and happy to help out and assist. There's a gentleman over here who has an injury to his neck. I was helping actually look at his neck a little earlier today. Absolutely, Wolf, the answer to your question, both an ethical and medical responsibility to do just that. Wolf?
All right, Sanjay, let's hope you don't have to get involved in that. My suspicion is you might at some point down the road. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, he's embedded with the U.S. Marines, the Navy doctors, the so-called Devil Docs. They're right now performing medical treatment for U.S. and Iraqi enemy troops somewhere in Iraq. Thanks very much, Sanjay. Be careful where you are. Let's go back to Judy in Washington.
Thanks, Wolf. It is fascinating to get a look inside those medical units, unlike anything we in the media have been able to do before. One of the challenges we've been telling you facing coalition forces as they get closer to Baghdad have been these very fierce sandstorms. When we come back in just a moment, we're going to talk about how long this is supposed to last.
Tonight, families of POWs plus journalist Bob Simon, an Iraqi Gulf War prisoner. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Prices below Blue Book, only at Wallingford Buick GMC Used Car and Truck Outlet. Over 100 certified program direct and inspected vehicles priced below Blue Book. This 03 Century, $15,990. This 03 LeSabre, $19,940. This 02 Regal, $14,980. This 2000 Ford Taurus Wagon, $89,10. This 95 Yukon, $14,940. Or this 99 Pontiac Grand Prix, $79,995. All prices below Blue Book, only at the Used Car and Truck Outlet at Wallingford Buick GMC, Route 5, Wallingford.
Griffin Hospital has again been named one of the 100 best companies to work for in America by Fortune magazine. We provide the type of patient-centered care that nurses dream of, but rarely experience. Our unique environment, commitment to primary nursing, and low patient-to-nurse ratios allow nurses to practice real nursing, and they can see the difference on their patients' faces. Griffin Hospital, changing the face of healthcare in so many ways.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
As our reporters have been telling us throughout this day, a violence of a different sort, of fierce sandstorms sweeping across the Iraqi desert, causing a variety of problems for U.S. forces. Wind gusts reach 100 miles an hour in some areas, cutting visibility to just a few feet and causing U.S. military convoys literally to grind to a halt. For the latest on the storm's status and how long it's going to go on, let's join CNN meteorologist Orlin Sidney. She's at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Hi, Orlin.
Judy, thanks a lot. It's going to be a long night and probably a long morning, too, across parts of the east. I've got some good news, though. The storm is moving fast, but I wanted to show you what the latest current conditions are showing. In Kuwait, thunderstorm in progress. You've got 29-mile-an-hour winds, but because of the rain, you're not going to see much dust kicked up there. That's good news for you, at least for now. Head into northern Saudi Arabia. You're going to see the winds up around 30 miles an hour and also blowing sand and blowing dust. In Baghdad and most of Iraq, we do not have reports coming out. Nothing is getting out of there right now, so it's very difficult to see what's actually happening there. Head on to the east. Back of the storm system now starting to come on to the coast. This is the cold air, and it's raining and snowing in Amman. 18 winds out of the southwest at 18, but notice these very gusty winds continue across parts of northern Saudi Arabia. This is the surface area of low pressure. The upper low is back here, but this is what we expect it to continue to do through the evening. The sand and the dust will continue pushing eastward. Whether or not it's going to be strong enough to cut visibilities in Kuwait City is a pretty good question. Right now it continues to rain. As we move into tomorrow, cold front continues to push into Iran. You'll see quite a bit of winds to the south, and these winds back from the north and west that usually cause the sand problem should be dying down tomorrow, so things will look a lot better by late Wednesday into Thursday. Judy.
Orlin, just quickly, when the rain comes along, it completely gets rid of the sand problem? Is that the way it works?
Usually the rain is going to come ahead of the cold front, and so you're going to get the showers and thunderstorms with the southwesterly winds. As the front passes by, you get the winds to switch around to the north and west, and that's when the sand comes in. We may not even see it make it as far south as Kuwait City. Hopefully they're going to stay out of the sand and dust.
All right, Orlin Sidney at the weather board there in Atlanta. Thank you very much. Well, we want to tell you that the U.S. effort to secure Iraq's port city of Qasr for shipments of humanitarian aid is going to include the use of something you don't normally associate with war, and that is trained dolphins. The U.S. Navy is bringing in these dolphins to search for mines in the waters around Qasr. The dolphins are trained to locate floating mines and to attach clamps to them for mine-sweeping ships later to hook onto. Now, we're told that no mines have been found in the water so far, but the Navy reports finding hundreds of mines on Iraqi boats. So, Wolf, this war is bringing together all sorts of things that probably some of us didn't think about.
That's right. We didn't think about that. In the meantime, Judy, the journalists embedded with coalition forces have of course, become by now a fixture in the news media's coverage of this war. But many reporters in the region are still waiting for permission to cover the battlefield firsthand. We get more now from CNN's Gordon Robeson.
Unilateral is what the U.S. military calls journalists who aren't embedded. And there are more than 1,500 of them here in Kuwait. They go to briefings, they watch the war on TV, and a lot of them are frustrated.
We will open the border as soon as the situation becomes safe enough. But right now, just because we have secured a military objective does not mean that we have cleaned up every last individual bad person.
Some have made the trip to Iraq with tragic consequences. British journalist Terry Lloyd died in southern Iraq during the first days of the war. Relying on images from the front isn't enough for some. David Ignatius spent Saturday in southern Iraq.
Embedded reporters are doing a great job, but they inevitably see the world through the focus of the unit that they're assigned to, and they can't do that sampling that's looking widely, talking to many people that journalists do. That's the basic part of our craft.
Many are ready to move once the border opens.
Everybody has loaded their cars with petrol and everything, so I think everybody's waiting for that moment to get up. But if the whole bulk of journalists tries to get up, I think it's going to be extremely dangerous for all of them.
Kuwait's government doesn't want people in the north of the country, and the U.S. military says it wants access to the war zone tightened.
I think, if journalists exercise good judgment and are prepared to take the risk, this is our job. This is what we should do.
It's partly a clash of cultures. The military doesn't want journalists going to Iraq with or without an escort until it's safe to do so. When will it be safe? The journalists and the military seem to have different views. Gordon Robeson, CNN, Kuwait.
Just ahead, some of the family members of American troops held captive or missing in Iraq will speak out. But first, the major U.S. markets will wrap up Tuesday trading at the top of the hour. Let's get an update now from CNN's Rhonda Schaffler at the New York Stock Exchange. Rhonda, the market was up earlier, but reacting to domestic news in the last hour or so.
That's right, Judy. I mean, at this point, the markets will close up, and the general theme here is that investors are encouraged by the lack of serious setbacks for the Allied forces in Iraq. But stocks, it doesn't look like they will close at their best levels of the session. That is because we did see the market pull back on word the Senate voted to scale back President Bush's tax cut plan. Concerns there about the cost of war are weighing on Capitol Hill as lawmakers decided unexpectedly to slash the proposal by more than half to about $350 billion, and that means the president's plan to eliminate what it calls the double taxation on stock dividends could be put to rest. As far as what the market is doing here, as we wait for the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 73 points. NASDAQ is up 1.5%. Airline stocks performing well here after Senate Majority Leader Bill Frist said he expects Congress to pass an aid package to help the ailing industry. Major carriers say their already sour financial condition is worsening because of the war in Iraq. Airline stocks, many of which are trading near all-time lows, are getting a boost on hopes that assistance will enable some of the major carriers to avoid bankruptcy. Shares of AMR, parent of American Airlines, biggest U.S. air carrier, soaring about 10%. That is the very latest from Wall Street. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues after this break.
CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. Today, the cost of war. President Bush asks Congress for $75 billion. CNN's Walter Rogers is embedded with the 3-7 as a swirling sandstorm hampers fighting. Wolf Blitzer looks at war fatigue tonight, live at 5 Eastern. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Announcing non-drowsy allergy medicine you can take right when you need it. It's Alavert. New Alavert starts dissolving the instant it touches your tongue without water. So Alavert is non-drowsy relief you can take inside, outside, in your car, wherever you are. Get prescription-strength, non-drowsy, 24-hour relief. Even Claritin can't beat. New quick-dissolving Alavert. Allergy medicine you can take right when you need it, wherever you are.
Applying for a second mortgage is fast and easy with Ditech.com.
One of the things that we liked about Ditech were the competitive rates and closing costs. In addition, we were able to take a second mortgage, which is very convenient.
If you need cash to consolidate bills or pay off high-interest credit cards, apply now for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option from Ditech.com.
I recommend Ditech to everyone. They're really nice people to work with.
Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
CNN Tonight at 7 updates on efforts to reach U.S. POWs, plus new concerns about Iraq's chemical weapons as the coalition advances on Baghdad. Join CNN's team of correspondents live from the front lines. CNN Tonight, 7 Eastern.
It's been a tough day for the coalition side of the war in Iraq. We catch up now with the most significant developments in the military action with CNN's Renee San Miguel.
Recapping developments in the past few hours. 1:25 a.m. CNN's Christian Amanpour reports that the strategic city of Basra, a key entry point for humanitarian aid, is now considered a legitimate military target, according to British military officials. They say the hope is to wear down Iraqi forces, which have pulled back to the populated areas of the city. 3:38 a.m. Darren Kagan reports from Kuwait that relief agencies have begun shipping food to Iraq, which will be shipped in as quickly as possible. 5:26 a.m. Iraq's information minister says Iraq is down 3 U.S. helicopters in recent fighting, but offers no proof. He says 16 Iraqi civilians were killed and 91 injured in the last day and night of bombing in Baghdad. 5:44. CNN's Walter Rogers, traveling with the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, says elements of the 7th Cav have crossed the Euphrates River through a fierce sandstorm and under Iraqi fire. 6 a.m. The British military says the city of Qasr and its port are now firmly under coalition control. 7 a.m. British Prime Minister Tony Blair announces he'll visit the U.S. tomorrow to meet with President Bush and UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. 8:45 a.m. Dr. Sanjay Gupta with the Marine Devil Docs says 2 huge medical tents have been blown over by fierce sandstorms. 9 a.m. U.S. Central Command says trenches in Baghdad are being filled with oil and set aflame in an apparent attempt to provide cover against coalition attacks.
There is no doubt that every minute of this war is weighing on the families of coalition forces, and that may be especially true for the relatives of those captured or missing Americans. 5 soldiers from Fort Bliss, Texas were captured in an ambush in southern Iraq. They are Army Specialist Shoshana Johnson, Private First Class Patrick Miller, Specialist Joseph Hudson and Edgar Hernandez, and Sergeant James Riley. And 2 U.S. pilots were captured when their Apache helicopter went down in Iraq. Chief Warrant Officers Ronald D. Young of Lithia Springs, Georgia, and David Williams from Orlando, Florida. We are identifying 4 of at least 6 U.S. troops known to be missing in action. They are Private First Class Lori Pistawa of Tuba City, Arizona, Sergeant Donald Walters of Salem, Oregon, Private First Class Jessica Lynch of Palestine, West Virginia, and Private Brandon Sloan of Bedford Heights, Ohio. These are the most difficult of times for the families of those American troops now being held captive or missing in Iraq, and today some of those family members are speaking out.
Well, at first, I felt like I didn't know whether he was alive or not, and that was a real big question for me. And as I went through the day, I said, well, he's got to be. I just feel like that's probably not him in the helicopter, and I convinced myself that it wasn't his. You know, that he had 1 out of 6 chances for it to be. But then the Army came up and told us, you know, the bad news, that it was his helicopter. I had this sinking feeling, and I didn't know where. They wouldn't give me any information, really, so I didn't know whether he was alive or dead. He was just missing.
He seemed to be in good spirits, and, you know, I'm sure he doesn't like being there, but I'm sure, you know, the situation, he'll make the best of it.
No, I found out Sunday morning at 8 o'clock. I was searching for a cartoon station for a daughter, and I came across Telemundo. And Telemundo had information on the prisoners, their names, their unit, age, and race. As I said, African-American female, 30, her name is Shauna, and she was in 507 maintenance. That can only be one person that I know of. How many 30-year-old named Shoshana, or they said Shauna as a matter of fact, named Shauna, that is 507 maintenance. It's got to be my daughter.
He had mentioned that he had a premonition that he wasn't going to make it this time. And that was kind of hard to deal with. So I told him that I thought it was going to be okay, and that they would watch out for him, and that everything would work out, but it hasn't. He's turned up missing.
It's tough, but we have each other, we have our family and our friends, and we pray. And we just take it day by day, and if we have to, minute by minute.
Just unimaginably hard for those families, and we are so grateful to them to be willing to talk to us about what they are going through right now as they worry about their loved ones. There's much more ahead. The sandstorms that are slowing the drive to Baghdad. Question, will those winds soon die down? Our forecast is coming up. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now with a look at the headlines this hour.
Good afternoon, everyone, from the CNN Center. I'm Heidi Collins, and here is what's happening at this hour. Iraq is denying reports that a revolt is underway in the southern city of Basra. Journalists on the scene report some Iraqis in Basra are rising up against Saddam Hussein's ruling Ba'ath Party. British gunners reportedly fired at Iraqis trying to put down the revolt and took out a mortar. A pounding sandstorm didn't stop.
It has and it has not interrupted operations. We'll tell you more as we go. The Army and the Marines have been pressing hard today. Some of them are within 50 or 60 miles of Baghdad, which may still be a long way to go. Here is roughly where U.S. forces are. The Army is already making contact with Iraq's Republican Guard near the city of Karbala. There's been heavy fighting between U.S. and Iraqi forces near the city of Najaf. More than 100 Iraqis, we told, may have been killed. No word yet on U.S. casualties. And as best we can tell, the Marines are advancing cautiously up a highway towards Al-Hilal. 500,000 Iraqis live there, and farther east toward the city of Al-Qut, which is almost 400,000 people there. And much, much farther south tonight, there is fighting, much of it artillery exchanges between the Iraqis and British forces. British officers say there appears to be a civilian uprising against Saddam Hussein's ruling Ba'ath Party officials in Basra. There is no confirmation about chaos in the city, but the British say that Iraqis are shelling targets in the city, including the ruling party's headquarters, and the British are shelling the Iraqis. Iraqi television is still on the air. They broadcast a statement from Saddam Hussein today. He urged peasants and his paramilitary guerrillas, the Fedayeen, to kill the American invaders whatever way they can. From the very beginning, the U.S. has owned the skies. Widespread bombing again today, somewhat hampered by the weather. And the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said today the United States has now taken 3,500 Iraqi prisoners, and many thousands of others are leaving their units. And here is the summary line of the day from Mr. Rumsfeld.
We're still, needless to say, much closer to the beginning than the end.
So now for a completely full report on this, we go to ABC's John McCarthy at the Pentagon. John, fill in the detail, if you would.
Peter, as you said, another day of heavy fighting on a number of fronts, and some of it at close quarters because of this raging sandstorm. Weather is taking a toll. Most helicopters were grounded, intelligence gathering more difficult. For many, the sandstorm today was paralyzing. ABC's Mike Saray is with the Marines.
Our Marine unit has been stopped in its tracks by the weather. Winds had to be at least 70, 80 miles an hour. Visibility 2 feet at most. There was no way we could possibly move.
Sources tell ABC News American forces are using the sandstorm as a natural smokescreen to secretly move thousands of troops. Military sources say these troops will be positioned to attack Iraqi forces from directions the Iraqis had not anticipated. U.S. and British forces also use the sandstorm to bring up reinforcements, fuel, ammunition, and to rest troops in anticipation of the major battle ahead. It's not all about maneuver. Coalition troops hit Republican Guard positions with artillery and satellite-guided bombs today.
We have the flexibility to be able to refocus additional air power who can use the kinds of precision weapons that aren't hampered by the weather in order to continue to strike these targets.
Sources say critical parts of this war are invisible, with CIA agents and special operations soldiers working in and around Baghdad. Sources say their missions include tapping into fiber optic phone systems, sabotage and harassment of Iraq's Special Republican Guards. Some units are doing surveillance, trying to track movements of the leadership so they can be targeted again. When U.S. troops move even closer to Baghdad in the days to come, crossing what U.S. commanders are now calling a hypothetical red line, there is growing intelligence indicating Saddam Hussein will use chemical weapons. In fact, throughout the country, coalition troops are discovering among Iraqi dead and wounded brand new gas masks and plenty of atropine injectors, the antidote for nerve gas. In Basra today, there was heavy fighting between British forces and Iraqi irregulars fiercely loyal to Saddam Hussein. Then what may be a huge development late in the day, described by the top British commander.
We have had reports which have been building over the last 3 or 4 hours that there is some sort of uprising going on in the city of Basra. I think it could be the beginning of something important.
But it could also be very dangerous for the people in this, the second largest city of Iraq.
They've learnt their lesson in past years that if they get it wrong, they suffer very badly.
As much as U.S. officials would like some sign that the Iraqi people are rising up against the government there, Don Rumsfeld today said it would be foolish to do it too soon until coalition forces could guarantee their safety. And as yet, Peter, that is not the case in Basra.
Thanks, John. John McCarthy of the Pentagon, and John would also reaffirm that as much instant access as we have to the battlefield, sometimes it takes a lot of time for information to make its way up through the system. We have reporters in the field with all sorts of American forces. ABC's John Berman was with the Marines today during part of that firefight in Nasiriyah.
I'm on the very edge of Nasiriyah where the fighting continues to rage on. Convoys are now moving through this city, but it is still very dangerous. Today, the Marines seized a hospital that militia groups have been using as a headquarters to stage their operation. The Marines seized dozens of rifles and rocket-propelled grenades and other munitions and moved those militia forces out of that hospital. The Marines have been hurling in artillery and mortar. It continues to flash over our heads as we sleep tonight. Marines are dug in right outside the city in the mud. There have been sandstorms raging all day, so the wind is blowing. There's lightning going off, but it's hard to distinguish between the lightning, the artillery blast, and the mortar coming in. All in all, a very surreal situation.
John Berman, as we've said, the sandstorm had a powerful effect on some U.S. forces. ABC's Stephanie Gosk is with the troops who operate the Patriot missile batteries.
Although this Patriot missile battery is close to Nasiriyah, where there has been heavy fighting the last 3 days, these soldiers have not been involved in any of it. The only battle here has been with the sand, and it is proving to be a formidable enemy.
Already difficult living conditions have become almost impossible today because of the raging storm. Soldiers who worked overnight struggled to sleep while being whipped by the wind.
It's pretty tough. You know, there's not any tents. There's nothing out here to sleep on. So just sand everywhere. Again, sand's in our nose, in our face.
For battery commanders, the worry is sand and the delicate electronics. If a critical system like the radar fails, they will not be able to move. And the plan is to head north again in days.
Stephanie Gosk. We do not know exactly where U.S. Special Forces are in Iraq. We know they're in many parts of the country. ABC's Jim Sciutto has been traveling with Special Forces for a couple of weeks. Tonight, he reports for the first time from inside Iraq.
Before sunrise, the plane carrying more than 40 Special Forces troops lands on a pitch-black runway. Any lights, they say, could make them a target. Several hundred soldiers are now in place here.
Since we've arrived here at what's called a forward operating base, we've seen several small teams of special operations troops leaving here to establish links with Kurdish forces in the area.
American Special Forces will fight alongside thousands of Kurdish troops to control the northern front. U.S. teams have called in airstrikes against a militant group with suspected ties to al-Qaeda. Another special operations team will search for weapons of mass destruction here.
There's quite a bit of pressure to come through and prove what we've believed for a number of years now, that the current regime in Iraq has, prohibited weapons.
And Special Forces units have also directed airstrikes against some of the tens of thousands of Iraqi troops now massed in the north. Jim Sciutto, ABC News, with U.S. Special Forces troops in northern Iraq.
Now, by way of contrast to everything you've heard so far, in Baghdad today, many of the restaurants, we are told, are full. The government is functioning, and Richard Engel, who is there for ABC News, reports that many people are remarkably calm.
Peter, in Baghdad, you'd never know U.S. and British forces are closing in on the city. A week of bombings, which haven't caused many civilian casualties, seem to have given the Iraqis what could be a false sense of security. I was in a restaurant today having a lunch of rice and mutton. The restaurant was crowded, and the meal cost the same as it would have a week ago. In fact, the Iraqi dinar has even gained on the dollar in recent days. Outside of the restaurant, explosions were ringing through the air. the skies over Baghdad clogged with sand and the smoke from burning oil fires. But no one even flinched, and no one was talking about the bombings. Over the years, people here have learned to keep their mouths shut. Iraqis have even started to climb on rooftops to watch the explosions. The calm could come from the fact that the Iraqi government appears to everyone here to be functioning normally. Again today, there's been an endless stream of press briefings by senior leaders, and the overall message is that Saddam Hussein is firmly in control of the country and directing the course of the war, which Iraq says is going extraordinarily well, thanks largely to the support of what Iraq calls heroic Ba'ath Party fighters and local tribesmen. Iraq also maintains that U.S. and British troops are targeting civilians, and today paraded the coffins of some of them through the streets in a public funeral. Peter?
Thanks very much, Richard Engel in Baghdad. Somebody else observed today that perhaps the citizens were quite relaxed in Baghdad because they knew up to this point that the United States was not targeting them. Here at home today, President Bush formally asked the Congress for a $75 billion supplemental. That's more money to pay for the war with Iraq, and he was also handed a major defeat on Capitol Hill. ABC's Terry Moran is at the White House. Terry, I don't know if you have the whole total for war spending at the moment, but the President wanted more today, which they wouldn't talk about last week.
No, they wouldn't, Peter. The president's major focus right now is overseas, but he is facing, as you note, some big challenges at home and a big fiscal headache as he tries to find a way to pay for both the war and his domestic priorities. This morning at the Pentagon, the president praised the troops.
We are thankful for their service.
The main message today, however, money. The president formally announced his request for $74.7 billion to pay for fighting the war, humanitarian relief, reconstruction, aid to allies, and extra funding for Homeland Security. Mr. Bush demanded Congress act quickly.
The need is urgent. The wartime supplemental is directly related to winning this war.
But on Capitol Hill, there is growing anxiety about booming deficits during wartime. Just hours after the president spoke,
the ayes have it.
The Republican-controlled Senate stunned the White House by slashing Mr. Bush's proposed $726 billion tax cut in half.
We made a very irresponsible budget a little more responsible.
The White House says there will be plenty of chances to get some of that tax cut back, but the vote is a sure sign, Peter, that a lot of members of Congress and senators don't think in the old economics phrase that the country can afford both guns and butter.
Thank you, Terry. Terry Moran at the White House. And now the war in a more intimate way. We learned more today about the Marines who were killed while fighting in Nasiriyah on Sunday. One of them was Corporal Randy Rossiter. And ABC's Jeffrey Kaufman happened to talk to him just before he shipped out from Camp Lejeune in January. Here was his attitude.
Have you ever been deployed to a war situation before?
Can't say I have.
So is this the day that you've been waiting for since you signed up?
That's why we joined the Marine Corps. That's why we train every day. Do stuff like this. We have to.
Do you have a sense of how real this is going to be?
I have a sense of everything about it.
What's that?
I don't know. I just want to take care of guys under me. So make sure I'm a good leader for them.
Rossiter was 21 years old, and he was from San Diego. When we come back, we're going to go back to Basra in the south. The humanitarian aid is still held up by all sorts of things. We'll take a closer look tonight at the weapons that can see through the kind of sandstorms we saw today. And at the end of the broadcast, once again, portraits of the war.
Have you made the move to Allegra for your seasonal allergies? Doesn't sound like it. Allegra for multi-symptom relief. See your doctor for people 12 and over. Side effects are low and may include headache, cold, or back pain. Allegra, it's time to switch.
Twist V8 juice has a refreshing squeeze of lemon. It's another way to get your full serving of vegetables. Sometimes it's the only way. New Lemon Twist V8.
This year, 1 out of every 4 Americans will have a tax bill hanging over their head. Now you can have more time to pay it.
With H&R Block's Easy Pay loan, you can delay paying until July 15th, free, no fees, no interest. See if you qualify. Because more time may be your best tax shelter.
What do I want in a Glade plug-in? Well, it'd be fresh. What about a nightlight and an extra outlet? Perfect.
Glade plug-ins, extra outlet nightlight.
Plug it in. Now that's a bright idea.
How old do you have to be to run away from home? 8? 68? Somewhere in between? What would you take with you? And where would you go if you could go anywhere? We have a lot of places to explore out there. The kind of places that require a map and a friend. There are over 4 million miles of roads in Alamo country, and with values like this, they're easy to explore. Alamo, the official rental car of the American vacation.
Oh, hold on, Sparky. My back is aching.
My shoulder is sore.
When you need relief, try Bear Back and Body. It's Bear aspirin plus a special pain relief enhancer to work effectively at the site of tough pain. Bear Back and Body. Get moving again, pain-free.
We're going to focus a little more now on the city of Basra in the south, which is the city which the U.S. said it wanted to bypass, leave the civilian population in place and alone. The British have pretty much taken up the responsibilities there, the British Royal Marines among other. And then there's this apparent chaos today with an uprising maybe against the Ba'ath Party, the ruling party of Saddam Hussein, complicating the issue for a city which badly needs, among other things, drinking water, and for that matter, everything else. On Sunday, President Bush said that massive amounts of aid would begin arriving in country in 36 hours. It simply hasn't happened. ABC's John Donovan tonight reports on the battle to save lives in Basra particularly.
Day and night, the fighting in Basra has been too intense for aid workers to enter the city. 1 million people live in Basra. Hundreds of thousands of them have been without clean water for 5 days. The city's electricity went out last week. The possible consequences: cholera for a start, also diarrhea, which in Iraq often kills young children. In Iraq today, the urgency of the situation left only one option as far as British forces were concerned: get the city under control.
We need to secure the city for the inhabitants and to ensure that their basic necessities in life are taken care of.
The British say Qasr, Iraq's only port, 39 miles south of Basra, is now under their control. Today, the British trucked in journalists to prove that, and the first rations were handed out. Tomorrow, reporters are being invited back to see a British ship unload a large shipment of aid. American aid officials have yet to enter Iraq, much less Basra. Tomorrow, a small group is scheduled to cross the border, but only to assess whether it's safe enough to start delivering aid. The longer they wait for the situation to settle down, the more likely it is that existing health and food and water problems will fester into an all-out humanitarian disaster. Today, south of Basra, this moment caught on videotape, an easy gesture of kindness by one British soldier. If only it was this easy to deliver the real necessities. John Donovan, ABC News, near the Iraqi border.
When we come back this evening, we'll see some technology that is really on the cutting edge. There is equipment up there in the skies over Iraq that can see through all of this.
The first major advance for the fastest treatment of athlete's foot was Lamisil AT. Lamisil AT was the first non-prescription medicine proven to kill the fungus with just 1 week's use. Not even a prescription can beat that. Lotrimin AF and Tenacan still expect you to treat for 4 weeks. Who's going to do that? When your feet itch and burn, using Lamisil AT 1 week keeps you athlete's foot free 3 months. Lamisil AT. There's no better way to cure athlete's foot.
Mr. Goodwrench, who is this one and only GM expert? I gotta find this guy. So, Fred, you are Mr. Goodwrench?
That's right.
You say you're Mr. Goodwrench, but that guy says he's Mr. Goodwrench. Well, I'd have a little talk with Chirpy over there, but that's just me. That's how I roll. And you're Mr. Goodwrench.
That's right.
Huh. Will the real Mr. Goodwrench please step forward?
Find Mr. Goodwrench at over 7,000 GM dealerships nationwide.
All right, pal. Give me the bullhorn.
No.
Inside every can of Minwax is the secret to enhancing wood's natural beauty. Minwax rich wood stains and long-lasting protective finishes make it easy to turn any house into a beautiful home. Minwax makes and keeps wood beautiful.
Need an extra outlet? Only Glade Plug-in Scented Oil has an extra outlet built right in, so it won't block yours. Plug it in, plug it in. Try new Spa Fresh fragrance, a luxurious scent that pampers the senses.
Realtors help you buy and sell real estate, but helping build communities is what they do best. Like Oralee Brown from California. 15 years ago, she made a promise and kept it.
I told them to just stay in school, and I would pay their way to college.
Across the country, realtors are making their communities a better place to live. That includes Charlie Ockler, who volunteers as a basketball coach. Realtors adhere to a code of ethics. It's these values that help them live up to an even higher standard.
I've always talked fast.
Ooh, give me 55, come on, 25, come on, I'll give you 1, 2, 20.
But the chemo slowed me right down. For the first time ever, I was too tired to work.
If you're on chemo and feel tired, you may be anemic.
Time to go, Charlie.
Talk to your doctor about Procrit for chemotherapy-related anemia in patients with most kinds of cancer. Procrit can help you regain red blood cells, and more red blood cells can mean more strength.
Okay, folks, I'm back.
Procrit is proven and safe. In studies, only diarrhea and edema occurred more often with Procrit than placebo.
In this business, you gotta be fast.
War with Iraq, when it matters most. Stay with ABC News. And tomorrow, for the latest breaking developments from deep inside Iraq's front lines, turn to Peter Jennings and World News Tonight.
Well, this is the season for sandstorms in the Middle East, and while they appear to be an absolute impediment to all sorts of things, you'd be surprised at how technology is able to overcome them. ABC's Ned Potter looks tonight at the cutting-edge technology which makes it possible to wage war when the sand is blowing like crazy.
The modern military, they say, can fight anywhere. But sand does slow it down. Some fighter jets were called back to their carriers today since the weather makes it dangerous for them to fly at low altitudes. But miles above the storm, the campaign continues.
The American military has always known they have to plan about bad weather. This isn't the first time they've encountered bad weather at a bad time, and unfortunately it won't be the last.
This civilian weather satellite picture shows the sand in brown, except where it's covered by white clouds, a thick layer overhead. That would be impenetrable to the naked eye, but military satellites and spy planes can see right through it. The Air Force E-8 Joint Stars jet takes out targets on the ground from 40,000 feet up. With its high-powered radar, it can scan 20,000 square miles at once.
And what it sees is it sees movement, and it sees it down to such details that sometimes they can tell a tank from a truck, for example.
Based on such intelligence, cruise missiles keep launching from ships in the Persian Gulf and Red Sea. They know their position from satellites, which tell them where to hit regardless of whether their target is visible.
It really doesn't matter whether there's smoke, clouds, or a sandstorm. You can continue to identify and attack targets regardless of the weather conditions.
But for all the technology the U.S. brings to the battle does slow down when one simply cannot see very well.
Our guys have to move very carefully. We just can't blow our way through places because we don't want to kill civilians.
So it's been slow going, but by Thursday morning, the skies over the battlefield should clear. Ned Potter, ABC News, New York.
When we come back this evening, our portraits of the day.
That's me. And this is Kate. She's just like me. First bike ride, first prom. Then my little girl grew up. Around then, I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Still, things were looking up. Until I turned 50. I felt 90.
For some, there's Remicade. Remicade relieves pain and helps stop further damage to your joints. Your doctor may add Remicade if you're on methotrexate already and not responding well. Remicade is not for everyone. Certain people with heart failure should not take Remicade. Serious, sometimes fatal infections such as TB have been reported. Your doctor should evaluate your risk of infection. Tell your doctor right away if you develop any sign of an infection while on Remicade. There is a risk of serious infusion reactions, which may include hives, difficulty breathing, and low blood pressure. Call today and talk to your rheumatologist.
Last year, Kate was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And she's so young. At least she won't suffer like I did.
invest to help secure your retirement. You start with your dreams and Edward Jones.
My life, my world, it all begins with a dream.
Edward Jones.
Cheerios and strawberries have finally gotten together. New Berry Burst Cheerios. Real strawberries, together with those classic O's. For a taste you can really fall in love with. New Berry Burst Cheerios in both strawberry and triple berry.
Trying to beat cigarettes? Having trouble sleeping? You're probably using Nicoderm. Just read their label. The new step-down patch from Nicotrol was designed to let you sleep. And with new Nicotrol, you're twice as likely to quit than with cold turkey. New Nicotrol in the blue box.
In the future, everyone's glasses will automatically adjust to changing light and block out harmful UV rays that can damage the eyes. But for those with transitions lenses, the future is already here. Ask your eye care professional, because the danger is real now, and so is the protection. Transitions, right in any light.
ABC Wednesday, meet the new bachelor.
What's your last name?
Firestone.
Like the tires?
Yeah. This time, it's for love and money. Then, as the search for the girl who has it all continues, the competition gets really ugly.
Pick one girl you think has had plastic surgery.
All-American Girl, following The Bachelor, ABC Wednesday.
War with Iraq. When it matters most, stay with ABC News. And tomorrow, Diane Sawyer reports live straight from the war zone with breaking new developments on Good Morning America.
It is already Wednesday in Baghdad. Finally from us this evening, Portraits of War. We see every day all sorts of pictures which capture the war or things related to the war in that instantaneous way that still photography only can. So we thought we'd share some with you, perhaps every day. Tonight, south of Baghdad, 50 miles from the enemy. That's not the official battle flag of the 64th Armored Regiment, but who is to tell the tank crew not to fly it? Who says there is no way to enjoy yourself in a sandstorm? A British Royal Marine Commando at Qasr. Now let me explain to you what we're doing here. Off the coast of Qasr, looking for mines with the dolphins in the Persian Gulf. There is another war still on. Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan. On the way home, he died in a helicopter crash. Against the war in California. Spring break in Florida. And what will happen next? A cave in northern Iraq. That is our report on World News Tonight. We'll continue later this evening with an ABC News special about the war. There'll be a full report on Nightline, more on Good Morning America, abcnews.com all the time. I'm Peter Jennings. Good night.
War with Iraq. Fierce fighting reported. The battle for Baghdad looms. Tonight, when it matters most, turn to Peter Jennings and the people of ABC News. Live updates with advancing U.S. troops. A vital ABC News special tonight.
Good Morning Connecticut starts at 5 a.m. Wednesday.
The war in Iraq starts to wear on Wall Street. Our financial expert John Campbell will be here with some money advice.
And it looks like some springtime showers for Wednesday. Have the details at 5 a.m.
Head to CVS for an icy cold Diet Coke, and your next trip could be an adventure for four at Universal Orlando Resort with 2 amazing theme parks, happening nightlife, and world-class hotels. Airfare provided by Delta. Listen to Chaz and AJ on 99.1 PLR between 7 and 8 a.m. and visit WTNH.com for a chance to win. Or head to your participating CVS store and pick up an entry form as special Diet Coke displays. Either way, you could be on your way to Universal Orlando. Do what feels good.
Close friends, far-off places. Your Chevy dealers are making it easy to break out and enjoy both. Get the vehicle you want and make your money count. with $2,000 cash back on 2003 Chevy Impala. Plus, GM owners get an additional $1,000 GM loyalty cash for a total of $3,000 cash back. Spring is the time to break out and make your money count. Chevy drives Connecticut.
This is Jeopardy! Introducing today's contestants. A marketing research manager from Newton, Massachusetts, Freya Woolke. A psychology professor from Coventry, Connecticut, Luis Cordon. And our returning champion, a technical writer from Chatsworth, California, Sean Wilson, whose one-day cash winnings total $9,599. And now, here is the host of Jeopardy!
Of Iraq's regular army troops than executing them. This is the enemy of weather. Fierce sandstorms blowing our advancing troops and the movement of their heavy equipment, the choking dust storms limiting visibility at times to just 3 yards. Winds are expected to die down as the night goes on, dropping from 60 miles an hour at their peak to 20 to 40 miles an hour by midday local time. All of it slowing but not stopping columns of coalition troops headed for a showdown in and around Baghdad.
Coalition forces are closing in on Baghdad and will not stop until that regime has been driven from power.
The defense secretary insisting Saddam's defeat is certain, just a matter of when. New reports of heavy fighting in central Iraq, where our soldiers are attacked and take out hundreds of Iraqi troops. On Top Story duty tonight, the national security correspondent Brett Baer, live for us at the Pentagon. Brett, what do you know?
Shep, senior defense officials confirm an intense battle is now coming to an end, a battle that has been going on for the past few hours between the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division and Iraqi fighters. The estimate right now is that about 300 Iraqis have been killed. U.S. vehicles have been attacked, a few of them, and damaged. No U.S. or coalition casualties to report at this time. The fighting happened east of Najaf, about 90 miles south of Baghdad. We're told this may be a massive number of irregular Iraqi troops, the Fedayeen Saddam, fighting just like they're fighting British soldiers in the southern city of Basra. There have been intense firefights in Basra. The British 7th Armored Division is closing in, dealing with unconventional attacks from the enemy, taking casualties in the fight and firing mortars against the Iraqi troops that are fighting them. Defense officials say Iraqi forces are now using hospitals as forts, Red Cross trucks to deliver military orders, and while ground reports indicated the beginning of a Shiite uprising against Iraqi troops in Basra, officials say the Iraqi regime is doing everything it can to suppress it. And worse, senior defense officials tell Fox News they have seen multiple and specific intelligence reports indicating that Iraqi forces in and around Basra, these are either Special Republican Guard troops or Fedayeen Saddam terrorist forces, are dressing as U.S. soldiers, accepting the surrender of other Iraqi forces and then executing them. Today, without revealing these new intelligence reports, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld explained what Saddam Hussein's forces are doing to anyone trying to give up or leave Basra.
And they now have people in there that are shooting them if they try to desert, if they try to surrender, if they try to escape. These are Saddam Hussein's people in there shooting people if they try to leave the city.
Now, today, coalition troops battled the weather as well. As you mentioned, sandstorms bearing down on Iraq, somewhat slowing progress towards Baghdad, but the continued move toward Baghdad is happening at this hour. Airstrikes continuing, even despite the bad weather as well. In this gun camera video, a thermal image, look closely at the small white dot moving in the center of the screen. That is an Iraqi soldier running just before a Republican Guard tank near Baghdad was taken out by a 500-pound bomb from an F-15. Defense officials say the strikes and the ground moves cannot go unnoticed.
If I were in Baghdad and I was looking south and I saw a U.S. Army division that is on the outskirts of Baghdad, I think there would, I don't know if that would be shock, but I'd certainly be a little concerned.
Tonight we can report more bombardment of Baghdad. The Navy plans to launch 80 more Tomahawk cruise missiles tonight, even despite the bad weather.
Brett, yesterday reports of Marines taking fire from a hospital. Now word that coalition forces have captured that hospital. In there, troops, a tank, arms, and 3,000 chemical suits and masks. That 3,000 Is that a concern for senior defense officials?
Definitely. In fact, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld talked today about intelligence reports that do indeed indicate that Iraqi troops have been authorized to use chemical weapons after U.S. troops pass a certain line on the way to Baghdad. It is a concern. It is something that U.S. troops on the ground are aware of and are prepared for.
Brett Baer, live at the Pentagon.
Tonight,
the mother of all sandstorms, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 100-mile gusts, blinding. But the Pentagon says coalition forces are on track on the road to Baghdad. Allied forces pounding Saddam's troops in Qasr, securing the key port city as a minesweeper clears the way for humanitarian aid. The president meeting with top war planners at the Pentagon and asking Congress for billions to pay for Operation Iraqi Freedom. And dolphins taking part in the war to take out Saddam. Comprehensive coverage of day 6 at war as Fox reports right now.
Live from the world headquarters of Fox News in New York, this is the Fox Report with Shepard Smith. Fair news, balanced news, now.
As we reported right off the top, sandstorms stalling the troops on the way to Baghdad, stalling but not stopping. One infantry division temporarily halted about 50 miles south of Iraq's capital city. Soldiers hunkered down in their vehicles, taking turns checking on their equipment. Some of them telling reporters a little sand never hurt anyone, and even though they have weatherproof weapons, their commanders watching and waiting for the winds to die down before launching a major offensive. We have Team Fox coverage with America at War. Jim Engel, live at the White House. Jonathan Hunt, live in Kuwait City. First to a snowstorm in Amman, Jordan, and our correspondent, Greg Palcott. Greg?
That's right, Shepard. That storm is ripping through the entire region, including here in Jordan. In Baghdad itself, there was a cloud of a yellow sand. The sandstorm there, very strong, but apparently no impact on the satellite-guided missiles. Baghdad pounded again today, both on its outskirts, where it is believed Republican guards have major units based there, as well as in the center of town. Iraqi television itself, according to those in Baghdad, was knocked off the air, at least temporarily. The Iraqis blame transmitter problems. Now, on Iraqi television, before it went off the air, scenes that Iraq claims of a drone unmanned aircraft downed, according to the Iraqis, near the southern town of Basra. The U.S. Central Command tells us they have no information on this. The Iraqis have claimed those kinds of shoot-downs in the past. On the streets of Baghdad, coffins of 3 civilians. Iraqis claim they were killed in bombing raids overnight. We have no independent confirmation of this. In fact, whether they were victims of any attacks. The U.S. says that they take great care to avoid civilian casualties in any of their targeting in the city of Baghdad. And finally, another message said to come from Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, read today on state television, urging Iraqi tribesmen to join in the battle against U.S. and British forces. He's giving instructions about waging guerrilla campaign warfare against the U.S. and British forces. In fact, the Allied forces have been hit by paramilitary and militia resistance in their move up from the south towards Baghdad. Shep.
Greg Palcott, live in Amman, Jordan. Help for the Iraqi people could soon be on the way. U.S. and British troops heading from Kuwait into southern Iraq. They'll be getting the humanitarian relief operation up and running there in the port city of Qasr. Food and other supplies piling up in warehouses, but before the aid can be handed out, coalition forces have to make sure that port is safe. Our Team Fox coverage continues with America at War. Jonathan Hunt, live in Kuwait City. Jonathan?
Hi, Shep. Yeah, Kuwait City is in the eye of that sandstorm that you've been talking about right now. And if these winds are causing havoc here, you can just imagine what they're doing to the troops trying to operate on the battlefields of southern Iraq, just less than 50 miles from where we're standing right now. Inevitably, these kind of winds are slowing some operations, including that effort to bring in humanitarian aid. Now, just as British paratroopers had secured the port city of Qasr to prepare for the first of the huge shipments of aid which were due to come in there, the winds hit. Now, among the vessels that are stranded off of the port right now is a British ship which is carrying 1.5 million bottles of water. Other ships laden with medicine and other provisions also stranded out in the Gulf right now. And relief groups are beginning to warn of a growing possibility of a humanitarian crisis if that aid doesn't begin to get there soon. Now, the British troops in Qasr say that they believe that as soon as these winds die down, they can begin to bring that aid in. They hope that that will happen within the next 48 hours. Obviously, also a key part of this is clearing the water approaches to Qasr of the last remaining mines. They've had porpoises specially trained, brought in to try to help with that operation. They believe that the last of the mines can be cleared within 24 hours. So then with the winds dying down as well, we should begin seeing those shipments of humanitarian aid arriving. Now, meantime, here in Kuwait City today, the people of Kuwait have once again been voicing their support for the war. Obviously, these are people who have suffered so much under Iraqi aggression. They've witnessed firsthand the brutality of the Iraqi regime and, of course, the troops that regime commands. And Shep, interestingly enough, some of the women who are among those taking part in this rally told one of our local fixers today that they were specifically seeking out the cameras of the Arab satellite station Al Jazeera, which is broadcast right across this region, as you know, because they feel that Al Jazeera network has been very quick to show Iraqi propaganda and very slow to show the other side of the battle to oust Saddam Hussein. That's the latest live from Kuwait City. Shep, back to you.
Jonathan Hunt, thank you.
Coming up.
Team Fox coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom is just getting started. President Bush putting a price tag on the war, but he may have to make a trade-off that could cost taxpayers even more. We're live tonight at the White House. An apparent uprising on the ground and round-the-clock bombings from above. We'll get an update from Central Command. Even while the bombs are still falling, plans are in the works to rebuild Iraq. It won't be cheap, but it'll be worth it. We're live tonight in Washington from the news capital of the world. Live to homes around the globe, this is your news, fair and balanced. This is the newscast of record from America's leading news channel. You're on the Fox Report from FNC.
If your tires can't do this, you need new tires that can. Goodyear tires. Right now, when you buy 4 selected Goodyear tires, you'll get up to $50 cash, so you'll have plenty of money down the road.
Baymont Inns and Suites. Worth checking into.
Hey, you're going to love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter. And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent, huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
If you've been investing in money funds, you've probably noticed your yields have slowed to a trickle. The strong, ultra-short-term income fund offers higher return potential and a 14-year history of proven performance. For an alternative to today's low yields, call 1-888-4STRONG. That's 1-888-4STRONG. We'll help you build a strong portfolio.
President Bush says coalition forces are making steady progress in Iraq. The president meeting with his top war planners at the Pentagon today. He's asking Congress for $75 billion for a number of items, including paying for Operation Iraqi Freedom. That's expected to cover about 6 months, but it's all up in the air. The president says we can't know how long this war will last, but that there's no doubt how it will end.
The Iraqi regime will be disarmed. The Iraqi regime will be ended. The Iraqi people will be free, and our world will be more secure and peaceful.
Commander-in-Chief also paying tribute to the men and women in uniform who will be making all that happen. Our Team Fox coverage continues with America at War. The senior White House correspondent, Jim Engel, live tonight at 1600. Hi, Jim.
Hello, Shep. Well, during that visit to the Pentagon, President Bush told members of the armed forces and the nation that regardless of day-to-day developments in Iraq, no one should lose sight of the bottom line.
We cannot know the duration of this war, yet we know its outcome. We will prevail.
President Bush went to the Pentagon to give members of the armed forces an embrace and the thanks of the commander-in-chief. Officials have tried to persuade the public that the war is on track and caution people from leaping to any judgment. The war is bogging down after less than a week because of a few casualties and some resistance. A caution also voiced today by British Prime Minister Tony Blair.
In 1991, there were 5 weeks of bombing before ground troops went in. By yesterday, we'd covered twice as much ground in 5 days as was covered in the whole of the last conflict.
Though Blair and the president discouraged any sense of urgency about the conduct of the war, they say humanitarian aid to the Iraqi people is urgent. The U.S. has amassed huge stores of food and other aid in Kuwait and elsewhere in the region, but can't effectively deliver it in the midst of fighting. And American officials say some humanitarian crises, like one in Basra, are intentionally created by the Iraqi government.
The reporting we're getting is they shut off the water deliberately for the city. The Iraqi military did. So, I mean, this is a very calculated thing to increase the suffering of the population by the Iraqi military.
Now, officials have long been convinced that the Iraqis in general and some Iraqi military would abandon Saddam, but only if and when it was clear he would not survive. Now, Blair conceded today that the Allies have let down Saddam's opponents in the past, but will not let them down this time. Blair said flatly Saddam and his regime will be removed, and Iraq will have a better future ahead of it. Shep.
Jim Engel, live at the White House. A soldier being held prisoner in Iraq. His family hoping for his safe return. Their hometown rallied. The casualties of war. They sacrificed their lives in the cause of freedom. The first Americans killed in Iraq returning to America. Massive, blinding sandstorms packing crazy winds. They're not stopping coalition forces as they move toward their ultimate goal, ridding the world of the weapons of mass destruction and the regime in Iraq. A report from the front lines as Fox reports tonight.
You're watching The Fox Report with Shepard Smith on Fox News Channel, the most watched, most trusted name in news.
Real journalism, fair and balanced. Fox News Channel.
How old do you have to be to run away from home? 8, 68, somewhere in between? What would you...
What you building there, honey? A rocket ship?
Actually, it's a scale model of the Petronas Towers in Kuala Lumpur, designed by Caesar Pelli. It's the world's tallest building.
Right, I knew that.
What are your kids picking up from TV? Comcast Digital Cable has a bunch of new networks just for kids, educational networks, and just plain fun networks. They're all together on the channel lineup, so they're easy to find. And our parental control helps you manage what they're watching.
Lewis and Clark, great explorers. Hi, I'm Thomas Jefferson. Would you check out the West for me? Oh, sure. And they take their keelboat up the Missouri. Oh, Buffalo. Then they built Fort Mandan. They're at 1804. Made some friends along the way. I'm Sacagawea. Through the Columbia Gorge.
There are tons of ways to help with your kids' learning. Find the really good ones on connectforkids.org.
The sweet Pacific Ocean. Yeah!
Our customers like a website that works instantly, like Progressive.com, where you can get a quote on car insurance and buy a policy right online. Visit Progressive.com today.
Fox News.
The pilot of a helicopter pilot taken prisoner in Iraq, the families of that helicopter pilot now say they knew their son faced danger. Chief Warrant Officer Ronald Young captured when his Apache went down on Sunday after an attack on Republican Guard troops. Another pilot also being held. Iraqi TV airing videotape of those prisoners. Young's mother and father in Georgia, I talked to them on the phone today. They're saying they're still trying to come to grips with the news.
My heart just stopped. I just felt like that it couldn't be real. This couldn't be happening to me or to him or to our family. You know, we're very close-knit and we just share everything. And I still can't believe it.
I was glad to have seen his face on television because at first the only indication we had of anything was that he was missing in action. When I did see him and saw what good shape and what condition he was, that the Iraqis were taking care of him as a prisoner of war, I was really relieved.
Dad told me his boy looked pretty good. Mom said he's angry. They better watch it. Kay Young says the family's surrounded by a prayer group, a governor and a senator who gave a call today. They're strong and faithful, and they know that the right thing is happening in Iraq. Stories in one New Jersey city selling out of yellow ribbons. Folks there rallying behind the family of Army Sergeant James Riley. He and 4 other soldiers captured on Sunday when Iraqi troops ambushed a supply convoy. His mother saw the video of the prisoners and recognized her son.
I'd say the biggest fear is that they'll bring him back in a coffin. And, of course, the other one is the opposite, to have him home whole and home.
Riley's parents say he's a natural-born mechanic and that he always wanted to be a soldier. A prayer service in Kansas for another captured member of that supply convoy. Private First Class Patrick Miller grew up in Valley Center. His wife and 2 children live in a nearby town. A family says Miller's gung-ho and ready to do whatever his country needs him to do. The U.S. soldier accused in a deadly grenade attack on our own troops showed no sign of any problems with the Army. That's according to his brother, who says the man was preparing for a war just like any other soldier would do. The 101st Army Airborne Sergeant suspected of tossing grenades into 3 camps at Camp Pennsylvania in Kuwait. Sunday's attack killing his captain and wounding 15 other troops. The bodies of our 2 fallen soldiers have come home, 2 of them. The first American troops killed in Operation Iraqi Freedom today, touching down at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. As is customary, the actual arrival was closed to the media, the bodies being prepared for full military burial. The Commander-in-Chief reporting coalition forces are making steady progress, but not without a cost. It is war, and there have been casualties in this fight to liberate Iraq. With how this compares to wars past, a Fox report now from the senior correspondent Eric Shawn, who's live in our newsroom in New York. Eric?
The Shepherd, the nation has been shocked and saddened by the casualties and POWs, but when put in historical perspective, the losses, however tragic and unfortunate, remain low so far. Every death, 1 too many, but in the last 6 days, out of 250,000 troops, the number killed by enemy fire stands at 11. Here are some of the faces of those we lost. 9 deaths have been from accidents, 1 killed allegedly by that Muslim U.S. soldier. At this rate, which may not hold once our forces engage the Republican Guard in and around Baghdad, the numbers remain well below that of previous wars. Gulf War I, lasting just over 1 month, brought 148 battle deaths. Vietnam, nearly 50,000 killed there, a rate of 469 per month. Korea, fewer deaths overall than Vietnam, but more per month, 909. World War II, nearly 300,000 dead, roughly 6,500 per month, 216 each day, a rate of nearly 10 every hour of every day. Think about it. In roughly 1 hour of that war, the number in this war since last Wednesday. While the nation grieves and honors those who have sacrificed their lives in this conflict, we steel ourselves to the losses most certainly yet to come, hopeful that in an operation of this magnitude, the deaths will be minimal. Shepard?
Eric Shawn, live in New York. You're looking live now. Baghdad, Iraq at 23 minutes past 3 a.m. Renewed airstrikes pounding the Iraqi capital and Saddam's Republican Guard. Our Team Fox coverage of the war continues in a moment, but first, from our newsrooms coast to coast, Fox reports across America. Virginia, a federal appeals court barring the public from a key hearing for the so-called 20th hijacker. The ruling tightening the almost unprecedented security around the prosecution of Zacarias Moussaoui. He's the only person in the United States charged in connection with the attacks of 9/11. New York, a 3rd man pleading guilty in connection with the case of the Lackawanna 6. He admitted attending a terrorist training camp in Afghanistan and now faces up to 10 years in prison. Agents say the group in upstate New York was a terror cell with links to al-Qaeda. Oklahoma, an experiment in detecting chemical and bioterror attacks. The feds using a crop duster to find out whether local radar systems could spot terrorists using such weapons. Scientists are not using the real thing, just stuff that simulates terror materials. No results yet, but if it does work, special software will be installed in 150 radar systems across the country. Washington, a NASA safety panel says that the space agency needs to look at the way it decides whether shuttles are safe to launch. The board blaming an aging shuttle fleet for an increasing amount of problems. The report covering the months just before the February 1st Columbia disaster. And that's a Fox Watch. Across America, images of bombed out homes and injured civilians. That's the war coverage people are seeing in the Arab world. And the coverage that's shaping their opinions. They have some of the most sophisticated sonar in the military's arsenal. Coming up, how dolphins are being used to keep shipping lanes safe for coalition forces. And Central Command saying morale is high and our soldiers are fighting with courage. Also warning Saddam, the worst is yet to come. An update from the military's nerve center as Fox reports tonight, and I hope to see you tonight late night, 11 Eastern to 1 a.m. Eastern time for late night coverage and an update on the war. That's tonight right here.
It's in 9 out of 10 of the world's largest telecom carriers. 5 of the top 6 U.S. internet service providers, and 4 of the largest local phone companies in the U.S. What are these companies building into their business? The network capacity they need when they need it, from a network company they can rely on. Level 3 communications, the network partner you can rely on.
Did you know that a car hitting a wall at 40 miles per hour hits with the same force as if it fell off a 5-story building? It's not easy getting through to teenagers today. So at Liberty Mutual, we produced a video especially for teens about car safety, because we'll do whatever it takes to keep them safe on the road.
Liberty Mutual, it's more than insurance. It's insurance in action.
Now for 60 miles per hour. Wasn't that fun?
Operation Iraqi Freedom. Stay with Fox News #1 prime time. The latest political and military analysis.
It's going to be simultaneous, correct?
Bringing you events as they unfold.
The massive bombardment of Baghdad.
From the journalists you trust.
Believed to be plotting terrorist attacks against the U.S.
Fox News Channel prime time. Real journalism, fair and balanced. Tonight, Operation Iraqi Freedom. From massive air campaigns to the latest troop advancements into Baghdad. As events unfold in Iraq, stay with our primetime lineup for continuing coverage.
We're 2 minutes to the headlines from the war, but first, from Iraqi state television to Al Jazeera, images of destruction and civilian casualties are the norm. And it's having a huge impact on public opinion in the Arab world. A Fox report now from Claudia Cowan.
This is the view of war streaming into millions of American living rooms each day. Coalition forces making steady progress in their effort to disarm a vicious dictator and liberate a repressed people. But in millions of homes throughout the Middle East, the same story looks and sounds much different, as covered by the mostly state-sponsored Arab media.
We are hungry and our house was destroyed. Why are they hitting civilians?
The invasion of Iraq has been portrayed as an act of American colonialism and the application of brutal force against the poor Iraqis.
Media analysts say, in general, the Arab press has a strong anti-American bias, a point of view that can be seen here in the States with a satellite hookup.
We got Lebanon here, we got Egypt, Abu Dhabi.
In San Francisco, Jamal Dajani monitors 16 Middle East newscasts and compiles a daily summary called Mosaic that's translated into English and aired on the WorldLink channel. Here, Iraqi television shows armed civilians cheering the deaths of American soldiers and goes to great lengths to present property damage and alleged civilian casualties.
A missile hit us.
Do you know who launched the missile?
Yes, the Americans.
They're portraying that this is an invasion, it's a war for oil, it's a war for colonization. Only Kuwaiti television is portraying it as the liberation of Iraq.
The U.S. has set up its own media to bring the Western point of view to the Middle East. But once Saddam is defeated, the vast differences in how this conflict is portrayed could leave America and the Arab world with two very different ideas of how it was accomplished. In San Francisco, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
We are Fox News Channel. This is the Fox Report. It's the bottom of the hour. Time for the top of the news. Sandstorm slowing the march to Baghdad. The storm expected to last for at least another day. But coalition forces say they're keeping up the pressure on the Iraqis thanks to all-weather weapons. The allies say they've now more than 3,500 Iraqi prisoners of war. The Pentagon says thousands more of Saddam's troops have deserted their units, and it insists it's treating the POWs according to international law. The U.S. trying to figure out why an American fighter jet fired on an American air defense system in Iraq. An F-16 taking out a Patriot missile battery. Nobody hurt. The British say Iraqi civilians have turned on Saddam Hussein, the uprising in the strategically important city of Basra. CENTCOM, meanwhile, saying air sorties are happening around the clock, hundreds of attacks each day. It says there will be more casualties, but that our troops are more than prepared.
I can assure you that the morale is...
The city is filled with smoke. These attacks, daylight attacks at 6 in the morning in Baghdad now. We believe that Iraqi television has been hit because Iraqi TV has gone off the air. It then came on intermittently. So how much damage has been done to Iraqi TV is not precisely clear. Nick Robertson is with us. Nick is in Amman. He's been following developments and is extraordinarily familiar, as I'm sure you know, with the lay of the land around Iraqi TV and the city generally. Nick, Iraqi TV is a series of buildings, 2 or 3 buildings, isn't it?
Absolutely. They're quite low buildings. They're over an area of about 1 mile square in total. What we were looking at before on Abu Dhabi television, maybe I'm not able to see their broadcast from where I stand, but on the right-hand side, when they gave us the wide picture, there was a very tall, large building, the Mansour Milia Hotel. Across the street from that, there was a low, squat building, a department store. Behind that, there was a larger block building, perhaps 12, 13 stories high. That's the Ministry of Information, and it is behind the Ministry of Information where the fire and the smoke were coming from a little earlier. That's where Iraqi television station is. Immediately behind the Ministry of Information, there's a small Christian church. Then there's a theater. Then there's that area of Iraqi television studios. Of course, to take out Iraqi television, it's not just a matter of hitting the studios, but also the transmitters as well. And Iraqi television's satellite channel has its satellite located just behind the Ministry of Information. And I did hear earlier that was still broadcasting it on the air. Aaron?
Nick, there is more than one TV network in Iraq, isn't there? Or TV channel?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a state-run main station that perhaps most people would watch. There's also the station run by President Saddam Hussein's elder son, Uday Saddam Hussein. That's called Shabab TV or Youth TV. That's a station you may have seen pictures aired on today. It has quite a sort of a funny colored logo in the bottom right-hand corner. That was the station we saw today with the soldiers, with the pictures of the soldiers in those defensive trenches wearing the strange black helmets with the shoulder-launched RPGs, rocket-propelled grenades. So there is 2 ways of getting the domestic television picture out in Iraq. And not only is there the television stations, but there's also the radio broadcast we've heard a lot about. Of course, many Iraqis will tune into the radio rather than television to pick up messages from the leadership. But perhaps if Iraqi television has been taken off the air here, Aaron, and this is them going black now, that will take away a very important tool from the Iraqi leadership, that of showing their face, getting their message out to Iraqi people and really telling them that they are still in control. Aaron?
And in fact, a lot of people wondered why Iraqi TV had been allowed to stay on the air, why the coalition allowed Iraqi TV to stay on the air as long as it did. I suppose it had some value also to the coalition in that it allowed the coalition to see the Iraqi leadership, who was there, who was not there, but apparently that value ran out today.
Apparently, it was very interesting on the first day of the bombing campaign to watch how quickly President Saddam Hussein came out on television. So they're very quick sort of checks, if you will, for, as you say, for the coalition to see what was going on. Perhaps they did have another use, and I only say perhaps at this stage because no coalition officials have told me this, but there perhaps would be a degree of bomb damage assessment value in having Iraqi television on the air, because perhaps they would go to sites and film sites that have been bombed, those pictures getting out on Iraqi television, giving the coalition valuable ground-level information that just cannot be gained from satellite imagery. So perhaps there may have been some value or some use there as well, Aaron.
One other thing, in this day and age with the Al Jazeeras and the rest that are out there, is for the people of Iraq, is Iraqi TV, either of the two networks, to a certain extent, it's a distinction without difference because they are essentially under the same control. Are there other ways to get TV signals in?
Not really. I mean, the Arab broadcasters broadcast into the region, but their satellite dishes and receivers are banned, so ordinary Iraqis just don't have access to them, so they won't be able to pick up these other broadcasts. So really, their television sets at this time will go dark, Aaron, if the station is truly knocked off the air.
Nick, thank you. Nick Robertson, who's in Jordan tonight, having been expelled by the Iraqi government a couple of days ago. But we see him pushing back towards the story, as it were, towards the war. This attack on the Iraqi television networks, or Iraqi TV, was part of a broader attack that took place early this morning in Baghdad. We do have some images of that that have come in from Abu Dhabi TV, I believe, and perhaps others. And we'll get those. There we go. These coming from Al Jazeera, apparently. This is how it looked. It was just before the sun came up in the Persian Gulf. It's now about 6 minutes after 6 o'clock out there when the strike occurred. There, you'll see a large explosion. That is not the hit, we do not believe, the hit on Iraqi TV, but it was part of a larger attack, that some of which was in camera range and some of which was not. And that's the scene right now in Baghdad. Lots of smoke filtering across the horizon line after this coalition airstrike, and we'll keep an eye on that. Overall, as we start tonight, a mix, I think you could say, of progress and obstacles today. And as you can see, even looking at these pictures and looking at Nick a few moments ago, the weather played a huge role in what was able to be accomplished by the coalition side. They are drawing closer to Baghdad all the time, but there is still much to be done behind them. The headline tonight, therefore, is really a night of many headlines, no single one, and we'll get through them as we go. But we begin with a quick overview of the day. Whether it was a blinding sandstorm in the central part of the country or a downpour in the south near Basra, weather was the dominant factor in the war against Iraq today.
It's like being in a blizzard, except unfortunately the sand doesn't melt as the snow does.
Overall, here's what the landscape looks like tonight. Coalition ground units continue to make a broad sweep towards Baghdad. Elements of the Army's 3rd Infantry Division are 50 miles to the south and west of the Iraqi capital, and late today were engaged in a major battle with Iraqi units south of the city of Karbala. The British, meantime, are encircling Iraq's 2nd largest city, Basra.
In the 5 days since military action began, a huge amount has already been achieved.
Inside Basra, there were the smallest of hints that an uprising may have begun against Saddam Hussein. These pictures of a single gunman firing into the air and destroying a picture of Saddam are certainly not definitive proof. They are a hint, that's all. But British officials say at least it is a positive sign. Meantime, Iraqi television broadcasts these pictures of a coalition drone aircraft shot down and then paraded through the streets of Basra. No firm proof of chemical weapons was found today, but as far as the coalition was concerned, there were hints. Marines seized a hospital in the battered city of Nasiriyah and said they seized thousands of chemical weapons suits as well as conventional weapons. And finally, the southernmost Iraqi city of Qasr was declared under coalition control, finally, and the Navy actually brought in dolphins to help detect underwater mines. Quick overview of where the day has gone and a quick update on where the day is now. Excuse me, all of the reporting we've been able to do now confirms that Iraqi state TV is off the air, that the coalition strike a little bit ago, an hour or so ago, has taken Iraqi TV off the air. There were other targets hit, but as you look at Baghdad now, you see the smoke. You saw a fire engine going by. Here's another shot from another location. This is the Lebanese broadcasting company, I believe, and the smoke there is quite dense. I'm not honestly sure if what is behind that building is the Iraqi State TV complex of buildings, as Nick Robertson described, or whether that's one of the other sites that was hit. But in any case, you can see that in the daylight, lots of smoke in Baghdad today, and among things that we can be certain of, despite all of the weather problems, and you're about to get a very good taste of the kind of weather they had there today. Despite all the weather problems, the coalition was still able to move in from the sky and do the business that it intends to do in the Iraqi capital and very likely in other places too, and we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. The ground battle formed was joined today. There have been a lot of skirmishes going on over the last few days, but there was what is at least described today as the first significant ground battle. The unit involved in this, we believe, is of particular interest to those of you who have been with us over the past week. The 37th Cavalry, we have pretty much followed them from the time they crossed the border to earlier today when we got some filing out of Walt Rogers as they made their way to what we believe this major ground battle was. We'll talk with Jamie McIntyre in a moment, but first Walt Rogers' description of the cavalry's march toward Baghdad.
What we're showing you is the convoy in which we're riding, heading north again in the general direction of north in a very strong sandstorm. It's like being in a blizzard, except unfortunately the sand doesn't melt as the snow does. Now, this gives some temporary military advantage to both sides, although the greater military advantage falls to the Iraqis. We have been under heavy fire for the past couple miles. Mostly a small arms fire, but the sandstorm has enabled the Iraqis to come very close to the road. And if I sound a little nervous, it's because we're in a soft-skinned vehicle and everybody else is in armor. The 7th Cavalry literally had to run something of a night ambush on both sides of the road last night, crossing one of the canal bridges that preceded the Euphrates River. And that fight was, as I say, more than significant. There were machine gun tracer bullets going out on either side of the road. Every Bradley, every tank was firing. Imagine looking out into total darkness in an agricultural area. You can't see, more than 40 or 50 meters without night vision goggles. And you know there are people out there. We had no idea how many people were out there, but it turned out to be several hundred, 300-400 Iraqi dismounts. The U.S. Army 7th Cavalry has just taken 3 Iraqi prisoners of war. Actually, they're very close, that is to say, no more than 40 yards away. But the dust and sand are blowing so badly, you're getting these vague images. They were captured by the U.S. Army up the road, not very far ahead of us. They were driving a truckload of weapons, and that's when the Army apprehended them. They've had their arms tied. They're lying in the sand now. No evidence of any hostility on their part now, but the only mistreatment is that which we all suffer, which is to say an abuse of Mother Nature by a sandstorm.
CNN's Walt Rogers reporting on the road to what turned into a significant ground fight. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. I think we have 2 things to talk to you about right at the top. What we know about this ground fight or battle, however we want to frame it, and the attack today, this evening on Iraqi State TV. Good evening to you.
Well, good evening. Let's start with the ground battle. First of all, the first reports we got from the Pentagon turned out to be a little inflated. Initially, we'd heard perhaps even as many as 300 to 500 Iraqis had been killed by U.S. Army soldiers. By the time the subsequent reports came in, we were being told maybe it was more like 150 to 200. Still a significant engagement, though, on the ground, and the U.S. suffered no combat deaths or casualties, any significant casualties. Apparently, this group of Iraqi fighters, and we're not clear if they were Republican Guard or these Fedayeen Saddam fighters or some other irregulars, were fired rocket-propelled grenades at some of these U.S. Army troops. The vastly superior U.S. firepower was brought to bear, and the result was a total U.S. victory in this battle, again, killing between 150 and 200 Iraqis, suffering no casualties on the U.S. side.
Just before you move on from that, in the significance of what the war is, a battle where 150 to 200 enemy soldiers are killed is what? Big, medium, little?
Militarily, it's not very significant. It's a very small battle. But psychologically, especially coming after a day when the U.S. had suffered some casualties, it's a big boost for morale.
And again, just we've got the big box up showing the smoke moving across the city of Baghdad. How much of the city looks like that, obviously we can't tell, but from this location, it is very dense, really as dense as anything we've seen. It is much closer into the city than anything we've seen before. Now, Jamie, on State TV, this is no surprise to you, is it?
Well, Pentagon sources are not confirming that this is actually Iraqi television that was hit, except what they have told me is Iraqi television was on the list of targets to be hit very soon, sort of like right about this time. So it's very likely that that's what's happening here. And the other thing that I would stress is that they may have in fact hit the tower or the transmitter and not the Ministry of Information itself. It's not clear. What the U.S. is operating under these days is something they call effects-based warfare, where they try to create the maximum effect with a minimum amount of munitions. In this case, the effect is to take the television off the air, and you don't need to level the whole building or complex to do that. So they'll probably just check to see whether it's on the air and decide whether they need to take any more action.
Well, we can tell them from our reporters there that it's not on the air, so they know at least that much for now. Now, on to the Secretary's Day. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld woke up to see front page headlines that were roundly critical of the war plan.
And here's what Secretary Rumsfeld would say about that. He'd say, first of all, it's hard to criticize a war plan if you don't know what the war plan is, and he assures us that we don't know the war plan and nobody has reported the war plan. And it's they claim, a very methodically thought out plan. They went over it. It went through at least 20 different versions. They've been over it for months. And the key, he says, is for people to understand that it may take days or weeks and to have patience.
The blinding sandstorms that blanketed southern Iraq clearly hampered some U.S. ground and air operations.
It's a little bit ugly out there today.
But the military was quick to argue the bad weather was having little effect on the overall war plan.
It's been not a terribly comfortable day on the battlefield. However, that hasn't stopped us.
In fact, according to CNN's Walter Rogers, elements of the 7th Cavalry used the cover of sand to outflank Iraqi troops, securing a key bridge across the Euphrates while continuing toward Baghdad. At the Pentagon, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and his top military advisor fended off criticism that 5 days in, the U.S. war plan was suffering from lack of forces and foresight.
I think the plan is finally formulated and is put together by General Franks with some help and some advice, but by General Franks and his commanders, is a brilliant plan. And we've been at it now for less than a week. We're just about to Baghdad.
The Pentagon took particular exception to criticism from some analysts and retired generals that the rapid advancement of U.S. forces has left a vulnerable supply line that stretches about 300 miles to Baghdad.
I believe them too lightly defended, as critics charge.
In my view, no.
That's got total dominance of the air.
Yeah,
It is not air superiority, it's dominance. They have not put an airplane up.
But the Fedayeen are chipping away, it seems, at the...
And these are ones and twos, and that you're going to live with, like we live with in Afghanistan. That's where we live with in some major cities in the United States.
There are plans being put in, or plans in place to deal with those onesies and twosies.
Even with the bad weather, the U.S. continued to use satellite-guided bombs to soften up Republican Guard positions. Here, a U.S. Air Force F-15 takes out a Medina Division tank south of Baghdad. And over the last 2 days, U.S. warplanes trumped Iraq's 6 GPS jammers by taking them out with the very satellite-guided bombs they're designed to thwart.
I'm also pleased to say they had no effect on us. In fact, we destroyed one of the GPS jammers with a GPS weapon. Ironic.
U.S. satellite photographs show that Iraqi troops have set large oil trenches afire around Baghdad in what the U.S. says is another futile gesture.
I would say that those oil fires burning are more a hazard to the people living in Baghdad than they are an impediment for us to conduct operations.
In Basra, Iraqi tactics have forced a change in the U.S. strategy to avoid cities. Members of Saddam Hussein's shock troops, the Fedayeen Saddam, are terrorizing the Shia population, preventing anyone from leaving or welcoming coalition troops. So now British forces are moving to take out the regime loyalists and liberate the strategic port city.
Part of the strategy, clearly, is to delink the regular army, probably the softer of the targets, the irregular forces, and the Ba'ath Party regime, and drive a wedge between that and the people.
So what's going to happen next, Aaron? Well, I want to stress we don't have the war plan, but the way it's unfolding, it looks something like this. It looks like the U.S. will continue to mass troops around Baghdad, moving more forces into the country and up around Baghdad, while at the same time continuing airstrikes for, as I said, days or even weeks to degrade those Republican Guard divisions, both from the ground and from the air, putting tremendous pressure on them all the time, continuing to knock out air defenses, communications, putting more and more pressure with the hope that there'll finally be a collapse of the regime, or if not, by the time U.S. forces go in, they'll have a lot of armor, a lot of firepower, and an overwhelming advantage, and that the Iraqi forces will be demoralized and fairly easy to take out. That's the way it looks at this point.
Jamie, thank you. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. We're joined for an hour or so tonight. We're glad to have him by retired General Don Shepard, who's with us. Just quickly on the point that Jamie just made, any substantive disagreement on what he just laid out?
No, not at all.
Okay.
This is going to be tough slugging from here on. The real questions are the forces too thin, all those forces coming up. Secretary Rumsfeld saying these armchair generals don't know what they're talking about. This is one armchair general that has not criticized the plan.
Well, it does seem 5 days, 6 days, 7 days into it's probably a little early in the game. Nevertheless, that stuff is out there today, and the plan itself was audacious in some respects.
Yeah. It's very clear the plan was to race towards Baghdad, to bypass the cities in the rear, to accept the small skirmishes that go with that. The supply lines are vulnerable, to be able to clean those small skirmishes up with British forces, Marines, and following elements of the forces and secure it later on. I think it's a solid plan.
On this question of supply lines, which sometimes I seem to fixate on, it's a relatively long supply line, 350 miles. As we've all seen, one of the great advantages of the way the war has been reported is we've seen in great detail how complicated the supply effort is. Has anything that's gone on so far, this Basra, any of the rest of it, forced the military to alter the basic plan?
Not the basic plan, but I think we have been surprised at the fierceness of the fighting that's taken place in Nasiriyah and also Basra. We've also been very surprised at the chemical stuff that showed up in Nasiriyah, that far south.
Good to have you with us for however long we hang on to you. We enjoy our conversations with you. We have much more ahead. We'll take you literally to the front lines and much more. Our coverage continues after a short break here on CNN.
Applying for a second mortgage is fast and easy with Ditech.com.
One of the things that we liked about Ditech were the competitive rates and closing costs. In addition, we were able to take a second mortgage, which is very convenient.
If you need cash to consolidate bills or pay off high-interest credit cards, apply now for a second mortgage with a no closing cost option from Ditech.com.
I recommend Ditech to everyone. They're really nice people to work with.
Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
CNN tomorrow. Find out how long before troops roll into Baghdad. Plus the struggle to reach U.S. POWs. The American Red Cross makes urgent attempts. How the efforts are going. On the next American Morning with Paula Zahn. CNN tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern.
We just got word that the Iraqi information minister is becoming the familiar voice now. The Iraqi government is expected to hold a news conference at some point reasonably soon. We've also come to know that if they say 10 minutes, it doesn't necessarily mean 10 minutes. It could be an hour. In any case, we're monitoring all of our feeds out of Baghdad now, and when he steps to the podium, we will carry some or all of that depending on what we hear. On we go. In the meantime, again today, there were disturbing hints, and we underscore hints here, that coalition forces may soon face an attack using chemical weapons. Yesterday, the story centered on intelligence regarding enemy intentions. Today, the evidence is somewhat more tangible. Reporting for us, CNN's David Ensor.
The evidence is accumulating that Iraq may be planning to use chemical weapons. Gas masks turning up in abandoned trenches. In Nasiriyah, in a building marked as a hospital, U.S. Marines found weapons, atropine antidote kits, and that was not all.
They found over 3,000 chemical suits and gas masks, as well as a number of Iraqi military uniforms.
The findings are heightening concerns among coalition forces approaching Baghdad since, as the Iraqis should know, U.S. and British forces do not use chemical weapons. U.S. officials say some intelligence indicates a red line may have been drawn around the capital, with Republican Guard units ordered to use chemical weapons once U.S. and allied troops cross it. There is also, intelligence officials say, suggesting Republican Guard units have been issued artillery shells containing chemical agents.
There has been intelligence scraps, who knows how accurate they are, chatter in the system that suggests that the closer that coalition forces get to Baghdad and to Tikrit, the greater the likelihood, and that some command and control arrangements have been put in place.
In Baghdad, Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz repeated his government's stand. It does not have any kind of weapons of mass destruction.
When they started to talk about the weapons of mass destruction, we know, and we always knew, that that was fabrication and lies.
Experts say Saddam Hussein's forces will likely try to hold out in Baghdad for as long as possible without using the weapons his government insists it does not have, hoping to build international pressure on the U.S. and Britain to back down.
In that sense, any use of chemical weapons would be counterproductive to Saddam because it would only galvanize international opinion around the United States.
But if the coalition forces cannot be deterred that way, then, says Ken Pollack, all bets may be off.
And he will use chemical warfare to prevent the United States from taking Baghdad and to inflict as many casualties as he can on U.S. forces in hope that that will convince the United States to stop the war.
Gas, gas, gas! But U.S. and allied forces are well equipped and trained against chemical weapons.
Without offering details, Joint Chiefs Chairman General Myers says the U.S. does have a plan for a response to chemical weapons attacks if they should come. David Ensor, CNN, Washington.
We'll talk more about this question of chemical weapons, the hunt for them, the evidence that is building, how strong it is, with retired Special Forces Major Kelly McCann in a minute. Take a break, update the day's headlines, and our coverage continues here on CNN.
It's not just a new way of listening to radio. It's a new way of looking at it.
Introducing the Delphi XM satellite radio. Its advanced display can browse 100 XM channels by category, song, or artist. Its compact design connects easily to existing home or car stereos. And at under $200, it's a perfect gift. The Delphi XM Skyfire radio. The newest way to get XM satellite radio. For the road, for the home, for under $200.
You're going to love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter.
And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent. Huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
Good evening once again from the CNN Center in Atlanta. I'm Heidi Collins. Here's the news happening at this hour. The Pentagon says as many as 200 Iraqi soldiers were killed in a bloody battle with Allied forces near the holy Shiite city of Najaf. That's about 95 miles south of Baghdad. It is described as possibly the biggest firefight of the war. U.S. Marines in Nasiriyah have taken nearly 170 Iraqi prisoners after capturing a hospital that was being used for military operations. Inside, the Marines say they found a chest containing various weapons, including these AK-47 assault rifles. They also say they found vials of atropine, an antidote against chemical weapons. U.S. officials say coalition forces will face a formidable challenge when they reach the vicinity of Baghdad. They believe Iraq's defenses have been set up in layers around the city, which the coalition is trying to degrade. U.S. officials say Iraq's Republican Guard is the linchpin of those defenses and is also being bombed. An update now on combat casualties. The U.S. reports a total of 14 combat deaths, including friendly fire incidents. The U.K. has suffered 6 combat deaths. Another 14 lives were lost in accidents. And there are 7 American POWs now and several soldiers still missing in action. The family of one U.S. POW says the Army tried twice to rescue him and his co-pilot. The 2 were taken prisoner by Iraq yesterday after their chopper went down south of Baghdad. The family says heavy ground fire prevented other Apaches from making a rescue. U.S. Navy officials say the Navy will bring in trained dolphins this week to look for floating mines in the waters around Qasr. The mammals will mark any mines for Navy divers to inspect. And that is what's happening at this hour. Now back to more comprehensive coverage of the war in Iraq and Aaron Brown.
Heidi, thank you. All the talk about the gee whiz technology, and nothing is more gee whiz, if you will, than seeing these dolphins go after the sea mines.
I know it.
Thank you very much. Kelly McCann joins us. He has been with us before. He does security, he analyzes security matters for us. He's a former Special Forces major, and we're glad to have him. In and of itself, Kelly, I guess if I were the Iraqi government, I could make the argument that simply because they found a bunch of chemical weapons suits hardly says that we are hiding chemical weapons, because they could be as much defensive as anything.
Undoubtedly their ploy, Aaron. I mean, you know, faced with that, they're going to obviously say that right up until the time, if they do use them, they do. They're going to say that it was for defensive purposes, despite the fact that we know that it's against the law of land warfare.
Well, it's not against the law of land warfare to have chemical weapon suits. It's not.
No, to have the weapons.
Right. No, I understand that. So what becomes conclusive evidence? At what point is it a sort of game, set, match point thing?
You know, it's kind of a quantitative answer, isn't it? I mean, what if we found some shells, but not anything that rose to the level that people have stated there undoubtedly is? What if we find some stores, but no production facility? You know, I mean, this is really an unanswered question, and I think there's a lot riding on it. It will be looked at in different senses depending on the region in the world you're from.
In fact, early in the inspections process, I recall, they came up with a number of warheads that were capable of holding chemical weapons, but in and of itself, that doesn't answer the question. Do you suspect that there are some of your Euro guys, Special Forces guys, prowling around inside Iraq tonight as we talk, looking for stores of chemical weapons?
Yes, there are. About a decade ago or more, it really became another mission area, which was counter weapons of mass destruction proliferation teams. And basically, they're highly trained. They worked with some of the domestic agencies to get up to speed and have really accelerated that kind of learning curve over the last decade. And tremendous equipment, plus they are special operators, so they have a direct action capability, which is a limited raid capability to take matters in their own hands should that target of opportunity present itself. So there is undoubtedly people looking places like Kirkuk, where it could be concealed in an oil separation platform or plant very easily. I mean, these are the kinds of crafty methods that would be used by Saddam's regime.
In a perfect world, and I assume war rarely presents itself as in a perfect world, would these special ops guys try and destroy that store of chemical weapons on their own, or would they call someone else in to do it?
I think initially, Aaron, that the primary concern is going to be to present it to the court of world opinion. So I think the destruction would be counterproductive to what's trying to be shown here. So I think that what they'd try to do is isolate it, contain it, then ramp up enough security troops in the area so that we could control it without fear of a counterattack or any kind of intrusion, and then basically show that to the world.
So the idea then is to isolate it, make sure they can't use it, but get the pictures and the excuse the expression, public relations value out of it when the time comes.
Exactly right, because without that, we're going to be holding a big bag.
It is thank you, Kelly, another example of how media, it seems to me, is playing an odd role in all of this. Kelly McCann, once again, we enjoy very much having you with us tonight. We'll keep an eye on the chemical weapons aspect of the story. There's been no one who's been a better ally of President Bush in all of this for many, many months now than the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair. Mr. Blair spoke out about the war today. Later in the week, he'll come to Washington and meet with the president. But there are hints of a divide opening up between the two men, not on how to fight the war, but on how to win the peace. Here's CNN's Robin Oakley.
That the regime that Tony Blair had a clear message Tuesday for the Iraqi people, whom he said had been failed after the Gulf War in 1991.
They've been let down before, when they thought coalition forces were going to remove Saddam. And my message to them today is that this time we will not let you down. Saddam and his regime will be removed.
On Wednesday, when he flies to see George Bush at Camp David to discuss their progress towards that aim, they'll have plenty to agree on about the war. But Blair wants to focus too on what happens afterwards. And there could be snags. All along in their association, Blair has been pushing the president to take the UN route that proved such an embarrassment for both before the war. In the Azores 10 days ago, Mr. Bush seemed to have been won over again.
If we use military force in the post-Saddam Iraq, the UN will definitely need to have a role. And that way it can begin to get its legs of responsibility back. And it's important for the UN to be able to function well.
But since then, Pentagon officials have indicated they want the UN's role strictly limited to humanitarian aid. Challenged on that by reporters, Mr. Blair made clear he wasn't having it.
But there is no question of the UN role being reserved simply for the humanitarian situation. It is important that whatever administration takes over in Iraq, that has the authority of the UN behind it. I mean, that is going to be important, as I say, for the coalition forces, for the Iraqi people, for the international community.
It's an opinion shared by European Union leaders. They don't agree on much else over Iraq, but at their summit last Friday, their joint statement insisted the UN must continue to play a central role during and after the current crisis. And to underline the point, Mr. Blair is calling not only on Mr. Bush, but on UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan too. There's not a whisker between President and Prime Minister over how they fight the war, but there are tensions between London and Washington over what happens afterwards. On the post-war role of the UN, Mr. Blair, who needs to patch up some friendships on his side of the Atlantic, is siding with the still idealistic Europeans, not with a doubting US. Robin Oakley, CNN, Downing Street, London.
So this question of how to manage post-war Iraq is one thing on the table. When the president meets with Mr. Blair, the president has lots of things on the table these days. His tax bill was up in the Senate today, his tax cut bill. There's a supplemental budget to pay for the war that needs to be considered. Plenty of work for the president and plenty of work for the reporters who cover the White House. Suzanne Malveaux has the duty tonight, and she joins us from there. Good evening to you.
Good evening, Aaron. The president is encouraging Congress to pass that emergency spending bill for the war in 3 weeks. That's before the Easter recess. A couple things to keep in mind with this supplemental. First of all, it only covers the cost of activities for 6 months. And the second aspect is that the full cost will be paid 100% by American taxpayers.
President Bush unveiled his much-awaited cost estimate of the U.S. war with Iraq, nearly $75 billion over a 6-month period.
The wartime supplemental is directly related to winning this war and to securing the peace that will follow this war. I ask Congress to act quickly and responsibly.
The total emergency spending bill is $74.7 billion, $63 billion of that for the prosecution of the war, $8 billion for international operations, relief, and short-term reconstruction, including aid for U.S. allies, and $4 billion for Homeland Security. But the Pentagon cautions this figure could dramatically change.
The budget figure the president announced up there is not the cost of the war. The budget figure he announced up there is the cost of some money the state needs, some money the CIA needs, some money that Homeland Security needs. If you can't tell how long it's going to last, you sure can't tell what it's going to cost.
Unlike the Persian Gulf War, which was paid almost exclusively by U.S. allies, 100% of the cost of this war will be picked up by U.S. taxpayers. But in a clear message to the Bush administration, some in Congress are concerned about how the U.S. will pay for this war. The Senate voted to slash the president's $726 billion tax cut package by more than half.
Mr. Sarbanes.
House passed Mr. Bush's version. Probably when it goes into conference, it'll be somewhere in between the figure of $350 and $700+ billion. When it comes to the supplemental, Democrats want more money for Homeland Security. Both sides want more money for their pet projects. So in all likelihood, it will be passed in that 3-week period, probably more than $75 billion. And Aaron, when it comes to the long-term costs of reconstruction, well, Iraqi oil is going to pay for that, as well as those frozen funds from Iraq, the Iraqi regime. Aaron?
Suzanne, 20 seconds on the tax cut bill. The House passed the big one. The Senate looks more inclined to slash it in half. We end up somewhere in the middle?
Somewhere in the middle is likely, between $350, $700+ billion. There are quite a bit of critics who say you cannot afford to conduct this war, to carry out this war, and have such a big tax cut. But you'll probably see the president doesn't expect to get everything he wants out of this, certainly hoping for a figure that's closer to $720 billion, but probably somewhere in the middle. Cut the difference.
Thank you very much. Suzanne Malveaux at the White House tonight. Excuse me, we've talked a lot about how the war has been covered over the last week or so. We'll be looking at that after a break. General Wes Clark is with us again, so we have a long way to go here tonight. We'll take a break first, and our coverage continues in a moment.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Executive Jeep announces incredible savings at our state-of-the-art facility on Universal Drive in North Haven. Now get rebates and discounts up to $5,000 and low finance and lease rates on our entire inventory. Get a new 2003 Liberty Sport for under $20,000 or a new 03 Grand Cherokee for under $24,000. Plus, get free lifetime oil changes with every new Jeep. The best values in America are here now at the totally new Executive Jeep. Exit 9 off I-91, North Haven.
This is a teleprompter. TV anchors use it. I'm Bob Alvine, anchorman at Premier Subaru in Brantford. We'd like to see a few hundred new car lovers who are sick of the usual car dealer and want straight talk, low prices, great service, and humane treatment. Here's the latest Subaru models. No teleprompter needed. They speak for themselves. Call us or test drive our website. Take care.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
We said General Wes Clark is with us tonight. Every time I say General sits to my left here and he flinches, he thinks we're going to him. In this time, in fact, we are. It's good to have you with us. We started this hour by saying, General, that it appears the Americans have hit Iraqi TV, taken it off the air. All the reporting we're getting out of there is that Iraqi TV is off the air. You can see the smoke that is moving. You know, people have been asking us, what is that building, by the way? It's a bank. It's a small bank building in Baghdad. Anyway, lots of smoke. If you were commanding this war, well, let me ask you differently, because I don't like to put you in a position of second guessing. It's a nice thing at some point to have the other side's communication system taken out, because...
Well, this is an integral part of his command and control system. We went through the same problem with Slobodan Milosevic, and you may remember after agonizing debate, we finally took out Serb television. Now, of course, they had a way of getting it back on the air. Maybe the Iraqis will too. But this is an important blow at Saddam Hussein's prestige, not only at home and in the Arab world. And this is not only a military campaign, it's a psychological campaign. It's a media campaign. And just as you were saying, Aaron, the media is an important weapon of war here. Those pictures of those Americans that were displayed around the Arab world, they made a lot of people in many different countries over there happy.
But the mere fact that you've taken Iraqi TV off the air doesn't mean that you have eliminated the ability of the Iraqis to get those pictures out, because there's the BBC is there, and Al Jazeera is there, and Lebanon TV and all the rest. It's really how he communicates to his own people that's been damaged.
Well, that's right. I mean, this is one more impediment to him. This is one more element in the friction of war that we're imposing on Saddam.
And you mentioned in the war in the Balkans, where it seemed to me every decision seemed to be a difficult decision, and in conflict, did it change the playing field when you were able to take out TV?
It did in that war, because it was a huge step for NATO to have the resolve to act in a united way against what people consider a dual-purpose target. It had a civilian connotation, right. And you know, it dealt with freedom of the press and other, you know, hallowed Western values, and suddenly we'd struck at it. So it was a major psychological blow to Milosevic. This is not quite the same, because this is a United States decision, and the United States is always prepared to make tough decisions like that. So we did not have the same agonizing decision process, but it is a blow to Saddam Hussein.
Now, if we, that's Baghdad. David, if we can put up the Kuwait picture, we can talk about one of the other major storylines of the day. Go ahead and take it full if you want for a second. This is Kuwait City this morning, now coming up on 7 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, the weather, General, has been a huge part of the story today. We've seen some dramatic, honestly, pictures from the battlefield, and this is a pretty dramatic picture, too. We've looked out on this scene for days and days and days and seen off into the distance. As a practical matter, it is not without implications.
Well, it's made it hard for us to continue our activities in the planned way. I mean, it does slow down the tempo of the strategic move to get the grip on the Republican Guards. And it gives the Republican Guards, if this is the same in the area around where the Medina Division is, a certain amount of cover from air observation. It makes it difficult for us to use our unmanned aerial vehicles against them. Target acquisition is more difficult. Maybe they've got more of a chance to dig in and conceal themselves. But this will be over, and then they'll be on their own again.
It grounded helicopters in Iraq today, and in fact grounded them in place, increasing the risk. Is this part, I don't know enough about the weather here, honestly. Is this part of the reason why they wanted to fight the war a little, or start the war perhaps a little earlier, because you get this sort of unpredictable weather besides the heat that starts to come? Or is this just another day in the region?
I'd say just take it as another day in the region. I mean, you have violent weather in this region, especially during these 3 or 4 months here. You know, we live with it. It's the ups and downs of battle.
Got it. It's nice to have you back with us. I didn't want people to think that you ran and fled, that you couldn't take a full week with me. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
And General Clark be spending the night with us. We talked in every war, I suppose, images matter. In this particular war, it's being played out so literally around the world on TV. We're watching it. Some of it we watch live. We see a battle as a guy in a tank is seeing it in many respects. It's been stunning to watch, and how it will shape public opinion at this point certainly is one of the great mysteries of the war. For us, reporting is CNN's Jeff Greenfield.
What's your name?
Shauna. Today, the images that appall us come by satellite, transmitted instantly halfway around the world. But they are, in a sense, only the newest chapters in a very old story. 140 years ago, photographer Matthew Brady's exhibit of photographs of the Civil War dead at Antietam, shown in New York months after the battle, brought home to civilians the real picture of real war. 100 years ago, American newspapers helped lead the country into war with Spain, with these illustrations of the battleship Maine exploding, almost surely an accident, but one that was painted as a hostile attack.
This is what the war in Vietnam is all about.
A generation ago, uncensored reporting from Vietnam threw doubt on the official story of the war, with images of burning villages and a street corner execution of an enemy.
And you'll be able to count each bomb. 1, 2.
A dozen years ago, the first Gulf War appeared on our TV screens as something like a bloodless video game, with reporters tightly controlled by a Pentagon determined not to repeat the Vietnam experience. This time, the administration made a deliberate decision to bring the astonishing new technology of the press right up to the front lines, to show America and the world that this was a war of liberation, not of conquest. In doing that, they,
responding with heavy machine gun fire,
and the press have provided striking evidence of the power and the limitations,
and time is very critical here,
of instant media. More than a century ago, futurists imagined a time when people would watch a war live from the comfort of their living rooms. Today, that future has arrived. But this flood of instant information has come with a price. It means that separate images from each day, from each hour, can alter the whole impression of the war. The easy optimism of one moment becomes the pessimism of the next. And the death or capture of a single soldier can become the overwhelming story because we can see their faces, hear their voices.
I was afraid he was dead.
Witness the suffering of families. And if the U.S. government wants the press there to record images that reaffirm the U.S. role as liberators, it will also be there to witness resistance and the inevitable death of innocents. Moreover, in an age when images are recorded and transmitted internationally, there is no way for authorities in a free nation to block such images even if they wanted to. Now, there's also one effect of this flood of information we can't yet measure. It compresses time drastically. In World War II, the first photo of a dead American did not appear until nearly 2 years after Pearl Harbor. And that was a war where the news of the first 6 months was almost all bad. Germans sinking American ships at will, the Japanese sweeping through Asia. This war with Iraq has gone on for 6 days and has already produced a striking mood swing. What will it mean if the country finds itself swinging between emotional highs and lows as every day brings us compelling images that may or may not reflect the wider scope of this effort? Aaron?
Jeff, it is the absolute truth. I've wanted to call you about 4 times over the last several days to talk about this because I'm just curious, as you've watched the reporting, the embedding reporting, has it surprised you how the process has worked at all?
I have to be honest with you and tell you that to some extent, with all of the new amazing technology, it is an old story about what television does, the overwhelming impact of the image over broader issues. Back during the Iran hostage crisis, almost 25 years ago, the focus on the hostages, in effect, held American foreign policy hostage. And you're already beginning to see second guessing 6 days into a war because we've seen stories of a handful of POWs. But we know them so well. We've already met their families. We know where they went to school. And it's the kind of thing that television has been doing from its inception. So what I think we're seeing, Aaron, is an even greater example of a story that we've been living and struggling with for the better part of 3 or 4 decades.
Jeff, thank you. We've been doing some media panels so far this week. If we have half a brain, we'll make you join one of them. I hope you will.
Be delighted.
Thank you. Jeff Greenfield is in New York. We'll talk with Howard Kurtz, who writes media criticism for the Washington Post in a minute. We need to take a break first. Our coverage continues in a moment.
My grandfather started the business back in 1923. Figured everybody likes ice cream, so that might be a pretty good way to make a living. This is where we mix and prepare the ingredients for the ice cream. Who can guess what we keep in here? That's right. Got to keep it cold in here.
Introducing New America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email.
AOL's new parental controls I can set up for each one of my children.
Now AOL searches are faster than ever with Google. The customer service is free and it's 24 hours a day.
Call now and get 1,025 free hours for 45 days. There's no commitment and you don't even need a credit card.
America Online has so much more.
New AOL 8.0 with hundreds of new features. There's never been a better time to try it.
CNN tomorrow. Find out how long before troops roll into Baghdad. Plus the struggle to reach U.S. POWs. The American Red Cross makes urgent attempts. How the efforts are going. On the next American Morning with Paul Azan. CNN tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern.
Many of you know Howard Kurtz as the host of Reliable Sources here on CNN, which has never stopped him from throwing a punch at us or anybody else that seems to get on his nerves in the world of media criticism. He writes it for the Washington Post as well, and he's someone we respect a lot and glad to have with us again tonight. Welcome.
Thank you.
There's a million questions I suppose we could ask. Do you see a significant difference in the way in the tone between the way television is reporting this and the way newspapers are reporting this?
Not so much, Aaron, except for the obvious speed that television brings to it. I just want to say at the outset, the embedded reporters on all the networks and for all the major papers are doing a terrific job under very difficult circumstances. It's so vivid you can practically feel the sand in your hair, but with the power of TV, when their military unit comes under attack, when you can hear the shells exploding over their heads, when their units suffer casualties or get involved in friendly fire incidents, that becomes the story. And so I think that both in the morning papers this morning and all over TV the last couple of days, there has been a pessimistic tone because certain units with certain embedded reporters have suffered setbacks or encountered fierce resistance. That may be, in the larger scheme of things, something of a blip.
Well, at the risk of really causing myself trouble, let me beg to differ gently. I was looking at the way the New York Times, a competitor of yours, reported this story. It seems to me that their Times reporters are feeding a lot of information into one reporter to write the story and give a broad overview of the day and then breaking into individual pieces, which I assume is the way the Post is doing it too, isn't it?
Sure, with 30 other stories from reporters around the world. But here's the thing. You began to see in this morning's papers stories that said the second guessing. Is this really going according to plan? How come we're encountering all this fierce resistance? Part of the reason I think for that, and you're hearing that tone on television as well, part of the reason is that in the run-up to this war, the media played a big role here, and Pentagon officials were more than happy to feed the perception that this was an awesome military machine that was going to roll on to Baghdad and all the Iraqis were going to throw flowers. Well, guess what? War is messy, war is difficult, mistakes are made, and there is a lot of resistance that these troops are running into. So I think, just like in a political campaign, the media kind of jacked expectations up. People thought the war would be over in maybe 2.5 hours or 2.5 days, and now that it's turning out not to be the case, which shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, the press is kind of pulling back and trying to correct or balance some of those earlier, more optimistic predictions.
Let's talk about television for a few minutes and see if you throw a punch or not. Do you think that we as a business, or CNN specifically if you want, but I mean the question more broadly, have sanitized too much the pictures coming back, particularly on the coalition side?
I don't think so. I saw bodies of dead Iraqis when I watched Ted Koppel at ABC. I think that when there has been violence, without putting on extraordinarily gruesome pictures of people who have been killed. I think we're getting a real feel in our living rooms for what combat is like. Jeff Greenfield made the analogy to Vietnam, but those pictures, that film had to be flown by helicopter and often showed up a couple of days later. We're seeing, I've seen a reporter stick a microphone in the face of a soldier who had just been wounded and was talking to his family back home. So I don't think they're overly sanitizing. I know there's a debate about should we have shown more or less of the POW photos released by Iraqi TV. I don't see a lot of sanitation at this point.
The other night we sat here for 3 hours or so and literally watched and commented on a battle, a small battle, a battle's probably not the right word, take place. There was a British reporter there. He would interview the sergeant, and I said several times, for better or for ill, we're able to do this. This is your job. Is it for better or for ill?
I don't think there's any question that it's for better, although that's obviously a mixed bag. Compared to what? Compared to the Gulf War, when we got most of our information from Pentagon briefings, a lot of which turned out to be too optimistic, compared to Afghanistan, where the press was largely shut out from the battlefield. I think that the military has benefited because reporters have been there to humanize the story, to bring us the narrative of fighting men and women.
I'm sorry.
And at the same time, the bad news has come through the screen very vividly.
Just focus on the live component of it for a second, because that's what I'll tell you the truth, that scares the dickens out of me, that we're going to cover one of these things live, and the kind of picture you would never allow on TV simply because you don't need to make the point is going to happen before our eyes on live TV, and we have no editorial control over it.
I think that's inevitably true, that somebody is going to get their head blown off and the camera is going to be there, and there's not going to be anybody in the control room to say, well, no, don't put that on the air. But at the same time, I think that it's hard for people at home to sort out, even today in Basra. Was there an uprising? Was the uprising against Saddam? Was the uprising against the British troops who were trying to control the city? So we're really seeing the journalistic sausage being made. I think over time, people have become sophisticated viewers. They will sort this out. But it does create this kind of roller coaster effect where one day everything seems to be going great, and the next day it seems like the coalition is suffering all kinds of setbacks.
It sure does. Boy, you should sit up here. It sure does. Mr. Kurtz, it's always terrific to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Howard Kurtz, who writes media criticism for the Washington Post. Are we going to a break, or are we going to the update? Okay, we'll go to the update. Heidi Collins has that, and our coverage will continue in a minute or so. Heidi.
Thanks, Aaron. Checking the latest developments now at this hour. The battle at Nasiriyah rages on. U.S. Marines have seized a hospital in the southern Iraqi city and captured nearly 170 Iraqi soldiers. U.S. Central Command says the Iraqis had been staging military operations from the facility. A photo taken by Marines at the hospital and released by the Defense Department showed a challenge
in Baghdad overnight, knocking Iraqi state television off the air, crippling Iraqi President Saddam Hussein's ability to communicate with the nation. And the Pentagon says that U.S. forces have killed about 150 to 200 Iraqi troops about 95 miles south of Baghdad. The clash between the 37th Cavalry and what may have been members of Iraq's Republican Guard was said to be possibly the biggest ground engagement yet. And the sandstorm south of Baghdad prevented the 7th Cav from calling in air support. Further south, the U.S. Marines reported a disturbing discovery. Iraqi soldiers, they said, were using a hospital to launch their attacks, and they were found to be hoarding doses of atropine used to counter the effects of nerve gas, as well as 3,000 chemical suits with masks. Kuwaiti firefighters report they have extinguished their first of the oil fires in southern Iraq, and the company that Vice President Dick Cheney was running up until 2000 campaign will be extinguishing others. The Halliburton Company has won one of the first U.S. contracts for post-war Iraq. President Bush is asking for almost $500 million to repair Iraqi oil facilities. On the home front, the Department of Homeland Security has added unarmed Black Hawk helicopters to the patrols of New York airspace. Though unarmed, they are capable of calling in Air Force fighter jets to take on unauthorized flights in and around the city. President Bush on Tuesday signed an executive order making it easier for the government to keep records from public eyes. The order maintains an existing policy of automatically declassifying documents from 25 years ago, but it expands some scenarios for making government records secrets. And with that, we'll toss it back to CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq and Aaron Brown. Aaron?
Darren, thank you very much. You always try and figure out what the news is going to be driven by in any given day, and certainly the war over there and the conditions over there and whether they get to Baghdad is part of it, but I suspect that this will also drive the news. The New York Times tomorrow, or in tomorrow's edition, will report in a story by Eric Schmidt and David Sanger, some American mechanics captured on Sunday after they took a wrong turn near the town of Nasiriyah apparently were executed by their captors, probably in front of townspeople. According to American officials, the officials cautioned, according to the Times, that this information is based on a single source, probably a communications intercept, and that American officials are seeking additional corroborating evidence. The Times quotes one senior military official as saying, when the full story comes out, people will be outraged. Again, tomorrow's New York Times will report it believes that some of the young Americans in the 507th group who died on Sunday were executed, and while what I'm about to say proves absolutely nothing, I can tell you it is absolutely true that some of them were shot in the head. There is no question about that. When that makes its way through the military side and the civilian side and the population side, all these sides, it's going to change the mood of all of this, or some of this, for a while, isn't it?
It is. I mean, this is going to deepen the intensity with which this conflict is waged, not only by the people at home, but by the soldiers.
Well, right. I mean, the notion that, I don't remember what the issue was a couple of days ago, but we talked a couple of days ago about you don't do things, you don't change plans because you're angry, you change things because it's to your advantage to do so. Now that's a decision making, but on the ground is something else again. It makes soldiers, to know it's going to make soldiers really angry.
It's hard to control the troops. If this word gets out, it's hard to control troops when they are angry like this. Things happen, but it's also going to have an impact here at home because people will be angered by this, deeply angered by this.
Anyway, as you may remember, the 507th, these were, they certainly are soldiers, okay? They are absolutely soldiers, but their role in the Army was to fix trucks and things that broke down. They were out in tough conditions. They apparently made a wrong turn. They got ambushed in some way. These are the pictures that we had been talking about on Sunday night that were broadcast. A number of satellite systems around and broadcasting systems around the world. It's extraordinarily gruesome, and I don't need to describe them in any more detail than I just did. But again, the Times is reporting that the senior military official believes they were executed, probably a public execution. And I would say it's hard to argue with the military official who said when the full story comes out, people will be outraged. So I suspect that will be part of what drives. Just say it, General. You don't have to write it down.
It's going to add to the pressure to release the pictures.
You're absolutely right. These pictures, which are 100 feet from me, we'll see. I mean, my impulse will be to fight that, but we'll see what happens. Many of you may be just joining us, settling in for the night. 12 o'clock, a little past that here in the East. We want to give you a sense of what went on today before we focus in more narrowly on certain events. So here is a broad view of the day that has gone on.
Whether it was a blinding sandstorm in the central part of the country or a downpour in the south near Basra, weather was the dominant factor in the war against Iraq today.
It's like being in a blizzard, except unfortunately the sand doesn't melt as the snow does.
Overall, here's what the landscape looks like tonight. Coalition ground units continue to make a broad sweep towards Baghdad. Elements of the Army's 3rd Infantry Division are 50 miles to the south and west of the Iraqi capital, and late today were engaged in a major battle with Iraqi units south of the city of Karbala. The British, meantime, are encircling Iraq's 2nd largest city, Basra.
In the 5 days since military action began, a huge amount has already been achieved.
Inside Basra, there were the smallest of hints that an uprising may have begun against Saddam Hussein. These pictures of a single gunman firing into the air and destroying a picture of Saddam are certainly not definitive proof. They are a hint, that's all. But British officials say at least it is a positive sign. Meantime, Iraqi television broadcasts these pictures of a coalition drone aircraft shot down and then paraded through the streets of Basra. No firm proof of chemical weapons was found today, but as far as the coalition was concerned, there were hints. Marines seized a hospital in the battered city of Nasiriyah and said they seized thousands of chemical weapons suits as well as conventional weapons. And finally, the southernmost Iraqi city of Qasr was declared under coalition control, finally, and the Navy actually brought in dolphins to help detect underwater mines.
So that's a broad view of the day. We can now focus in on some of the specific moments of the day. The weather was a huge problem. Those of you who have been with us over the course of the last week have spent a lot of time with the cavalry, and our correspondent Walt Rogers, as he and they made their way from the Kuwaiti border up towards Baghdad. It's gotten a bit messy for them. It appears, based on the reports that we heard today, as they were making their way towards the fighting that went on near Kabbalah. Walt was able to file this report.
What we're showing you is the convoy in which we're riding, heading north again in the general direction of north in a very strong sandstorm. It's like being in a blizzard, except unfortunately the sand doesn't melt as the snow does. Now, this gives some temporary military advantage to both sides, although the greater military advantage falls to the Iraqis. We have been under heavy fire for the past couple miles, mostly a small arms fire, but the sandstorm has enabled the Iraqis to come very close to the road. And if I sound a little nervous, it's because we're in a soft-skinned vehicle and everybody else is in armor. The 7th Cavalry literally had to run something of a night ambush on both sides of the road last night, crossing one of the canal bridges that preceded the Euphrates River. And that fight was, as I say, more than significant. There were machine gun tracer bullets going out on either side of the road. Every Bradley, every tank was firing. Imagine looking out into total darkness in an agricultural area. You can't see, more than 40 or 50 meters without night vision goggles. And you know there are people out there. We had no idea how many people were out there, but it turned out to be several hundred, 300-400 Iraqi dismounts. The U.S. Army 7th Cavalry has just taken 3 Iraqi prisoners of war. Actually, they're very close, that is to say, no more than 40 yards away. But the dust and sand are blowing so badly, you're getting these vague images. They were captured by the U.S. Army up the road, not very far ahead of us. They were driving a truckload of weapons, and that's when the Army apprehended them. They've had their arms tied. They're lying in the sand now. No evidence of any hostility on their part now, but the only mistreatment is that which we all suffer, which is to say an abuse of Mother Nature by a sandstorm.
General, the weather was the story. It had, in some ways, its own advantages and disadvantages, right, on both sides, I guess.
Yeah, but I think Walter's right. I mean, I think that on balance, it helped the Iraqis more. It let them close up in this fight. It gave them some protection from our visibility overhead, made it more difficult for it to bring air power against the forward elements of the division, and it inhibited our ability to rest, maintain, recover, and bring up the rest of the force.
They were able to bomb Baghdad. We know the Iraqi TV facility, the other things, so it doesn't totally eliminate the power of air power. It's the
against fixed targets.
It's the low air support. That's where the problem becomes.
It's what we call emerging targets or mobile targets.
Can't see them.
Can't see them. Right. Can't see them.
Okay. The day's news does not get any better. The Associated Press is now reporting in a story datelined out of Boise that a second serviceman who was injured in the, for lack of a better word, fragging attack in the 101st Airborne Division in Kuwait has died. That's according to the Associated Press. As you'll recall, almost certainly, a young American soldier named Ahsan Akbar, a sergeant, is in custody, and in fact he was moved to a brig. They call it a brig in the Army. They call it a brig in the Navy. They don't.
Not a brig.
He's been moved to a jail in any case in Germany, where he's being held tonight, and now will face, it would appear, a second murder charge in that terrible and tragic incident on over the weekend. Chris Plant is at the Pentagon for us. There are a lot of things now, Chris, on your plate as we look at a messy picture of Baghdad, smoke and dust in the air, Baghdad TV, Iraqi TV off the air. Start where you wish.
Well, in terms of Iraqi television, the coalition decided today that it was time to take Baghdad TV off the air. It's something that they say was in the queue for some time now. They had planned on doing it all along. They say that its time came today, and they used cruise missiles and other precision-guided munitions from airplanes to knock them off the air. Now, this is something that the military takes seriously as an arm of propaganda for the regime. And as long as they were getting valuable information off of Iraqi TV, they were happy to leave it up and running. At this point, this stage of the game, when additional action, ground action is coming, perhaps soon, they decided that it was time to take that resource away from the regime. So they did so today. Aaron?
And the secretary was a little testy today, it seemed, when questioned about how the war plan was going and the criticism that appeared in lots of places. He was, I mean, the secretary honestly can be testy fairly often. He seemed especially so today.
Well, he does get that way from time to time, and there's a little bit of aggravation, I suppose, on the part of some defense officials that the press and perhaps some others are suggesting that they're off plan, that they're behind their schedule. They insist that they're not off the plan, that they're not behind schedule. They insist that everything is going just as they had intended it to go.
Well, they also very much minimized, didn't they, this behind the lines problem, the problem in South Iraq. I think the term that the secretary used and the chairman used was these onesies and twosies, no big deal. But as Michael Gordon was reporting, and I think everybody's getting a sense, General Clark certainly, it is a much bigger deal than just onesies and twosies.
Well, it is, it's not major unit combat. The U.S. and British forces are not coming up against divisions, organized divisions of Iraqi forces in the south, which they had expected they would not. They expected that the organized resistance in the south would be small scale rather than large scale. They say that that has been the case. They insist that they did expect there would be some guerrilla warfare, small unit fighting, which is what they've seen. They have been able to inflict casualties, the Iraqis have, against coalition forces, and of course that's a matter of concern. But they insist that they expected this all along, that when they gamed this out, when they planned it out, that they anticipated that all of this would happen. And of course the organized resistance still lies ahead around the city of Baghdad with the Republican Guard divisions up there, the best equipped, best trained, most loyal divisions. And in fact, it's unclear whether they're going to go head-on against these divisions. There may be surprises in store there.
We'll find out, Chris. Thank you. Chris Plant at the Pentagon tonight. General, far be it from me to be a critic on such matters, but it is hard, it's a little hard to see what's going on in the South as onesies and twosies when the British are having to throw big shells into the city of Basra, which is absolutely 100%. You didn't have to read the war plan to know not what they wanted to do.
Right. I think the Iraqis learned from Desert Storm just like we did.
That's the most, we talked about how just finish that. Of course they did. They were in it. Yeah.
Don't fight in the open desert against the United States Army. You're going to get killed.
Literally.
So, absolutely. So we spent a lot of time developing and honing our ability to kill them faster in the open desert. We've been struggling with coming to grips with fighting in built-up areas. The Marines have done a lot of work on this. The Army has too. We've done a lot of training on it, but it's a challenge for our technology. It's hard to get the technological edge And so they've gone into the cities. And I think these are sizable formations. We don't know what size. Division size wouldn't surprise me. 5,000, 7,000 people in both these places.
You know, we talked the other day about that the Iraqis had a limited number of strategies available to them because in the end they can't overwhelm the U.S. and British forces. That's not, but it's not reasonable for people to think that the only smart people on the planet live in the Pentagon and that everyone in the Iraqi military is some sort of idiot who hasn't been thinking, how are we going to manage this problem?
Well, we always say in war the enemy has a vote on what works. And, you know, they've got their courses of action, they've done their analysis, and we have to now, war is action, reaction, counteraction. So their reaction is there in the cities, it's up to us to counteract.
And just while we're on this sort of this chain of thought, I expected, based not just reading papers, but in the in the phone work that was done and talking to people, that the shock and awe was going to be a bigger, badder thing than it turned out to be. Was shock and awe either shocking or awesome?
Well, it was powerful, it was effective against fixed targets, but the Iraqis have had 12 years to look at how we do fixed targeting. They talked to the Serbs after we targeted the buildings at downtown Belgrade. They know what we're going to come after. They probably evacuated most of the buildings. Maybe we took out some bunkers underneath. It was awesome, but it's limited. It's self-limited, because when you're using precision weapons, you strike precisely what you aim at.
Yeah.
And so if you're not in one of those buildings, you're safe.
It's a good thing to remember. The enemy gets a vote. We'll take a break. Our coverage continues in a moment here on CNN.
It's in 9 out of 10 of the world's largest telecom carriers. 5 of the top 6 U.S. internet service providers, and 4 of the largest local phone companies in the U.S. What are these companies building into their business? The network capacity they need when they need it, from a network company they can rely on. Level 3 Communications, the network partner you can rely on.
See you down there.
Excuse me, is there a Bank of America ATM around here?
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them. Just around the corner at Field and Griffin. There's another one at the theater. Down there by the post office. 9th and Main. Right by the deli. Rivers, there's one on Crescent. Another one right across the courtyard. You know what? Right across the courtyard.
More ATMs where you need them.
There's one more, right?
From Bank of America. Higher standards.
As the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there. From the front lines to the home front, around the world, around the clock. When you need to know, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Very quickly, we have Walt Rogers on the phone. Walt's with a cavalry unit, and things are a little bit dicey where he is. Walt?
Hello, Aaron. A senior officer with the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, has confirmed to CNN that 2 M1A1 Abrams tanks were knocked out the previous day, that is yesterday, by hostile fire. Those 2 tanks were in B Troop, which is to say Bone Crusher Troop. None of the soldiers inside the tanks was injured, but according to what I'm getting from other officers, the Iraqis are now using tow wire-guided missiles, or something the equivalent thereof. The Iranians make and export a similar missile, and they are mounting them atop flatbed trucks, pickup trucks, driving around the countryside in these pickup trucks. And 2 U.S. Army M1A1 Abrams main battle tanks were taken out of commission yesterday. The Army has now captured several of those Iraqi missiles to determine what sort of preventive measures can be taken to deflect them as they come flying in. But I think they were a little taken aback by that. Again, no soldiers inside the tanks were injured. The soldiers from the tanks were pulled out very, very quickly. But the tanks, 2 of them, have been put out of commission. Bad news on another front from the Army, or perhaps bad news. Another sandstorm is forecast within the next hour and a half, and of course it's supposed to be on the magnitude of the sandstorm that this unit received yesterday, which reduced visibility to about 75 meters. Aaron?
Walter, I know you certainly don't want to discuss where you are precisely, and that's fine. Was your unit involved, the unit you're covering, involved in that, what was described as significant ground action earlier today?
That significant ground action is up on Najaf. We could hear it in the distance. As I was in my sleeping bag overnight, I heard at least 4 hours of very heavy artillery pounding. What we've determined is that that was the 3rd Infantry Division. They apparently came under a frontal assault, reportedly by infantry units, the kind of cannon fodder that the Iraqi regime throws forward. They were not engaged with Republican Guard, although there is one report the Republican Guard may be moving in our direction with some armor at this time. But of course the Apache troops tanks are out forward ready to engage if indeed that becomes the case. But again, the newest development is the Iraqis do have the equivalent of a TOW, that is a wire-guided anti-tank missile, which did put out of commission 2 U.S. tanks yesterday. Again, no casualties, but the tanks themselves were knocked out of action. Aaron?
Don't go away. Well, it's great news to be able to report that there are no casualties in that. General, are you surprised at this sort of news? General? Oh, there you are.
I'm sorry, I'm getting emails in from about Michael Moore.
Okay. That's okay. It happens to me all the time.
Am I surprised about the tanks?
Are you surprised they lost the tanks?
Yes, I am. But I shouldn't have been, because obviously there are weapons that will knock out a tank. You have to hit it the right way. And we don't know how many weren't knocked out that were hit, and we don't know how many times. So, I mean, it's a battle. And you have to expect to take some losses. Sounds like the crews got out, so they weren't catastrophic kills. Sounds like maybe the tanks were recovered, probably dragged them back. It's war. It's just like the Apaches. When you're in a ground unit, you're going to have some ups and downs. And I wish we could have an invulnerable ground combat vehicle.
Of course.
We don't.
Not yet.
The M1A1's about as good as it comes.
Walt, I don't want to lose you quite yet. There is, as you can see at the horizon in Baghdad now, a plume of smoke. We don't know that is, well, we have looked at this shot before. We didn't see it before, so whatever caused it has caused it relatively recently, at least. We'll keep an eye on that and get some information. Walt, it's impossible to resist asking this question, because we spent so much time with you and with that unit, first as you raced across the desert, and then as you were stuck in the mud, and Mrs. Lyle talked with Captain Lyle, and all of it seemed quite exciting. I gather it doesn't to the young men of the cavalry unit there feel quite so exciting now. It's serious business, isn't it?
That's true. But yeah, I wouldn't say they're in any way demoralized. It's just now that they're more totally focused than ever before, because they know that the Iraqis' hostile forces are out not very far in front of them. And the latest report is that some units of the Republican Guard may be headed in the direction of our position, which the position we've been assigned to is one where we just have to stand and fight whatever comes in the direction of 7th Cavalry. But again, the cavalry is out there ready to go, and it's just a matter of absolute total focus. There's no demoralization in any stretch of the word.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean if it came across that way. I certainly wasn't suggesting in any way that they'd be demoralized. Focus exactly what I would suspect they were. They know they are getting closer to that moment when they will engage.
Well, that's true, but remember yesterday, Aaron, perhaps it was on a different shift, but they were rather seriously engaged for the past 48 hours. As they approached the Euphrates River, there was an enormous firefight 2 evenings ago, one in which afterwards one of the majors in the 7th Cavalry said to me, "I hope I never have to go through that again." That was a very serious firefight. The Iraqis were throwing rocket-propelled grenades at an armored column. They were sneaking up under the cover of darkness, firing heavy machine guns. It was a very serious firefight, and if you looked at the night sky as we approached the Euphrates River crossings, that night sky was just filled with red tracer bullets, more outgoing from the Bradleys and from the main battle tanks, but there was incoming as well. And the soldiers who had the night vision goggles told us they saw upwards of 300 or more Iraqi dismounts, that's infantrymen, being thrown in the direction of the convoy. Of course, the convoy's superior firepower discouraged any frontal assault, but there were some very close calls. Yes, Aaron.
I'm sorry, the general wonders, did the Americans just run through that, or did they stop and destroy those units that were throwing that stuff their way?
In both cases, and there was a second incident like that, but in the first case, it was a night battle, and the American unit, the 7th Cavalry, stopped along this long road and just began to take advantage of its night vision capability and tried to destroy whatever was out there. That included 2 very large trucks with heavy machine guns mounted on them, a BMP, which is an old Soviet vintage armored personnel carrier, and as I say, upwards of 300 dismounts, infantry soldiers out there trying to disrupt our column. That was a nighttime ambush. Now, the following day, yesterday, once the unit crossed the Euphrates River bridges, what happened at that point was the column had to run a gauntlet of at least an hour of light machine gun fire, AK-47 fire, and mortars falling all around the unit. I was having coffee with one officer this morning, and he'd just gone into the back of his truck. He pulled out his chemical weapons suit to inspect it because there was a bullet hole in the truck, and there was an AK-47 slug right through his chemical weapons suit, and it was still lodged in some of the fibers. Aaron?
Well, thank you very much. Walter Rogers out there in the desert tonight where things are nasty, and reports the loss of 2 American Abrams tanks. But the crews of those tanks were taken out, and they are fine, which is the best news in that. Our coverage continues after a short break.
Love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter.
And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line.
Choose your own car.
Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent. Huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick rent at nationalcar.com.
Introducing New America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email.
AOL's new parental controls I can set up for each one of my children.
Now AOL searches are faster than ever with Google. The customer service is free, and it's 24 hours a day.
Call now and get 1,025 free hours for 45 days. There's no commitment, and you don't even need a credit card.
America Online has so much more.
New AOL 8.0 with hundreds of new features. There's never been a better time to try it.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
I'm Darren Kagan, live in Kuwait City, where a dust storm, a sandstorm, continues to swirl around us. It is about 8:30 in the morning on Wednesday. Our coverage of the war in Iraq continues after we recap the hour's latest developments. The Associated Press reports a second soldier is dead from Tuesday's grenade attack on a command tent at Camp Pennsylvania in Kuwait. The AP says that Air Force Major Gregory Stone was pronounced at an Army field hospital. Army Sergeant Asan Akbar is being held as a suspect in the attack in a military jail. Pentagon sources say that they actually tell CNN the Iraqi state television building was the target of a coalition airstrike on Wednesday morning. Iraqi TV has been off the air now for hours. There was an intense and deadly battle Tuesday in the Euphrates Valley east of Najaf. The Pentagon says that the 7th Cavalry fought in a sandstorm with Iraqi foot soldiers, and an estimated 150 to 200 Iraqis were killed. U.S. officials are not sure at this point whether the Iraqis were part of the Republican Guard or Fedayeen, but it was one of the biggest battles in the war. In Nasiriyah, U.S. Marines made an ominous discovery after capturing a hospital that Iraqis were using for military operations. The Marines found 3,000 chemical suits and numerous canisters of chemical antidotes. And the Marines also found a tank and boxes of conventional weapons as they captured 170 Iraqi soldiers. Iraqi television, before it was knocked off the air, showed pictures of a drone aircraft being paraded down the streets of Basra today. The drone appeared to be a British Phoenix unmanned aerial vehicle. British officials have not commented on the apparent loss of the drone. The bodies of 2 Marines killed in Operation Iraqi Freedom have been flown to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. 2nd Lieutenant Thurell Childers was killed in action in a southern Iraqi oil field. And Lance Corporal Jose Gutierrez was killed in a battle near Qasr. In other news, the Department of Homeland Security is putting more eyes in the skies over New York City. Unarmed Black Hawk helicopters and Citation jets will join the fleet currently patrolling New York airspace. Senator Trent Lott, meanwhile, is asking whether airline security has gone too far and is costing too much. Lott chairs the Aviation Subcommittee. He says the Air Marshal program needs to be examined, saying that with tighter airport security, pilots with guns, and stronger cockpit doors, air marshals may not be needed on all flights. And that is the latest developments this hour. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. For now, back to Aaron at CNN Global Headquarters in Atlanta. Aaron.
Darren, thank you very much. That's if nothing else, it's interesting timing on behalf of Senator Lott to be talking about airline safety and homeland security less than a week into the war. We'll leave that to others. This is Baghdad at about 8:30 in the morning Baghdad time. This plume of smoke you see rising on the background. And again, we have these fixed camera locations, but in a general way, it does seem to our eye that the smoke is far closer to the city center, than certainly on the first night of the air attacks. And we'll see if we can find out what was hit and when it was hit. We know already that Iraqi TV, state-run Iraqi TV, has been taken off the air by coalition forces. That was both a land and air Tomahawk attack earlier tonight. Kevin Seitz is in northern Iraq, and he also has some developing news to report. So Kevin joins us on the video phone now. Kevin, good evening.
Good evening, Aaron. We are in Chamchamal, about 40 kilometers away from Kirkuk. We've been reporting from this position since the war began, and we've been telling you about the Iraqi defenses behind us, just about 1,000 meters behind us. They've remained relatively untouched during this war until this time. We had just finished a live shot with Larry King this morning at about 5:39, and we went back down to our rooms beneath the rooftop where we've been doing our live shots when we heard a thunderous explosion. I mean, this is the loudest explosion that I've heard in the 3 wars that I've covered, and the whole sky turned completely orange, and the building shook. The car alarms, the cars are parked right outside of our building here, and they all went on. And it was just a very loud, thunderous explosion. It's so overcast here, though, we couldn't really see where these bombs hit. There were 3 concussions that had followed. Then about 20 minutes later, the same thing happened again. We had a little warning this time, though, Aaron. We heard the sounds of jets moving over the position. And then again, 2 very strong concussions, the same type of explosions. In fact, they were so loud during the first explosion, we thought it might have been incoming artillery on our position. It was just, it was so loud and thunderous. Then, as day broke, we were able to get up on the rooftop and actually look with binoculars at the position. And we had been watching this command bunker all week, as I said. There have been Iraqi forces up there. And we want to give you a picture of what it looks like now. It was a direct hit on the command bunker. I'm going to ask Bill Skinner, our photographer here, to go ahead and zoom on that position. Normally, that area is completely green, and there was a bunker up there, a command bunker made of stone and earth, and basically jutted out square from that hilltop position. now is what you can see at this point is just scorched earth around it, blackened earth on top of that that green hilltop. It is gone. It's been obliterated. A direct hit in very, very overcast weather. We were all a bit surprised that jets were flying on this position at night in this kind of weather, but they seem to know what they wanted to hit. And we've also been talking about the possibility of opening up a northern front here, and if that happens, this is one of the positions that has to be rolled back, Aaron, rolled back towards Kirkuk if there's going to be a coalition advance here.
Because, go ahead and finish that thought. It has to be taken out because...
It has to be taken out because Kirkuk is a city with oil wells. It is a strategically important city here in the north. It would have to be taken before Baghdad is taken. Mosul is also an important target here in northern Iraq. And this is basically the first frontline Iraqi defense on the road to Kirkuk from this area.
And again, I can't imagine at this point anyone is not aware of this. All of this got more complicated when the Turks didn't allow forces to come in on the ground from the north. There is overflight, and apparently there is some overflying going on. Kevin, thank you for your work tonight. Kevin Seitz out there in northern Iraq. We shift gears a little bit here. We were struck today by something we read, apparently a quote from a reporter, or a resident of Baghdad, speaking to a reporter. I was not afraid a week ago. Now I'd be lying if I told you I am not afraid. Well, if you were living in Baghdad, it's hard to imagine you're not afraid. Look at the scene there right now with the smoke rising. Ever since Iraq expelled our crew last week, it's been very difficult to get a first-hand sense of how the 5 million or so people there are getting along as they wait for this, what seems an inevitable march. It is difficult, but it's not impossible. We assign the task to Newsnight's Beth Nissen.
The stationary rooftop television cameras in Baghdad are set up to see what happens over the city, not in it. In its neighborhoods, its cafes, its family rooms. Descriptions of civilian life come piecemeal in telephone reports from journalists, relatives of Iraqi Americans, humanitarian aid workers still in Iraq. Those reports tell of a city still functioning, people still out in the streets.
In the periods when there is no bombing, people try to go out, meet friends. The bakeries have remained open, so they go out and buy at bakeries.
And at street markets, buying from the hodgepodge of goods for sale. According to one report, vendors selling suitcases were doing brisk business. But few are packing up and leaving. There are some refugee clusters in northern Iraq, but at larger camps set up across the border in Jordan, hundreds of tents stand empty in the freezing cold.
And one of the reasons we can see no Iraqis at the moment is blowing past my head as I'm speaking. The weather conditions are appalling. It's 300 miles through the desert from Baghdad to get to the refugee camps. In Baghdad, as far as we can work out, 6 million people are staying at home.
There are no reports yet of food shortages among the people of Baghdad, most of whom are dependent on monthly government food rations.
Most of the population received advance rations, so they are still holding on to that.
Schools are closed. Most families seem to be trying to keep children indoors, where it seems safer, is easier to breathe. The air in Baghdad is often dense with stinging smoke from fires set by Iraqi officials to conceal targets. Nightly bombings bring more smoke, fire, thunderous noise, and danger. It is difficult for outsiders to know the impact of the bombings on those who live here. Iraq's information minister has reported a total of 78 civilian deaths, but there is no way to independently verify those numbers.
We haven't been able to do yet a survey at the level of hospitals.
Information on the wounded is also sketchy.
We've been talking to some of the international NGOs who are still in Baghdad. They've been visiting hospitals today, and they're estimating about 250 civilian casualties. Disturbing numbers of children.
The United Nations Children's Agency, UNICEF, is deeply concerned about serious psychological injuries to Iraqis under the age of 18. That's half the country's population.
Many of them are pretty traumatized by what they are hearing. One of our colleagues was telling us how their 8-year-old child had been screaming for 24 hours after the bombing had started. Clearly it has an impact on children.
And on adults who live in Baghdad, say those who've spoken to them on the telephone, and have heard a new edge in their voices, an extra prayer mumbled, as coalition forces move closer to their city. Beth Nissen, CNN, New York.
getting humanitarian aid into people across Iraq is being complicated for a number of reasons. The British press, CENTCOM, the press office with the British troops there, says it appears that there's an uprising in Basra, though they do not have a clear picture of what's happening there. Basra is that's southern city, second largest city, and they believe that the Iraqi, not the Iraqi military per se, but Iraqi irregulars are firing on the residents of Basra. Once the situation, according to the British, is clear, we'll be able to look to ways to assist and liberate the people of Basra and get humanitarian aid into them. But at least the British believe there is some sort of uprising now in the city of Basra. Another aspect of the problem of getting humanitarian aid in is it's not clear that there are not mines still laid in the harbor around Qasr. Richard Blystone reports now on the clearing of the mines there.
The desert, the heat, the dust. This doesn't help either. As the human minesweepers try to ready Qasr port for tens of thousands of tons of food aid waiting on ships far out in the Gulf. Australian frogmen are getting wet anyway beneath this fast-flowing cocktail of sewage, mud, and crude oil with visibility the length of your arm.
All you can see in the distance is a dark object, so you have to swim up on it and then basically use your hands to work out what it is.
No booby traps so far, but they found 4 sea mines on a sunken mine-laying boat just there. They say Qasr's now secure, but troops say the sound of gunfire has been spoiling their sleep. British Marines drove journalists into Qasr to show that their campaign's not all bombs and bullets.
It's a huge port. It can take a huge volume of ships, and what we hope to do is to get those ships in good order so that we can get this humanitarian supplies ashore, onto trucks and out to the people who so desperately need it.
But this is only a snapshot. People have been putting to sea from here for as long as there have been ships. Iraq's other big port, Basra, looks straight across its waterway to its longtime adversary, Iran. And the path to the sea from here runs under the lee of Kuwaiti territory. Result, decades of friction and clashes. This port was wrecked in 2 wars, the Iran-Iraq War and Desert Storm. But the British say it's still in reasonable shape. Until the threat of war shut it down, Qasr brought in 2/3 of the food that fed 2/3 of the Iraqis under the UN Oil for Food program. Now, 1 berth is ready, and the Marines won't wait for the rest to be cleared before turning on a promised torrent of supplies. Richard Blystone, CNN, Qasr, southern Iraq.
Ultimately, when the aid starts moving into Iraq, it'll move through Kuwait. Darren Kagan is joining us again. She's been working on that part of the story. Darren?
Yeah, Aaron, I think Dick Blystone's piece did a nice job at looking at how they want to get in there. I had a chance yesterday to go and look at the huge amount of supplies that are already stockpiled here in Kuwait, just waiting to get across the border or through that port, and also a chance to talk with some of the folks who are volunteering to make that happen. Fighting intensifying around Basra, humanitarian officials worried about a crisis worsening in Iraq's second largest city. 1.7 million people without electricity and clean water. The fighting makes it impossible for aid to get in, and that makes the United Nations Secretary General angry.
And I think a city that size cannot afford to go without electricity or water for long. Apart from the water aspect, you can imagine what it does to sanitation.
230 kilometers, or about 140 miles south of Basra, the volunteers of the Kuwait Red Crescent hope the opportunity to move help across the border will come soon. The supplies are all donated, but they won't go anywhere until the U.S. military and the Kuwaiti government determine it's safe to cross into Iraq, a frustration shared by aid organizations across the region.
We also have to go through the security issue and make sure that even if we have the things on the trucks ready to go, they will only go when we know that the convoy is safe.
While they wait for that green light, the Kuwaiti Red Crescent volunteers load not only supplies, but good wishes to the people who are supposed to be their enemies to the north.
This sign shows that's from Kuwait. We dedicate this food from the Kuwaiti people to our brothers in Iraq. The Iraqi people are suffering, and they are human beings. So we are helping our brothers and sisters there. Nothing more, nothing less.
Compassion from Kuwaitis who remember what it means to be desperate.
By the way, two types of boxes they're putting together at the Kuwait Red Crescent. One is individual meals that don't require any cooking, things like cheese and pita bread, boxed milk and boxed juice, candy for the children. The other is a box that is supposed to be for a family of 5 to last a week. It contains supplies like rice and lentils and sugar and cooking oil. And Aaron, I'd just like to say, I think the thing I was most struck by were the Kuwaiti people who came out, volunteers. Everyone you saw in that piece were volunteers, came out to put together this food to help the people who, as I said, they're supposed to be their enemies, and yet they're able to put that aside and help the people they consider their brothers and sisters across the border.
Well, I was thinking exactly that when we were there a month ago and spent a lot of time just wandering around talking to people. They all made a very clear distinction between the government in Iraq and Iraqi people, and were urgently hoping to be able to help the Iraqi people. Kuwaitis, by comparison, are enormously privileged compared to the Iraqis.
Yeah, and keep in mind, and I know you know this since you've visited this country, but there are Kuwaitis and there are a number of other nationalities that live here, whether it's Pakistanis or people from Sri Lanka or Indians, and those are people who also have come out to help. And those people are definitely not as privileged as the Kuwaitis who live here, and yet gave of their time to help the Iraqis north of the border.
Darren, thank you very much. Darren Kagan, and we'll see her again in about 10 minutes when she'll update the day's events. She's in Kuwait, where the sandstorm continues to make the background look quite different than it has. Judith Miller of the New York Times joins us on the telephone. Judy, I'm not sure where you are. I assume you're in Kuwait.
At this point, I'm not sure I'm permitted to say.
Well, then that gives me some clue where you are, and I'll leave it at that. Tell me the goings-ons where you are.
Well, the sandstorm also continues to be a factor here, Aaron. Operations are very hard to mount, whether they're, site surveys of suspect sites, places where people think that Saddam Hussein may be chemical or biological weapons, or just normal air operations. When you can't see the hand in front of your face or across, a large tent area, you know that these are not ideal flying conditions. Things are somewhat on hold here until the weather clears. I think I've come to appreciate the importance of weather. Briefings here with the 75th Exploitation Task Force, as it's called, always begins with a weather report, and I used to take that for granted. I certainly don't anymore.
Judy, your expertise, among other things, is in chemical and biological weapons and the like. There have been stories back here the last 3 days. There's suspicions of this and suspicions of that. What do you make of all of this? Anything at all at this point? Is there an answer to the question at this point?
Not at this point, Aaron, and I think one has to be very wary of initial reports. Years ago, out here, a few days ago, we had that there was a suspicious backpack that was found on somebody who might be a Republican guard in the local population, and one of these special teams, raced to that area where he was being held, and it turned out to be a single flower in his backpack. But everyone all the way along the line, clearly the hunt for weapons of mass destruction is a very important part of this war, and therefore winning that war too is important. But I think until the global exploitation teams actually are deployed, until we have reason to believe something, you have to exercise enormous caution in initial reports.
Judy, I'll be perfectly honest, we're having a tough time hearing you because I think you're losing phone battery. Maybe we can make that better. Maybe we can't. I hope you'll give us a call back as you can, though. Judith Miller, who also with the New York Times, and has written extensively on the subject of chemical and biological weapons, among other things, and a very fine reporter she is. We'll take a break. Our coverage continues in a moment.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Do Monday nights leave you with an empty feeling in your stomach? Well, then you better watch. We've got great movies. We've got great food.
It's entertainment that sticks to your ribs.
It's ham-tastic.
It's entertainment that fills you up and never leaves you bloated.
It's hot
and
hey, we're trying to get... Hey!
Dinner and a movie. Fresh television that's filling. Every Monday night on TBS Superstation.
Dinner and movie, great food, great movies, Monday nights.
Yes? We need some good quality used furniture.
We don't have a lot of money.
Yeah, it's only $19.95.
Cool.
Dresser's only $99.95.
Far out.
Mattresses and box springs starting at only $124.95.
Yeah. Desks only $49.95. Sweet. Sleeper sofas from only $109.95.
Thousands of pictures and mirrors, only $14.95. Hey, bought that one, buddy. Universal Hotel Liquidators.
Right off of 91 in New Haven.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Before we got to Judy Miller, we were talking about the humanitarian issues and the complexity of the problem, getting them to the people. There is no question there is an urgency in terms of water and food and medicine. Today, Pentagon officials and the British Prime Minister put the blame for that solely on Saddam Hussein. I guess pointing fingers aside, the key question is how you get the food and the water and the medicine to the people, and when do you get it to them. Cassandra Nelson joins us now. She's from the group Mercy Corps. She is in Kuwait, and she is on television with us at this moment. Yes, you are. Ms. Nelson, it's good to have you with us. I assume you're packed up and ready to go, just waiting for the word that you can get in. Is that right? Oh, well, seemed like a good idea at the time. Let's see if we can solve that pretty quickly here. If not, we'll make our way over to the general, which is what we do, I guess, sometimes, General, when we get into a little trouble, and we're in a little trouble now, we'll solve it. When we were talking to Judy Miller, she mentioned the name of a specific unit. Let's explain what the unit was.
It's a unit that it goes out and looks at, it's a military intelligence unit. It's looking at captured documents, material, and learning about the Iraqis during the course of the war. This is a very important part of the military process.
Is it at all surprising to you that we haven't found any absolute evidence of chemical weapons to this point?
No, because he had a choice to make. He could have used them early when we were in the staging areas, or he could wait and use them when he really needs them. It's only logical when you think about it. This is the battle plan is not illogical.
Right.
But he has distributed the protective suits and the masks and the atropine. Atropine means nerve agent. Nerve agent probably means VX. That's a sticky, persistent nerve agent. It's dangerous stuff.
But not out there yet, thankfully. Bob Franken is on the video phone. Bob, why don't you give us a sense of where you are reporting from and what activity you are reporting on?
Well, we're back at that base near the Iraqi border. As you can see, there's quite a bit of fog and sand. There's a sandstorm going on here, as it is in various regions. We've just been told by the wing commander here, Colonel Tom Jones, that, in fact, the sand caused the cancellation of about a third of their flights yesterday. They were planning about 300. Only a little under 200 went off. Meanwhile, we were on the ground trying to make our way to a captured Iraqi air base in southern in Iraq. It is an air base where operations are going to be set up, including many of the planes that are flying from here. Of course, it'll be just that much closer to the action out there. We were part of a group that was going there to set it up, but there was very, very heavy fighting going on in that particular region, and there was intense fire ahead of us. Finally, after 27 hours, they decided that we had to turn back until the group could get through and not be hindered by all the hostilities that were going on. So this war is very much alive here, but the weather, of course, is putting a crimp on things, and it's expected, we're told, for the next couple of days. Aaron?
But the problem was not, the problem that your group encountered, the group that you're covering encountered, was not the weather, it was the enemy, correct?
Well, actually, there's a two-part answer to that. The first part of that is there was a ground operation going on. The Air Force was mounting a ground operation. Part of the reason was that flying was very difficult in that area, but the reason that we were ultimately stopped as we headed toward Iraq is that intense fighting in that particular region where this airfield is located made it prohibitive. It would have been very, very difficult to get through.
Bob, thank you. And just to put a exclamation point, I guess, on the weather conditions. It's almost 9 in the morning in Kuwait and in Iraq, and it looked like the sun had yet to come up, and that's all the sand in the area. Cassandra Nelson, again, is with us. We hope now, Ms. Nelson, she's with the Mercy Corps, the aid group, and we'll try this again. Is your group ready to get food, water, medicine in? You're just waiting for the word that you can?
Yeah, we're definitely in a holding pattern in that we haven't been allowed access to the country yet, and are very concerned about the security situation there and are watching it very closely. But as soon as the security situation is sufficient for us to go in and get to work, we are ready to go in with teams and to begin to assess the situation and identify exactly what kind of aid needs to be brought into what areas.
And what is it that, how bad a situation do you expect to find?
At this point, we're getting very conflicting reports, and it's one reason why we're eager to get in there and to actually begin to do the assessment and find out exactly what's going on. But I mean, certainly in Basra, we hear and have learned that about 50% of the population doesn't have access to water. We're very concerned about the health impact this is going to have, particularly on the children and pregnant women there. We're also concerned that we have heard of pockets where they don't have adequate food supplies, perhaps just enough for 10 days. But again, these are all unconfirmed reports, and so we're very anxious to get in and find out exactly what's going on so we can meet the needs.
When you go in, do you go in with doctors as well as supplies?
For our phase 1 in southern Iraq, we are looking at going in primarily with emergency life-saving supplies: food, water, shelter supplies, cooking stoves, hygiene kits, those kinds of things that they'll need immediately, as well as medicines. We're actually running a program actively now in northern Iraq, in the Kurdish area, and there we are actually distributing medicines and food, as well as working on water and sanitation issues there, distributing hygiene kits and also building latrines for increased number of internally displaced people in the north.
Ms. Nelson, thank you for your patience, thank you for joining us, and thank you for your good work, and we hope it'll be safe enough for you to get to it as quickly as possible. Thank you very much. Cassandra Nelson, who's with the Mercy Corps. We'll take a short break. Our coverage continues in a moment.
Introducing New America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
America Online has so much more.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email.
You can pick what you...
Dolphins that are trained to search out mines and booby traps. They're from a base in San Diego, California. Tacoma and Mackay are their names, and they use their huge brains and the sonar to go and seek out these mines under the water and in the silt in the bottom of the waterway, report back to their handlers who can then go and disable the mines. It's really extraordinary stuff, and it's happening right now.
Just about 30 seconds ago, we were standing up on the roof, still observing this ridge line here when we heard jets overhead, and they went over this Iraqi position that I said is about 1,000 meters from us. There was another command bunker on this hilltop, and the jet aircraft dropped their ordnance on it, and it looks like it hit the ridge, or just right over the ridge. A puff of black smoke went up. We saw the dirt exploding from behind the ridge, and now the smoke is beginning to dissipate, but it was an attack just about 30 seconds ago. Obviously, the coalition has decided that this frontline position has to go, and now they're starting to attack it quite aggressively.
The flights departing from this U.S. air base near the border of Iraq were cut into about a third yesterday. 200 of the 300 or so that were supposed to take off were held on the ground because of the bad sandstorms that have completely covered this area. The weather has caused a difficulty with the ground troops, part of it because they couldn't always have the air support that they wanted. It also had an indirect on our little group that was trying to head to this newly captured Iraq air base in the southern part of the country. An Air Force operation, partly because of the weather, was trying to move with necessary supplies to the base. We were going along. Heavy fire in the area caused us to turn back, and now the next trips will probably be by air once the weather allows. Bob Franken, CNN, at an air base near the border with Iraq.
Just some of the voices of our reporters who are on duty around the clock in Iraq. Just a quick reminder, in about 4 minutes from now, a CENTCOM briefing will get underway from Qatar, and we will take it live. Right now, it's time to say good morning to Jack. Haven't seen you in a while.
Good morning, Paula. I'm good. Time now to take a listen to the Voices of America, which is a daily roundup of some of the home front responses to the war. We begin in California, where tempers flared last night as legislators at the state capitol in Sacramento debated a resolution calling for an end to the war. It was eventually approved, but not without vigorous objections.
This resolution isn't worth the paper it's written on. We ought not participate. I'm not going to participate in this. This is outrageous. We ought to say the word support and be done with it.
And a tradition that began during the Iran hostage crisis is cropping up around the country again. All over the United States, people are showing support for U.S. troops by tying yellow ribbons to trees and light poles. So many, in fact, that the nation's largest ribbon manufacturer is adding shifts in order to keep up with demand. Meanwhile, in Valley Center, just outside Wichita, Kansas, they're awaiting word on one of the hometown guys, PFC Patrick Miller. He was captured in Iraq on Sunday.
That waiting game is the hardest thing. Just horrible.
Tough stuff.
Thanks, Jack.
Yep.
See you in a little bit. Coming up, that CENTCOM briefing. If it's on time, we will bring it to you live in just about 2.5 minutes. We'll be right back.
Business travel got you squeezed in? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get more workspace in a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize.
This is crabgrass. I don't want to see crabgrass in my lawn.
My wife actually hates crabgrass.
Nobody would want this in their lawn. We'd put down Scott's turf builder with Holtz in the early spring.
That's the only thing I ever use. Scott's puts this protective barrier over the lawn.
And it stops the crabgrass from germinating.
See how nice and thick that is?
Feels like the carpet inside my house. Well, I've used the cheap brands, and it's like anything else. You get what you pay for. Steve doesn't have any crabgrass, which makes him a good human being, basically. Turf builder with Holtz, the best defense against crabgrass.
Business travel cramping your style? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get triple miles and triple points, only with Prime Rewards.
CNN Tonight, Joint Chiefs of Staff Vice Chairman General Peter Pace, plus families of soldiers missing in action, and his colleagues are MIA in Iraq. Journalist Sir Trevor McDonald on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Good morning. I'm Leon Harris of the CNN Center in Atlanta. We are awaiting the beginning of the briefing this morning with the press and the CENTCOM War Planners Command Control Center, and that's in Qatar. And once that gets underway, we'll take you there live, so stay with us. In the meantime, here's what we know about what's happening this hour. Reports are coming out of Baghdad that civilians have been killed in coalition airstrikes overnight. Now, this video is from an Arab television network that shows the apparent aftermath. Iraqi officials said that U.S. munitions killed 15 Iraqi civilians. Coalition warplanes are pounding targets further northeast near Cham Shamal. An Iraqi command and control bunker was one of many sites destroyed there this morning. The airstrikes are meant to soften up positions leading to Kirkuk, a key oil field in the north. A second U.S. officer has died from injuries sustained in a grenade attack at a U.S. Army camp in Kuwait. The victim is identified now as Air Force Major Gregory Stone. 14 people were wounded in the attack on Sunday. The suspect, U.S. Army Sergeant Hassan Akbar, is now in Germany. He's awaiting formal charges. U.S. Marines have seized a hospital and 170 prisoners in Al-Naziriyah. Iraqi troops were using this hospital as a base for firing on Marines. The Iraqi soldiers were dressed up in mostly civilian clothing, and lots of weapons were found inside that hospital, but no casualties were reported there. In Basra, British forces fired artillery against Iraqi troops, and they were trying to put down a civilian uprising against Saddam Hussein's party. Those Iraqi troops were. The British say that some Iraqi soldiers are surrendering. British military officials say massive resentment against Saddam's Ba'ath Party is fueling the revolt there. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. Any minute now, we expect to hear from U.S. commanders in Qatar on the progress of the war. While we wait, we're going to look at some pictures coming out of Baghdad today. This is being reported on Arab television as bomb damage from U.S. airstrikes last night. CNN cannot confirm that that is the case. We should point out the U.S. military has long anticipated that Saddam Hussein would order attacks on his own people to blame them on the United States. Iraqi officials say 15 people were killed when bombs landed in a residential neighborhood. And reporters from Reuters news agency say they counted 15 bodies in that neighborhood. Time to bring in my colleague Bill Hemmer as he gets to count down to the briefing here. Good morning again, Bill.
Paula, hello again from Kuwait City. Just yet again, in case any viewers are just joining us, we went through a wicked sandstorm earlier today right at sunrise. That explains the haze behind me. We hope it blows out later, but right now it's sticking around. Meanwhile, CNN's Tom Mateer, U.S. Central Command headquarters in Qatar, says U.S. intelligence has learned that the bridges around Baghdad have been heavily wired with explosives. This follows the same report from yesterday when Walter Rogers said one bridge crossing the Euphrates River was stopped before it was detonated yesterday. Also, U.S. troops entering a hospital in Naziriyah in the south. They found 170 Iraqi soldiers there, along with weapons, military uniforms, and 3,000 chemical suits as well. Also, CENTCOM dropping about 600,000 new leaflets over Iraq. That latest information emphasizing that the coalition is not interested in harming any Iraqi landmarks. Is also, it emphasizes only targeting military areas while trying to avoid as best as possible any religious or cultural institutions or any areas with civilians as well. I know they're in the room in Qatar, Central Command headquarters. That briefing about to get underway. As we wait the final seconds for the countdown, Paula, back to you now in New York.
Thanks, Bill. While we count down, I might ask you a question first, and that is, what has been going on in Kuwait over the last 24 hours?
Yeah, a lot of focus right now on this humanitarian effort, Paula. We are told that they literally have warehouses and convoys of trucks ready to roll into Iraq. The latest word we have from the information minister, though, is that everything right now is stuck at the border north of here, not only because of an insecure area in southeastern Iraq, but also because of the sandstorm that's still kicking up pretty hard out in the desert right now. That port city, we're told, secure, so possibly later today, maybe into Thursday, they can start rolling in, but for now, they're pretty much stuck in neutral on that front.
All right, in the minute we have left, thanks so much, Bill. We're going to go to the Pentagon, where Barbara Starr is going to give us a very quick update. Barbara?
Well, Paula, the Central Command briefer is likely to be asked a lot of questions about the Fedayeen fighters. There is an assessment here this morning that possibly the Pentagon, the war planners, underestimated the strength of these paramilitary fighters that have been shooting at U.S. and coalition forces ever since they entered Iraq, all the way up the line now 200 miles into Iraq. There are some estimates there are more than 300 of these paramilitary fighters, and a hard look is being taken at the strategy of moving first to Baghdad and then securing the rear region. Officials looking at whether or not that still makes sense. At this point, they believe it does. They say they will continue to press to Baghdad. As we see now, the Central Command briefers coming into the room, likely to get a lot of questions on this very subject of strategy. Paula?
Thanks, Barbara. Now, Brigadier General Vincent Brooks.
Gentlemen, I'm going to give you today's update, and afterwards we'll pause for questions. Let me begin by saying the coalition continues Operation Iraqi Freedom on our 6th day since the coalition ground forces began their attack into Iraq. We remain on plan, and we're confident that we will accomplish our objectives. The regime has shown its true colors in the recent days of fighting. The demonstrated brutality, the disregard for the laws of armed conflict, and most importantly, the repressive measures taken against the Iraqi population are all quite clear. Our men and women demonstrating courage and resolve in removing this regime from power, and we are mindful of our own fallen comrades and their families. The coalition is growing in strength and also in support, with now over 47 countries contributing to the operation. We're unified in purpose and in our commitment to achieving our aims. As I've done before, I'd like to give you an update on our operations, and then afterwards, as I mentioned, we'll proceed to questions. Our attacks against the regime remain direct, and we believe they're effective. And I've got 5 weapon system video clips to show you today, and these were all taken within the last 2 days. Let's bring up the first one, please. This is a bridge out in western Iraq, and there's a military vehicle that's positioned up underneath of it. You'll see it attacked. The weapon comes in from the far right underneath of the bridge, and the bridge remains intact afterwards. A multiple rocket launcher in the vicinity of An-Najaf in central Iraq. A hardened air shelter near Karbala in central Iraq. The next one is a tank, also in Karbala, in a revetted position. And finally, a military headquarters building near Karbala. Our direct attacks against regime command, control, communications, and integrated air defense continue, and included attacks against several targets of opportunity yesterday. I've got 2 sets of images to show you today, and again, I'll show you before and after images just to make it clear how we attack, where we attack, and to emphasize one more time how precise and deliberate we intend to be. The first one that we'll bring up is an Iraqi intelligence service headquarters in Baghdad. On the image, you'll see the split in the road, and the headquarters facilities really go on both sides of the road, but the right side of the split is really where the targets were located. I would say also it's within 1 block of a mosque, a school, and a prison in multiple directions around the outsides. The next image, please. The post-strike image shows an effective attack against the targeted facilities, and this is the split view that shows them both. The next image is a brigade headquarters in the south of Baghdad. This is a brigade camp that's about 20 miles outside of Baghdad to the south, and the targeted facilities within it are the command buildings and 1 communications building. They are the intended targets, and they're highlighted by the blue arrows. Poster right, please. And the split. Our coalition special operations forces continue to set conditions for our conventional forces by calling in close air support on military targets, including last night the destruction of the Ba'ath Party headquarters in As-Samawa. Our land component remains on track and had action at several places, and I'll highlight some of those to you this afternoon. Let's bring up this map, please. And these are really the areas where much of the contact occurred in the last 24 hours. First, southeast of An-Najaf, there were a series of engagements that occurred over the period of about 3 to 4 hours. Coalition forces of U.S. 5th Corps sustained a few damaged vehicles and in turn inflicted significant damage on the Iraqi force. Near An-Nasiriyah, the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force gained control of a hospital that was in use as a paramilitary headquarters. staging area, and storage area. Notably, within the hospital there were 200 weapons, Iraqi military uniforms, 1 tank, 3,000 chemical protective suits, and nerve agent antidote injectors. Our UK forces conducted aggressive patrols in the Al-Fa area and Qasr to increase the security in those areas, and also conducted a raid that destroyed a Ba'ath Party headquarters in Basra. They continue to have success against the irregulars in the area. And our maritime component cleared the Khor Abdullah all the way up to the port of Qasr. That waterway is now open, and we intend to start moving vessels in as soon as possible to bring humanitarian supplies, and I'll talk about that in a moment. We continue to talk about the importance of information and our efforts to communicate with the Iraqi people and also with the Iraqi military. I have 2 leaflets to show you today that express what we've been communicating. These are important leaflets, again, to inform the Iraqi people what must be done to protect them and how to stay away from coalition operations, since combat operations are inherently dangerous. Informs them to also go to the radio, and this is consistent with the radio broadcasts that we've had. The second one also, same sort of theme, and talks about special operations forces. Keep distance to remain safe. We remain committed to preserving the rich culture and heritage and the resources of the Iraqi people. The regime continues to put them at risk. I've showed you before images of MiGs and cemeteries. Today I want to show you an image of military equipment positioned close to a very historic site. Let's bring up the image. This is a part of the ruins of the place called Ctesiphon. It's about 20 miles southeast of Baghdad on the banks of the Tigris River. And it is a site that has over 2,000 years of history, and it's significant to a number of nations. What you see with the yellow lines is military equipment, communications equipment positioned right beside that. On top of the building, as the sign shows, this is marked with an international symbol of being a historic place. Nevertheless, progress is being made daily by the coalition in our effort to preserve the resources vital to Iraq's future. Humanitarian supplies have been loaded and are moving on their way to Qasr as we speak. The port is being prepared for reopening, and port workers have been invited to come back and begin work. And I would also say that there are now, in the Rumaila oil fields, there's now 6 wells that are on fire. Yesterday was one was put out with the aid of the Kuwaiti Oil Company. And so I'll wrap this up at this point by reemphasizing that we are committed, we're on track, and we remain sure of the final outcome. With that, I'll take your questions. Kelly?
Hello, General. One of our embedded reporters has described to us this morning that U.S. troops have encountered an Iraqi who was in a U.S. military uniform and strapped with explosives. That Iraqi was found already dead. Can you give us any information about other instances like this, and how are U.S. and coalition troops prepared to deal with it?
Well, let me first say I had not heard that report, although I must say that I'm not surprised by it. CENTCOM has already been on the record to say that we had information that this regime would seek to gain U.S. and UK uniforms in order to commit atrocities. And so if that's the report, if that's true, I'm not at all surprised by that. What I would say to you also, though, is it tells us about the tactics of this regime. We've begun to see that more and more over the last several days. The practices that have been conducted by these paramilitaries and by these others who are out there, sometimes in uniform, sometimes not in uniform, are more akin to the behaviors of global terrorists than they are to a nation. And that certainly is in our mind at this time. Please.
General Brooks, Tom and with CNN. There is information out there that the bridges leading into Baghdad may have been set with explosives. What can you tell us about intelligence that you're getting about the approaches to Baghdad being like that?
We've heard the same kind of reports, and when I joined that type of report with what I showed you yesterday, the oil trenches that were deliberately built inside of Baghdad and set aflame already, I'm not at all surprised that that would be the case. We have heard reports about bridges being mined. bridges being rigged with demolitions is the more appropriate way to describe that, in several parts of town. And it just reminds us that this regime will go to extraordinary lengths to protect itself. The first set, by the way, separated Saddam City from where the majority of the regime's work is. Please.
Iraq is reporting today that there was a missile attack on a residential section of Baghdad that killed 14 civilians. Can you confirm that and tell us what went wrong? And secondly, on Sunday, the coalition forces attacked a bridge in western Iraq and killed 5 civilians. And I'm wondering why the bridge was attacked when I thought the goal was not to destroy Iraq's infrastructure.
Well, first, I'm not aware of, I have heard this report that you're saying it's in the media right now. We don't have a report that corroborates that, and so I can't confirm it. What I can tell you is, as I've shown you on a regular basis, we have a very, very deliberate process for targeting. It's unlike any other targeting process in the world. It takes into account all science, it takes into account all capability, and we do everything physically and scientifically possible to be precise in our targeting and also to minimize secondary effects, whether it's on people or structures. As to the bridge in the West, we know that that's an area where the regime has, in the past, positioned weapons that can reach neighboring countries. And as I showed in the earlier video clip, will hide military vehicles underneath of those bridges. Our efforts in that case were related to destroying what was beneath the bridge. Please, over here.
Yes, Faisal Badoud from AFP and Al Watan of Qatar. Well, now it's almost 1 week since the war started, and many hundreds of civil Iraqians have been killed by coalition bombs. Well, do you think that it will help Iraqi people to believe you and to trust you, to believe that you are coming to emancipate them?
Well, thank you for the question. First, I don't accept the premise of the question, which says that the civilians have been killed by coalition bombs. I just don't accept that. What we've seen over the last several days is Iraqi citizens being marched out in front of irregular formations while they are firing. Iraqi civilians are being killed on the battlefield by Iraqis. I can't make that point more strongly than I've just done it. Please.
Sir, a few days ago, General Frank stood here and said this was a platform for truth, not propaganda. To that end, when will you show us pictures of what happens when precision bombs don't go where they're supposed to, when they fail to hit their designated targets, or if they fail to go off at all? And will you also provide us with a running audit of the effectiveness of these weapons, that is, the numbers that succeed, the numbers that miss, and the ones that don't go off? And if you don't, doesn't that expose you to the charge that this is more propaganda than truth?
Well, I can certainly assure you, having been up here each one of the days and each one of the briefings, that this is a platform for truth. I cannot say that about everything that you're seeing from platforms in other countries or in other areas. And we certainly have seen different approaches to informing the media. We've got a wide open discussion with you on a daily basis. We have embedded media so that the truth does come out. And we believe we're being very consistent with that. Please.
Tom Fenton, CBS News. If I may follow up on that. We've been getting terrific snapshots from our embedded correspondents. But we were told we would then get the big picture here from this podium. And instead, we've been getting snapshot videos, vague generalities. We're on our timeline. That doesn't surprise me. Can you give us a little more of the big picture without telling us more than the Iraqis already know? For example, how many thrusts are there towards Baghdad? Are there 2? Are there multiple?
Well, it's a fair question. And I would tell you this. First, we have to preserve the security of the operation. That's our first priority, and we're going to do that. Operations are ongoing. We have forces that are arrayed throughout all of Iraq at this point. And so if you are someone in the regime wondering where it's going to come from, the answer is it's going to come from everywhere. I'm not going to put very specific terms on exactly what thrust, exactly what unit. It's just not prudent for us to do that. Please.
Kevin Dunn of ITV News. Kevin Dunn of ITV News. General, the pictures from this morning's bombing in Baghdad have already gone around the world. You've already seen them yourself. You must be able to give us some reaction to them and some knowledge, at least preliminary, of what happened, which bombs were dropped, and why it went wrong.
Well, I honestly cannot. We don't know that those were ours. We can't say that we had anything to do with that at this point. Once we have more information, we will be on the record about anything that happens in that way. Please.
General Jeff Mead of Sky News. Can I ask you to talk about Basra a little bit? There was a lot of excitement, particularly among the British military last night at this apparent uprising. Now, has that happened? Was it wishful thinking? And do you understand that the people of Basra may be reluctant after what happened last time to rebel until they see coalition troops in their city supporting them? And isn't just this a reluctance to commit forces, putting the lives of your own troops before the civilians in Basra?
What we saw in Basra last night is a very confusing situation, to say the least. We saw first fighting happening within the city between Iraqis, some of them in uniform, some not in uniform. We also saw a significant degree of violent activity done by paramilitaries shooting into the town of Basra with mortars primarily. Again, a disregard for the people living there. The UK forces in that area were already conducting operations to try to block off the town and prevent any reinforcements from moving in and out of the town. And we've seen some movement of paramilitaries on the road from the north. They were effective in that and also ended up providing some counter-fire support against those mortars that were being fired into the town. So we would hope that, first, it's clear to us that the people of Basra have had about enough of what the regime is doing to them. And that's what we think we saw last night. And secondly, we remain committed to their liberation, not to their destruction. Please.
Yes, General Mohammed Al-Mizal, Gulf News. Do we understand that the bad weather may lead to some of your bombs going wrong and hitting residential areas? Second part of the question, does the bad weather today affect your overall operations? Thanks.
Well, let me start by saying that as a matter of practice, in military operations, we always consider the effects of weather. And that happens from the lowest level to the highest level. Daily we analyze what the weather's going to be and what the impacts would be. And in some cases it's as technical as deciding down at the lower end exactly how many charges you put on an artillery round before you fire it because of the barometric effects and the temperature effects, all the way up to should we fly, if so, with what aircraft, should we use a certain weapon system versus another. I can tell you that our operations that continued over the last several days took weather into account and continued in spite of it. Were we concerned with a loss of precision, we would not have conducted operations. So I'm satisfied that we have done all that we can do, again, to remain precise, remain on the plan, and attack those targets that were necessary for us. Let me come back over to the left, please.
David Lee Miller, Fox News. General, during the past few days, we've seen Patriot batteries strike a number of missiles, incoming missiles. Can you tell us what type of missiles the Iraqis are using and whether or not these were the weapons prohibited by the United Nations and the weapons they claim they didn't have?
Yes, what we're seeing is variants of the Ababil 100 and the As-Samud missiles. That's generally what they are. In some cases, we can't necessarily specify which it is. But we've had about 10 missiles fired at this point in time, all of which oriented toward Kuwait, a neighboring country. Those that have been threatening have all been shot down by Patriot missile systems. What is interesting is out of those missiles, several of them have been well beyond 150 kilometers. One missile flew extremely long and went into the North Arabian Gulf and went in the water at about 190 kilometers. Please.
Danelle Bell for CTV News Canada. If it wasn't a coalition strike on the market, then what was it in Baghdad?
I can't say. I don't know. And when we find out, we'll try to determine. What I can tell you about our process, though, is if we have any concern that we may have had an error, and it's a fair question about what happens when we have a mistake, and mistakes can occur. When we have something like that, we will go back and examine flight paths, weapons release, what the circumstances were, and try to determine whether or not we had an impact on something like that. Right now, we simply don't know. Please, over here.
William Heinzer, CST television. When is scheduled? Is it the first visit of the Red Cross?
We've made coordination with the Red Cross. I don't know the specific date. I think it'll be at their earliest convenience at this point now that we have made the initial contacts for them to come and be able to visit any prisoners we have. We are very open about the treatment of our prisoners. I don't know the date, though. Without getting too precise, I would say we're over 4,000 at the current time. please, off on the right. Second row.
Li Baodong from Xinhua News Agency of China. U.S. troops and coalition forces are advanced well, as you said, and the troops are close to the Baghdad. And reports said it's important for Iraq to have to possess mass destruction of weapons, or to use the weapons in or around the Baghdad area, because it's also dangerous for the Iraqi troops. What's your idea of it?
We remain convinced that this regime has not only the means, but also the will to use weapons of mass destruction. What we found last night inside of that hospital reinforces our concern in that regard. The danger does increase, we believe, as we approach Baghdad, but we are well prepared to deal with the potential use of chemical weapons. We've vaccinated and inoculated soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines to the potential use. We have detection equipment, we have protective equipment, so all that we can do, we've done to this point to ensure that we can continue our operations. Our objective is beyond that. The regime must go, and Iraq must be disarmed, and that's our ultimate outcome. Please, second row.
Frederic Castel, BBC French Service. Because of these protective chemical uniforms you found, are you enhancing the campaign of leaflets and radio? And are you reaching Baghdad, the area, with this campaign?
We do communicate throughout all of Iraq at this point. I mentioned yesterday that we've been on 5 different radio frequencies operating 24 hours a day since the 17th of February. Our coverage goes over all of Iraq, and we try to communicate with as much of the population as we can to tell them about things. We have not announced any weapons of mass destruction use or any of that sort of thing at this point in time. Please, in front row.
Sir, Neil Karlinsky with ABC News. We've heard very little coming out of western Iraq. I believe one Scud launcher has been found. What can you tell us about the ongoing Scud hunt, and to what degree at this point you control the West?
We're having very good success, we believe, in the West to limit the options of the regime on threatening its neighbors. We know historically that is an area that such activities have occurred. We know that there are potential places to hide them out in that area. And so we've been very aggressive with primarily coalition special operations forces throughout the West to prevent the use of those long-range weapons threatening neighboring countries. Up on the left, please.
Farillo from Onda Cero Radio Network, Spanish network. Why do you think the Iraqis TV is a military target? Because there are a lot of civilians working inside, I guess. Thank you.
We only target things that have military significance. We only target things that have military significance. As we examine the different parts of the regime and how it communicates, how it issues orders, how it controls, all these things go into our calculus of what will strike and when we'll strike. That's the reason. So this is something that is used by the regime to do the things that are necessary to issue instructions to regime forces. Please.
From Associated Press. There's some think that there are several thousand Republican guards coming south from Baghdad, coming around to Nasiriyah. Wondering if, at this point, can you acknowledge that you're not only dealing now with sporadic pockets of resistance or sporadic firing, but serious walls of resistance coming down from Baghdad? And also an update, please, on the situation in Nasiriyah. What do you control? What have you secured? Have you got some bridges? Which side of the river are you on? And we were waiting for a casualty toll, I think, yesterday from the previous night's firefight. Do you have that?
Let me first talk about the situation south of Baghdad and headed down in the Karbala and Najaf areas. We certainly know about the attack that occurred on the flank of a unit south of Najaf. I mentioned that in the opening remarks. And that attack was seriously repulsed with significant damages to the attacking Iraqi force. We've not seen any significant movements of the types of forces you described from in and around Baghdad. There have been some local positionings, there have been some survival positionings, but not serious attacks, and we certainly remain, we believe, well in control of the situation at hand. You had a last part of that question, if you would repeat that.
There was
around Nasiriyah, there were some casualties 2 nights ago, I believe, and we hadn't gotten an update on the number. The Iraqis were saying 8.
As a matter of practice, we just aren't going to announce numbers of casualties. I can tell you any losses we've had have been very, very small. Last night, for example, we ended up in the exchange in Nasiriyah, where we went into the hospital and took it away from a headquarters. Over 107 EPWs, enemy prisoners of war, were taken at that point in time. The exchange is very much in our favor in each one of these encounters. Please.
Omar Al-Asawi, Al Jazeera Satellite Channel. First of all, sir, I'd like to talk about some of the images and videos that you show. Brigade headquarters, intelligence headquarters, and you also spoke about Ba'ath Party headquarters. Why do you have reason to believe that these places haven't been already evacuated? And how worried are you about the prospect of a protracted siege of Baghdad? Thank you.
The timing of our attacks is associated when we believe the necessary effect is to be achieved. And these headquarters are all parts of the regime and its military forces and those forces that support it. I can say that we're very comfortable in the timing. We're very comfortable in some cases the time of day that we do our work to ensure that we have the desired effect. And as to our concerns about a siege, right now our operations are not designed to be a siege, and we're comfortable that we remain on a plan that lets us do what we need to do and accomplish the objective in a way that needs to be accomplished. Is there a follow-up on that?
I mean, the Iraqi leadership is dug in Baghdad. How do you intend to get them out of there?
Well, you've seen some of our attacks against the regime command and control facilities, so they're not dug in those places, I can tell you that. Please, in the back.
The UN and aid organizations have stated that an almost non-significant number of refugees have attempted to cross the borders. That's probably strange since there is a humanitarian crisis. So I'd like your take on that, and also if you could tell us how much your appeal for people to stay off the roads is weighing in this situation.
We think we're having some effect at causing people to stay off the roads, and we believe that that keeps them protected. There's a lot of military activity ongoing out there, as you're well aware, and we think that they're best protected when they stay where they are. The liberation is coming, and the good news is that there have not been large humanitarian flows or refugee flows that create humanitarian crises. We have concerns about places like Basra, though, where water has been turned off and only recently turned back on, and the impact of what the regime has done to some of its own towns. Right, the center, please.
Ani Raval, ABC News. Sir, you just said that coalition forces have now secured more than 4,000 Iraqi EPWs, but is there an instance, or will there be an instance, where these Iraqis will ever be denied POW status and instead be designated as battlefield detainees as occurred in Afghanistan? And my second question is, Iraqi civilians will probably die. We don't know how many or if any have died thus far in the war. If they do die, and if it is determined that they died because of a coalition force bomb or a horrendous accident by coalition forces, will the coalition forces provide financial compensation for their families?
Well, first let me talk about enemy prisoners of war and our approach to them. As I mentioned, the numbers are up over 4,000. We continue to take care of those enemy prisoners of war, in some cases providing lots of medical support if they require that. You saw some images on television today of evacuation off the battlefield, with coalition forces carrying off wounded Iraqis, regardless of their status. And that's the way we approach our operations. It's just the way we are. As to characterizations of them at some point in time, it's really difficult for me to say that at this point. We have made no policy decision that would change the way we're handling those that we take into our custody as a result of military operations on the battlefield. And as to the second part, that's certainly not something for this command to make a determination on for compensations. In the center back, please. On the right.
I'm interested in the visual record, the extent of the visual record that you've been showing for the last number of days on a selective basis. How much is there? Is every attack, every bombing attack filmed? Where does this record reside? How much are you willing to release on and on what basis and on what time schedule?
Not all of our weapons have the ability to do what you've seen here in terms of recording the image. Some of them come afterwards when we try to make a determination of how effective we were.
Give me a range, though. Is it 50%?
90%, 20%?
It really varies depending on where we are in operation. For example, some of our initial operations in Baghdad weren't done by things that have cameras on them. And so I don't have a good number for you. There is not a central repository of this, and many of these images are declassified for public release, and that's how we end up going through the process. Please, in the third row in the back.
The Daily Mirror. There are reports this morning that you've ordered a change of tactics to get your troops to concentrate on paramilitaries rather than regular forces. Are those true? And if so, do they not show that we're in for the long haul rather than a short war?
Well, I will reiterate that we are on plan. We know what we're doing at this point in time. We're comfortable with how the battle is progressing. We're on our timeline. We do have some pockets of resistance that require attention, and we're dealing with those, and that will continue. But it does not hinder our ultimate aim, doesn't change our timeline, and it doesn't change the ultimate outcome. Let me go straight in the back here, please.
General, how much of your weaponry, Michael Kearns, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, how much of your weaponry uses depleted uranium, and what are your concerns about the effects of that on Iraqi civilians?
There's a very small portion of our munitions that use depleted uranium, and there have been lots of studies on what the actual hazards are from depleted uranium. When depleted uranium hits something, it's the residue from that has any possible hazard at all, and that requires close personal ingestion in order to have an effect. We believe that the way we do our operations is as safe as can be done for combat action, and does not create the kind of hazard that may have been thought about in the past. Please, over in the third row here.
On Phoenix Satellite TV in Hong Kong. This war talks about humanity a lot, and according to a Russian radio station, that U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney's daughter, Elizabeth, is on her way to Baghdad to join the anti-war group who use themselves as human shield to defend further aggression from coalition. What do you have to say to the innocent civilian people who are willing to risk their own lives in the hope to stop this war? Thank you.
First, we'd say that our efforts are, in fact, to liberate the Iraqi people and free them from the types of brutality that we've seen exhibited over the last several days. People have a number of things that they believe in, and they make their own choices. It's a very dangerous place, and it is ill-advised to go to the kind of area that Baghdad is right now with the regime and its activities. Things like the fires, things like the bridges being rigged for demolition. It's not well advised, but people have their choices to make, and that's the way it goes from there. Our approach to it will be, regardless of who the civilians are, we'll take every effort to try to minimize the potential effects on them. That's the best we can do. Unfortunately, there may be civilian casualties in the prosecution of war. Please, third row.
Ahmed Samir, Abu Dhabi Television. Regarding the weather, do you think you made the wrong decision by fighting in these circumstances, and it would have been better to wag the war pretty much earlier? And secondly, how close you are from Baghdad?
We, as I mentioned before, have the ability to operate through a variety of weather circumstances, and we take weather into account for all of our operations. At this point in time, the timing of the operation is not driven by weather. The start of the operation, as you've heard said on the record in a number of places, was not driven by weather. We can operate day and night in good weather and in bad weather. Some of our capabilities are impacted, but our entire operation is not. And I'm simply not going to tell you how close we are to Baghdad. Last in the back. With blue shirt, please.
Hi, Tom Parry with CBC Radio. Can you tell me how many of the bombs that you're dropping on Iraq are not hitting their targets?
I don't know that we've done a